Third brother. Third brother. Stop hitting him. Please. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was lying on top of me, crying. Her tears and snot were smeared all over my face. My brain buzzed, and I suddenly snapped awake. Where am I? Who is this little girl? Wait. Memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave. I remembered everything. This was my little sister. I recognized all the faces around me. But how did I travel back in time? Am I dreaming? I touched the back of my head. My hand came back covered in blood. I looked up. A few teenagers were glaring at me like wild dogs. They wanted to rush me, but were held back by some of the adults in the village. I am fine. Don't be scared, I said, wiping my little sister's face. Dream or no dream, this felt way too real. It felt so real that the back of my head was throbbing with pain. I could not just sit here looking stupid. The year was the early 1970s. The village was Sanchuan. This was exactly where I grew up. The situation was not complicated. Two villages shared one well. People always fought over the water, so everyone started going to the river instead. Our village was downstream, and Meijiawan village was upstream. Those jerks upstream loved to pee in the river. Influenced by the adults, the teenagers from both villages fought almost every day. I came to fetch water today and got provoked by some guys from Meijiawan. I lost my temper, and a fight broke out. Who the hell touched my brother? A tall young man rushed over holding a heavy iron shovel. Facing 4 or 5 guys, he did not back down at all. He tried to charge in, but was dragged back by 2 people. Huzi, stop it. Do you want to make things worse? Su Xiaohu, known as Huzi, was my childhood best friend. I stood up, patted my little sister on the head, walked over, and pulled Huzi behind me. I scanned the 4 guys across from me. Lai-san, I never crossed you. Why did you pick a fight with me today? This was the question I wanted to ask in my previous life. No reason, Lai-san sneered. I heard you gave a fish to Miss Su, the educated youth from the city. Let me give you some advice. A toad shouldn't dream of swan meat. You are out of your league. Unbelievable. All this trouble over a city girl. Huzi blew up on the spot. Are you out of your damn mind? Miss Su belongs to our village. What does it have to do with you guys? My mind, however, was very clear. The fish incident did happen. Miss Su was washing clothes by the river. I was underwater holding my breath to catch fish. I popped up out of nowhere and scared her. She slipped and fell into the water, soaking all her clothes. I felt bad, so I gave her a fish as an apology and walked her back to her place. Both of us soaking wet, with me carrying a fish. The rumor spread faster than the wind. Even the neighboring villages heard about it. Before I could speak, our village chief arrived. Village chief. Hello, sir. The crowd greeted him, and Lai-san's group immediately lost their tough guy act. Su Daqiang was his name. He was my uncle from the extended family. Half the people in our village shared the last name Su, and the village chief was the head of the Su family. He looked at my bloody clothes. Su Yu, what happened? Why are you covered in blood? Honestly, it was not that bad. Just a cut on the back of my head. But the blood made it look terrifying. Someone quickly explained the situation. Su Daqiang's face turned dark. Go. Bring that old bastard Ma Sanyuan over here. Coming to our village to beat up our people? Do they think we are easy to bully? What? You want to use your numbers to bully us? Lai-san talked back. But as soon as he heard they were calling his own village chief, his face turned pale. He beat someone up in their own territory. He was in the wrong from the very beginning. He turned around and tried to slip away. Stop him. At Su Daqiang's command, several strong men pounced. The 4 guys were pinned to the ground on the spot. Not long after, Ma Sanyuan, the rival village chief, arrived with his people. Seeing his own men pinned down, he started yelling immediately. Su Daqiang, why are you pinning my men to the dirt without asking questions? Are you trying to bully us? Bullshit, Su Daqiang said, pointing at me. You are the guilty party blaming the victim. Look at Su Yu. Covered in blood, I stood there looking like I was about to drop dead. Honestly, I was just really hungry. Someone explained the situation to Ma Sanyuan again. He coughed awkwardly. Look, Daqiang, we are all neighbors. There is no need to make a big scene out of this. If the commune officials hear about this, we will become a laughing stock. Su Daqiang fired back immediately. So by your logic, my boy deserves to get beaten up in his own village? A perfectly fine young man was beaten like this, and you just want to brush it off. Are you going to handle this or not? If not, we will call the cops and let the police handle them. The moment he said that, Ma Sanyuan's face changed. With me looking this miserable, whoever was at fault did not matter. Lai-san would definitely be locked up for a few days. Okay. No need for that. We are neighbors. Let's settle this privately. What do you say? That depends on Su Yu, Su Daqiang said, looking at me. I knew how to play the game. I will listen to Uncle Su. You make the call. Su Daqiang looked very pleased. He liked that I was being respectful. Then tell me, how do we settle this? Ma Sanyuan asked, using a much more polite tone. Su Daqiang took his time. This is my nephew. We are close blood relatives. Since he calls me uncle, I cannot let him suffer for nothing. $10. Pay $10, and I will consider the matter closed out of respect for you. 10 damn bucks. Ma Sanyuan yelled on the spot. He got a scratch and bled a little, and you want $10? You have no shame. Let me explain what $10 meant back then. A farmer working hard all month would only earn about $3 or $4 in work points. You could get married and host a wedding for $10. Su Daqiang did not even blink. Let me do the math for you. Su Yu's head was injured. What if his brain is damaged? What if he gets lasting side effects? Who do we blame? Should we take him to the county hospital for an x-ray? He needs to rest and eat good food to recover his brain. Buying a few pork brains isn't too much to ask, right? If he cannot work for a month, are you going to pay for his food? With all that added up, a trip to the county hospital alone would cost $7 or $8. If they found something actually wrong with me, $10 would not even cover it. Su Daqiang had him cornered. Ma Sanyuan was not stupid. He did the math, and his face turned black. He turned around and yelled at Lai San. They want $10. What do you say? If you agree, the village production team will lend you the money first. You sign a debt note, and we will slowly deduct it from your future work points. If you refuse, I am washing my hands of this. We hand you over to the cops. You choose. What choice did Lai San have? If they called the cops, he would definitely go to jail, still have to pay when he got out, and have a criminal record. Having a criminal record in this era ruined your life. In the end, he surrendered. I got my $10 exactly as I wanted. Let's go home, I said, picking up my little sister. I called Huzi, and the three of us slowly walked back into our village. Brother Yu, why did you let that bastard go? We should have sent him to jail for a few years. In my previous life, I fought back desperately. We both got hurt, the whole thing faded away, and I got absolutely nothing out of it. In this life, getting the cash was a huge win. Forget it, I said, giving him a nice excuse. Our villages are right next to each other. We can see them when we farm. Plus, a lot of women from Meijiwan married into our village. If we make things too ugly, it makes things hard for our village chief. I did not say my real thoughts. Calling the cops would not get me any real benefits. Taking the money and giving the village chief face was the smart move. If I wanted to teach Lai San a lesson, I would have plenty of chances later. Man, you are just too nice, Huzi grumbled. If it were me, I would have sent him straight to jail. We laughed and talked on our way back. After saying goodbye to Huzi, I carried my sister into our house. Where is Mom? Is she not home? Mom and fourth brother went to pick wild vegetables. Oldest brother is working in the fields. It is just the two of us, my little sister said, peeking through the door gap. No wonder my mom was not here when my head got busted open. She took my younger brother to dig for food. Go play by yourself. I need to wash up. I am covered in sticky blood. I walked inside. Our family had a 4-room mud brick house. Walking in, it smelled like pure history. A square wooden table, a grandfather chair, a standing mirror on the altar, an old alarm clock, and an enamel wash basin printed with a big red double happiness symbol. It looked exactly like a vintage movie set. I really was reborn. I was back in the 1970s. I poured some warm water, washed my hair, changed my clothes, and found my dad's medical alcohol to wipe the wound. Going to the doctor was unnecessary. The bleeding had already stopped, and I was not going to waste good money. Third brother, the little girl peeked through the door timidly. What is it? I am hungry. My own stomach started growling too. I searched the kitchen for a long time. I could not find a single piece of flatbread or cornmeal. There was only half a pound of wheat bran left. I honestly doubted even pigs would eat this stuff. No wonder Mom went to dig for wild vegetables. If we were not completely out of food, she would not be doing that. She would be working in the fields with my oldest brother to earn work points. Logically, our family should not be starving. My dad worked at a brick factory and made a salary. But there was a catch. My grandmother heavily favored my oldest uncle. She would constantly fake being sick to take away my dad's salary. Where the money actually went was an open secret. Sis, there is no food in the house. I will go find you something. Be good and stay at home. I ran straight to the small river at the west end of the village. There were fish there. It was running water. But since my head was injured, I could not hold my breath underwater anymore. I could only grab a sharp wooden branch to spear them. I took off my shoes and socks and stepped into the water. I had been catching fish since I was a kid. I had experience. Not long after I got in, a small fish swam by. I took a deep breath, gripped the branch tightly, and struck downward with incredible speed. I pierced it right through. Ding. Experience +1. What? I froze. A transparent panel popped up out of nowhere. Host. Suyu. Strength 8. Normal adult is 10. Speed 8. Normal adult is 10. Skill points 1. Skill. Fishing level 2 plus. A system? Ever since I woke up, I wondered if I had a cheat code. I was too busy dealing with the fight to check. But now, it activated on its own. It looked like I could trade experience for skill points. As for what the skill points did, I already had a guess. I stared at the plus sign next to the fishing skill and focused my mind to click it. Buzz. Fishing level 2 instantly became level 3. A rush of advanced fishing knowledge flooded into my brain. I instantly knew exactly how much force to use and what angles to strike. I swear, it even generated automatic muscle memory in my arms. Splash. While I was distracted, the fish wiggled off the branch and fell back into the water. Hey, trying to run? I stabbed downward with one hand, pinning it perfectly again. This time, there was no experience point. Interesting. What followed was a one-man spearfishing tournament. That should be enough. Time to head back. I lifted the straw rope tied around my waist. I had about 7 or 8 fish hanging there. The smallest one was over half a pound. I walked onto the shore and checked the system again. Skill points, 35. Skill. Fishing level 3. 35 points. It seemed the skill points were tied to the size of the fish. The bigger the fish, the more points I got. The most important thing was, I realized this system could be used for much more than just fishing. I was careful on my way back to the village, trying my best not to be seen. In this era, the collective mindset was heavy. No one would care if you caught a couple of fish. But if you caught a lot, some shameless people would definitely come asking for a share. As soon as I walked through the door, a little girl with braided pigtails rushed at me. Third brother, you caught fish. Shoo, keep your voice down, I whispered. Don't let uncle hear you, or he will tell grandma to come take them away. Actually, my uncle lived in the middle of the village, and my house was at the far west edge. He could not possibly hear us. I just said that to scare her. But grandma had taken her good stuff away many times before. Kids growing up in poverty matured early. An 8-year-old in this era was smarter than most kids. That was why she guarded me with her body during the fight today. Just as I expected, the little girl immediately covered her mouth. Go get a basin. I will clean them up, and we will have fish stew for lunch. I cleaned them up quickly. I stewed all the small ones and saved a big 3-pound fish for later. Sis, watch the fire. Don't let the water boil dry. I am going to drop a fish off at the village chief's house. Su Daqiang helped me get $10 today. I had to show my appreciation. He was a fellow villager and a relative. You have to follow the rules of courtesy. I carried the big 3-pound fish to the old village chief's house out in the open. If anyone asked, I would just say I caught it in the river. Everyone knew about the fight today. Seeing this, they would only praise me for being mature. Besides, with Su Daqiang's authority, no one dared to be jealous. Village chief. I knocked on the door. His wife opened it. She had just gotten off work and had not even changed clothes. Oh, Su Yu, come in. Honey, Su Yu is here to see you. Su Daqiang walked out and instantly saw the fish in my hand. Su Yu, what is this about? Hey, uncle. I just caught too many fish in the river. We cannot finish them all, so I brought one over for you and Annie. Hurry and get a basin. It is still alive. Su Daqiang obviously could not just accept it right away. We went back and forth doing the polite refusal dance. Eventually, he pretended he could not win the argument and accepted it. He even walked me to the door himself. Passing by Huzi's house, I knocked on his door too. Hey, brother, what are you doing here? Just dropped something off at the village chief's house. Come over and eat fish with us. I caught too many today. Come get some meat. We grew up together, so there was no need for fake politeness. Huzi told his parents, closed the door, and followed me right away. He complained the whole way. Why didn't you call me when you went fishing? Friends who don't act fake and complain openly are your truest brothers. Third brother. Brother Huzi. The little girl ran out of the kitchen as soon as we walked in. You are back? Huzi is here too? Go wash your hands. Get ready to eat. Mom was back. I called out Mom. Seeing her for the first time since my rebirth made my heart ache a little. In my past life, by the time I realized my mother was getting old, she was already gone. But the mother standing in front of me now was not even 50. She was still in her prime. Don't mind me, Auntie. I will help bring the food out. Huzi walked into the kitchen like it was his own home, but my mom shooed him out. I walked into the inner room and saw a young man squatting on the floor with his back to me, sorting wild vegetables. Oldest brother, you are back? It was my oldest brother, Su Sheng. Yeah, I smelled the fish the moment I walked in. Why did you cook so much at once? What if we cannot finish it? It is fine. The weather is still cool. It will not go bad. Where is our fourth brother? How can you ask that? You cooked all the fish, so of course we have to call Dad back from work. I sent Su Jin to get him. They should be here soon. My oldest brother was Su Sheng. Oldest sister Su Li. I was the third child. The fourth was Su Jin, who was 14 and in middle school. The youngest was Su Jing, my little sister. My oldest brother put down the vegetable basket, stood up, and stared at me. I heard you got beat up? What happened? I could not hide this. I had already told my little sister to say it was just a scratch, which was why my mom did not ask too many questions. Kids fighting in the village was normal. When my oldest brother was young, he used to hide a machete under his bed. My dad had to bail him out of the police station plenty of times. It is nothing, just a scratch. Lai San from Meijiwan village. I don't know what his problem was, but he picked a fight with me on purpose. Hearing Lai San's name, my brother's face turned dark. As long as you are okay, I will help you get revenge in a few days. I quickly stopped him. My oldest brother only knew one way to get revenge. Marching straight into Meijiwan and beating people up. He was a brute. Standing at 6'3", he could take on 3 guys at once. With a weapon, he could fight 5. It took me a long time to talk him out of it. Our family had great genetics. My dad was 6'3". My oldest brother was 6'3". I was 18 and already 6'1". Northern men were built tall. Speaking of Lai San, I saw him on my way back. My oldest brother suddenly said. He seemed to be arguing with Su Bin about something. When Mom and I walked past, they both shut up. After we walked away, we heard them arguing again. Su Bin. He was my oldest uncle's son, the eldest grandson of the Su family. He was a year older than my brother, 24, and still single. My brother was single because his fighting ruined his reputation. In this era, if you had a reputation on the streets, people just saw you as a thug. No one dared to marry their daughter to you. Su Bin was different. He was just pure lazy and arrogant. He looked down on regular girls, which was why he was still single at 24. My brother said Lai San was arguing with Su Bin. Instantly, everything clicked in my mind. I knew it. Lai San was 5 years older than me, and he was a thug from a neighboring village. He didn't even fetch water. We barely knew each other, let alone interacted. Why would he randomly pick a fight with me? The answer was obvious. I was a reincarnated man. In my past life, I lived to be almost 50. I could see through this kind of trick instantly. I was wondering why Lai San suddenly came after me. It turns out Su Bin was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The day I walked Miss Su home, we had to pass through the middle of the village. There were no rich families in Sanchuan to host the educated youths, so the village built some mud houses at the end of the village for them. My house was at the front. Walking her home meant I had to walk right through the center. It was not surprising that Su Bin saw us. What? Su Bin hired Lai San to hit you? Why would he do that? My brother's face changed. If it was just Lai San, my brother wouldn't care this much. But involving Su Bin made things complicated. Our dad, Su He, always respected my uncle's family. He always said, "We are family at the end of the day. Even if you break the bones, the tendons are still connected." My brother and I were sick of hearing it. Years ago, during the military draft, it was supposed to be my uncle who went. But Grandma couldn't bear to let him go, so she made my dad take his place. My dad, however, thought the whole family sacrificed their chance for him. Plus, during the years he was in the army, my uncle was the one taking care of their parents. My dad always felt guilty about it. He knew perfectly well that Grandma was taking his salary to feed my uncle's family, but he refused to tear the family apart over it. "All right, don't worry about Lai San. I have my own way to handle it. Do not do anything stupid," I said, patting his shoulder. "Let's clean up and eat." I picked up the enamel basin, walked outside to pour the water out, and wash my hands. I washed my little sister's hands too. Not long after the food was put on the table, Su Jin ran back into the yard. My dad followed right behind him, riding a bicycle. My dad managed the loading docks and payments at the brick factory. He was basically a foreman. He didn't usually ride the factory's bike unless there was something important. "Dad, you're back?" Huzi called out to greet him. A huge enamel basin was filled with a 7-pound fish stew. It smelled absolutely amazing. We did not use much cooking oil, but in this era, it was still a mouth-watering feast. "Huzi, you are here too? Sit down. Make yourself at home." 7 pounds of fish for 7 people. My little sister could not eat much. Because we had been starving for so long, our stomachs had shrunk. After eating about a pound of fish and drinking some soup each, we were all completely stuffed. We did not even touch the wild vegetables. "Don't run around this afternoon. Go work in the fields with your oldest brother," my dad said, smoking his dry tobacco pipe and lecturing Su Sheng. "Since you are not going to school anymore, Help the family with farm work. Don't just slack off. My oldest brother caught a stray bullet there. Ever since he turned 18, he stopped fooling around outside and had been helping with the farm work every day. But asking me to go farm? You have got to be kidding. It was collective farming. No matter how hard you worked, you were just covering for the lazy people. It was a drop in the bucket. Since everyone got the same work points regardless of how much effort they put in, nobody wanted to work themselves to death. This was exactly why the country didn't get rich until the land was later divided into individual family plots. I'm not going to the fields this afternoon. Let oldest brother go. Half a day of work points is not worth it, I said. Huzi and I are going into the mountains to hunt for some wild game. The mountains? No way. It is too dangerous. My dad rejected the idea immediately, and my oldest brother backed him up. Don't worry. We don't have heavy weapons, so we won't go deep into the mountains. We will just catch some wild pheasants and rabbits on the outer edge. Hearing that we were staying on the outer edge, my dad finally gave in. Every kid who grew up near the mountains had wandered the foothills, gathering firewood, picking mushrooms, catching small game. There were no large predators on the edge, so it was safe. Fine. Just be careful. My dad lacked the authority to be strict. His salary was constantly taken by my grandmother to feed my uncle's family. Because he felt guilty, he was always extra soft when disciplining us. That was the root cause of my oldest brother being so wild in his younger years. When the village bell rang, my dad went to the factory, and my mom and oldest brother headed to the fields. Fourth brother, watch the house. Help our little sister with her homework. Don't run around, I ordered. Under Su Jin's resentful gaze, Huzi and I left the house. Doesn't your family have a horn bow? Bring it out and let me use it, I said as soon as we left. Huzi's dad was a village militiaman, and his grandfather was a veteran hunter. They were both great shots. No way. That is my dad's treasure. If he finds out I sneaked it out, he will break my legs. What are you afraid of? If you don't tell him, and I don't tell him, who will know? Do you really just want to wander around the edge of the woods and not go deeper? Ahem. That horn bow in my house has a 3-stone draw weight. Can you even pull it? A 1-stone bow meant a draw weight of about 120 pounds. A 3-stone bow required 360 pounds of force to draw fully. That was the kind of strength ancient generals had. With my current body, lifting a 300-pound rock would be a struggle. I gave up on that idea immediately. That bow was probably just a family heirloom for display anyway. I didn't get the heavy horn bow, but Huzi brought out 2 weapons from his grandfather's house. A 1-stone bow and a hunting crossbow. I took the bow, and Huzi took the crossbow. Brother, are you sure about this? This is a 120-pound draw weight bow. Even my grandpa can't pull it fully anymore. Only my dad uses it. I didn't waste time talking. I raised my arm and pulled. I couldn't draw it perfectly full, but a half draw was no problem. It will do. I was not trying to show off. A crossbow was powerful, but reloading it was slow and troublesome. I wanted to train my instant accuracy, so naturally, I chose the bow. Let's go. If we delay, we won't make it back before dark. We strapped our weapons on and headed for the big mountains. I heard there are bears roaming around here, Huzi said. The guy who told you that loves to exaggerate. Don't scare yourself. We are going to cross this mountain and head to Swan Lake. Swan Lake was a reed marsh surrounded by mountains. All the rain and snow melt gathered there. It had plenty of fish, wild ducks, and duck eggs. But it also had deadly swamps that occasionally drowned people. Plus, you had to cross a small mountain to get there, so very few people ever went. Swan Lake? You want to eat duck eggs? Look at the weapon on my back. Do I look like I am going to pick up eggs? Huzi looked at my bow and understood. You want to shoot wild ducks? Then hurry up. Swan Lake is not close. Bang, bang, bang. What was that? Sounded like gunshots. We had not even entered the deep woods when 3 loud gunshots rang out from our left. The pause between the shots was long. If I'm right, that was an old muzzleloader. An old muzzleloader required gunpowder and iron pellets to be loaded manually. Even a veteran hunter needed at least 30 seconds to reload. But the gap between those 3 shots was very short. That meant the shooter was reloading in a desperate panic. They were definitely in big trouble. Brother, what do we do? Could it be someone from our village? Should we go check? Experienced hunters knew that you had to run immediately after firing a muzzleloader. You would never fire a second shot unless you were trapped. With gunshots this close together, the guy was definitely fighting for his life. There are a lot of wild boars around here. Someone might have run into a herd. Let's go look. If it is someone from our village and we don't help, we will never forgive ourselves. We drew our weapons, hunched over, and jogged forward. Before we even got close, we heard the frantic, terrifying barking of hunting dogs. It is a big monster. Be careful. Anyone who hunts knows you can tell the size of the prey by listening to the dogs. The dogs were barking with panic and extreme urgency. Whatever they were facing was massive. I will go in first. If we cannot beat it, forget about me and run for your life. You hear me? I said. What kind of bullshit is that? You think I would abandon my brother and run? Let's save him. Huzi charged forward first. Afraid he would get hurt, I quickly followed. Brother, there is a man over there. I followed Huzi's finger. A rugged man was lying flat on a giant rock. His chest was rising and falling, but a pool of blood was spreading all over the ground. Stop looking at him. Look at what we are fighting. I stared into the tall grass. The dogs are only barking, but don't dare to attack. It is definitely a giant beast. You don't understand, brother. They are protecting their master. They are not scared. Huzi pointed at a black dog. Look, that one is charging right now. Huzi's grandfather was a hunter, so he knew more about this than me. Stop talking. Let's get closer. That man is going to bleed to death. I gripped my heavy bow tightly, notched an arrow on the string, and carefully approached the bleeding man. Huzi stayed right beside me with his crossbow raised, scanning the grass, terrified that a tiger might jump out. Uncle, are you okay? I checked his breathing. He was still alive, but his stomach had been ripped open, and he was losing blood fast. Holy crap, it's a road boar. Brother, watch out. It was a giant road boar, a massive, solitary breeding male that easily weighed over 400 pounds. When it charged, it hit like a speeding jeep. Its tusks could flip a man into the air and rip his stomach open. These beasts had a violent temper, attacked without warning, and if they were hungry, they would even eat humans. If this hunter did not have 6 dogs with him, he would have been dead already. Driven back by the dogs, the giant boar flashed through the tall grass. Huzi's legs went weak. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Stay alert. I am going to carry him down the mountain. I took off my jacket, tied it tightly around the man's stomach to stop the bleeding, hauled him onto my back, and rushed down the mountain the way we came. Huzi covered our rear. A few dogs followed us from a distance, while one dog stayed behind to distract the boar. 2 other dogs were lying in the grass, clearly dead. Damn. Good, loyal dogs. Uncle Yukai? Uncle Yukai? Hurry, see if you can save him. Huzi and I ran like crazy back to our village and kicked open Li Yotsai's door. He was the local doctor in Sanchuan. Save who? Li Yukai narrowed his eyes. Listen, you little punks. Did you 2 beat someone up again? Stop joking around. This is life or death. Li Yukai quickly walked over and looked at the middle-aged man on the ground. Wait, isn't this that old geezer Huang from Huangjia village? What happened? Got attacked by a giant road boar in the mountains. Hurry and see if he will make it. Huzi answered quickly. Li Yukai squatted down, checked his pulse, and frowned. Carry him inside. Be gentle. He lost a lot of blood. Whether he lives depends on his luck. I need to stop the bleeding and stitch him up first. Although he was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he also knew Western medicine. He was the one who castrated and stitched up the pigs and sheep in the village. He had needles, thread, and medical alcohol ready to go. He pulled out a set of silver acupuncture needles. With just a few quick pokes around the stomach, the bleeding magically stopped. Holy crap, that is a miracle. Uncle Yukai, you are amazing. Li Yukai looked smug. Of course, my ancestors were royal doctors for the emperor. Did you think I was faking it? Nobody in the village ever believed that story, but today, I actually believed him. Using just a few needles to completely stop heavy bleeding. Even a modern medicine professor in the 21st century couldn't do that. All right, get out of the way. Both of you run to Huangjia village and deliver the news, so his family doesn't panic. We nodded repeatedly. We were so shocked that we forgot we needed to notify his family. If he died, they needed to be here to see him one last time. Right, we will go right now. Just as we were about to run, he called us back. What is it, Uncle Yukai? Huzi looked frustrated. A round trip to Huangjia village was nearly 14 miles, and it was getting dark. You kids are too reckless. You don't even know his full name. What are you going to say when you get there? How do we not know? Didn't you call him Old Geezer Huang? Huzi stopped mid-sentence. He realized that was an insulting nickname. I realized it too. If we ran into Huangjia village asking for the home of the old geezer, we would get beaten out of town. Listen carefully. This old man's name is Huang Hongsheng. He lives at the west end of Huangjia village, Li Yukai said, holding back a laugh. The old doctor did that on purpose. He almost set us up. Huzi and I looked at each other, laughed, and started running toward the neighboring village. Brother, you look. The dogs are leading the way. They are so smart. Just as he said, the surviving dogs were running ahead of us. Even the big black dog that stayed behind to fight the boar had caught up. For dogs made it out alive. The other two were gone forever. Yeah, they are smart. They know we are trying to save their master. They saw us heading towards their village, so they are running ahead to show us the way. I didn't say the rest of my thought out loud. The dogs were probably making sure they knew exactly where we were going, so they could lead their family back to the clinic. Truly amazing animals. It was a 7-mile run. We were already exhausted from carrying the man out of the mountains, so we couldn't run fast. It was dusk by the time we reached Huangjia village. After asking around, we found Huang Hongxing's house. The dogs were already there, barking frantically at the door. All right, stop barking. Let me knock. I am exhausted. I knocked on the door. A young woman with braided hair opened it. Who are you looking for? She asked, initially thinking her father had returned. Hello? Are you Huang Hongxing's family? Huzi and I quickly explained the situation. Hearing that her father was severely injured and might die, the girl's tears instantly fell. Oldest brother. Second brother. Come out. Dad is hurt. 2 young men in their 20s rushed out. They had broad shoulders and thick backs. They were just as tall as me. Typical towering northern men. Don't cry, little sister. What happened? Wait, who are these 2 kids? Being stared down by 2 aggressive pairs of eyes, Huzi and I both took a step back. That protective brotherly glare was unmistakable. I took another look at the girl. An oval face, elegant eyebrows, and dimples when she spoke. And her figure, good lord. Even the thick clothes of this era could not hide her curves and tiny waist. If I had a sister this gorgeous, I would guard her closely too. Thinking about my own silly sister who only knew how to eat well, never mind. Hey kid, I am talking to you. Who are you? The girl turned around and caught me staring at her. She felt shy and annoyed, but remembering that I saved her father's life, she held her anger back. However, in her mind, she had already labeled me a shameless creep. With her looks, a lot of people in her village secretly called her a vixen. In the 1970s, a square face and wide hips were the standard of beauty. Her slender, curvy figure made her look exactly like a seductive fox spirit from the old folktales. Huzi finally snapped out of it. Ahem, don't misunderstand. We are just here to deliver the news. Your father is badly hurt, and he is recovering at our doctor's house in Sanchuan village. I quickly regained my focus too, staring at her like that was definitely rude. It wasn't that I hadn't seen women before. In my past life, I lived to be over 40, I had seen everything. But I had never seen a natural, unedited beauty like her, so I lost focus for a second. Hearing that their father was hurt, the 2 brothers panicked. How could my dad get hurt? He took Big Treasure and the pack with him. It didn't matter, I said. Your father ran into a giant rogue boar, a massive solitary male. My buddy saw it. It easily weighed over 400 pounds. Didn't you notice 2 dogs are missing? When we left the mountain, 2 of them were already dying. They are definitely dead by now. Out of the 7 dogs, only 2 were large breeds. The medium-sized ones are basically just scratching an itch when fighting a monster boar like that. Medium dogs didn't have the bite force. The giant boar could crush them with a single headbutt. All right, stop talking. Hurry to Sanchuan village. Your dad is waiting for you. But mom went to Aunt Lou's house and isn't back yet. Someone has to stay and tell her. Second brother, you stay and wait for mom. Oldest brother and I will go first. You 2 catch up later. With the plans settled, the oldest brother turned to me. Little brother, sorry about my attitude earlier. Your friend told me you carried my dad down the mountain. Thank you. The girl also looked at me with deep gratitude. I turned around and gave Huzi a silent thumbs up. You are welcome. It is just basic human decency. My name is Huang Shan. This is my brother Huang Hai, and my sister Huang Sui. What is your name? Hearing that the sister was named Sui instead of Lake or River, like her brothers, I secretly sighed in relief. Otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Brother Shan, just call me Suyu. And this is my childhood friend, Su Xiaohu. The way back was familiar, but we were so tired we couldn't walk fast. Huang Shan had no choice but to slow down. He couldn't just abandon his father's saviors on the road. Not long after, Huang Hai and their mother caught up. The group of 6 hurried back together. A 7-mile mountain road, constantly going up and down, was tough. Right before the sky turned completely pitch black, we finally arrived at Sanchuan. We walked into Li Yotsai's house. After giving them a quick update, I decided to leave. I had been running around all day, didn't catch any meat, and didn't earn any skill points. I wasn't happy about it. I decided to go to the river and try my luck. All right, you guys made it. I am going to head home. Uncle Yukai has a spare room. You guys can crash here for the night. Little brother Su, we owe you everything today. Huang's mother grabbed my hand. You saved my husband's life. When he recovers, I will have Huang Shan and Huang Hai come to your house to thank you properly. Don't worry about it, Auntie. Anyone would help if they saw someone in trouble in the mountains. No need for that. I am leaving now. I gave Huzi a look, and the two of us walked out the door. Brother you, this is not the way home. Where are you going? Are you stupid? I ran around all day and didn't catch any meat. You think I am going home empty-handed? Are you okay with that? Huzi thought about it. We had planned to go to Swan Lake, but got delayed by the rescue. But it is already dark. If I don't go home now, my dad is going to beat me. I rolled my eyes. You are 18. You are a grown man. Why does your dad still beat you all the time? I am going to the river to look around. I need to catch a fish to take back. Fine, I will go with you. The worst that happens is I take a beating. I punched his shoulder lightly. You really are stupid. When you get home, just tell him you went to Huangjia village to deliver an emergency message. We saved a man's life today. The whole village will know about it tomorrow. Your dad will be proud of you. As for what exact time you got back if you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who is going to know? Wow, your brain really works fast, brother you. Why didn't I think of that? I will just say we got back late because Li Yukai made us run to the neighboring village. Haha, you stay up here. I will go down into the water and check. I took off my shoes and socks, rolled up my pants, grabbed a sharp wooden spear, and stepped into the river, moving slowly toward a specific spot. Brother you, should I come down and help? It is pitch black. Can you even see anything? Don't worry. You can't see anything, so coming down won't help. Huzi pouted. If he couldn't see clearly, how could I? What he didn't know was that before I left the river earlier today, I had dug a small trap hole in an area where schools of fish frequently gathered. I was heading straight for that hole now. To avoid scaring the fish, I moved incredibly slowly. On the riverbank, Huzi was rubbing his hands anxiously, but I waved him off. I couldn't let him cause chaos right now. My fishing skill was at level 3. I understood fish behavior perfectly. He didn't have my skills. If he scared the fish away, it would be a total waste. Under the faint moonlight, I saw quite a few small fish in the hole. I couldn't see the big one clearly, just the faint outline of a dark spine. If I struck at the small ones, the big one would definitely escape. If I gambled on the big one and missed, all the small ones would scatter too. Small fish won't be enough to eat anyway. I am gambling. I gripped the wooden spear tightly, lunged forward, and stabbed downward with all my strength. Splash! Water flew everywhere. A massive 3-pound fish was pierced clean through. Holy crap, you actually caught one. Huzi was dumbfounded. Ding. Experience value +3. Skill points. 38. Skill. Fishing level 3. It gave me 3 points. Once I unlocked other skills, I could use these points to upgrade them directly, saving me a ton of time. I lifted the fish and walked onto the riverbank. Let's go. We made too much noise. The rest of the fish are spooked. Time to go home. All the way back, Huzi kept chanting, Brother you are amazing. All right. If you want to eat the fish, tell your parents and come over to my house. I am not going back out to call you. Since we got back so late, he needed to report home first. Otherwise, his dad really would come after him with a meat cleaver. Got it. By the way, are we going back to the mountains tomorrow? Depends. If we go, I will come find you. I couldn't give him a straight answer because of what happened today. Once my family heard there was a giant rogue boar in the mountains, they would definitely forbid me from going. But I had to go to the mountains. Otherwise, how was I going to grind my archery skills and level up? I said goodbye to Huzi and headed home. I pushed the door open. My little sister was sitting by the door, playing with the dirt. Well, they say other people's sisters are always cute and smart. Mine was just a little goofball. Oh, third brother, you are back. She yelled, startling the people inside. My oldest brother, my mom, and my dad all walked out. Why are you so late? Didn't you go to the mountains? Why are you holding a fish? Didn't catch anything in the mountains, so I grabbed this from the river on my way back. I smiled awkwardly. Oh, my second son. Your father hasn't had an appetite these past few days. Can I take this fish back to make some soup for him? It was only then that I noticed a little old lady standing behind my mom. It was none other than my heavily biased grandmother. No wonder my little sister would rather squat in the dirt outside than go into the house. This old lady never liked my sister. Over time, the little girl became terrified of her. Seeing my sister staring hungrily at the fish in my hand, I spoke up first. No can do. Huzi and I caught this fish together. Half of it belongs to him. He is coming over to eat it soon. Grandmother, if you really want it, I can ask him for a price. He will definitely give you a fair deal. Forget about my dad. Even my mom and oldest brother didn't believe a word of that excuse. But no one said a thing. Even my dad, who was famous for being blindly obedient to his mother, didn't utter a single word to argue with me. What? You want me to pay? The old lady completely ignored me and turned her attack toward my dad. Second son, is this the good boy you raised? Demanding money from his own grandmother? Are you really that stingy over a single fish for your own father? She knew exactly what she was doing. My dad was her easiest target. Oh, grandmother, this fish belongs to Huzi too. If you just take it away, I have to give him an explanation. How about this? I will invite grandfather over to eat with us. Huzi won't mind, and you won't have to spend a single penny. How does that sound? My suggestion saved my dad from his dilemma. Taking away a fish that two kids caught together was indeed unreasonable. But inviting the grandfather over to share it was perfectly fine. Yeah, Mom. Why spend that unnecessary money? If Dad wants to eat fish, let's see you invite him over to our house. It gives us a chance to show our filial respect, my mom chimed in. But my grandmother was having none of it. She wanted to take this fish back for my oldest uncle's family, specifically for her precious oldest grandson, Su Bin. If my grandfather came over to eat, her precious grandson wouldn't get a single bite. She couldn't exactly bring my uncle's entire family over just for a 3-pound fish. Didn't her oldest son need to save face? Forget it. Since you two have no respect for your elders, I won't force you. I don't want outsiders saying I use my age to bully people. Her passive-aggressive tone made me want to kick something. But she was my biological grandmother, and my dad would never allow disrespect. In this era, the concept of filial piety was like an iron collar around your neck, choking you tight. Suyu, how about I give you the money, and you give the fish to your grandmother? My dad was acting stupid again. The moment the old lady played the guilt trip, he panicked. I was speechless. Dad, if you give the fish to grandmother, she still has to clean it and cook it herself. How is that better than eating it here? You are the one being unfilial. You won't even cook a meal for my own grandmother? You don't deserve to be a son. I turned around and started marching outside. I am going to find the village chief to judge this. You refuse to cook a fish for your own mother, and you want an old lady to do the heavy lifting herself? My dad was absolutely stunned. What did this brat just say? I don't deserve to be a son. I am unfilial. The whole family froze. I yelled those words at the top of my lungs. The neighbors definitely heard it. So you wait. Don't go to the village chief. The old lady panicked. I don't want to eat the fish anymore. I have things to do. I am leaving. Second son, think about what I told you earlier. With that, she grabbed her walking stick and hurried away. My oldest brother ran over with a huge grin and gave me a thumbs up, patting my shoulder. We smiled at each other, but I quickly noticed my dad's face. I didn't know where he got it, but he was holding a short wooden stick, walking toward me with gritted teeth. I don't deserve to be a son. I am unfilial. So you very good. Today, I am going to teach you why flowers are so red. In the end, I didn't escape the bamboo stick treatment. My screams echoed in the yard for 10 whole minutes. To be fair, my dad didn't actually hit me that hard. He chased me around and smacked me a few times and stopped when he got tired. All right, stop acting. I barely used any force. Stop yelling. Hurry up and clean the fish. My dad dropped the stick and walked into the house. My oldest brother walked over, gloating. I rolled my eyes. Are you still laughing? Why didn't you stop him? Dad almost beat me to death. Haha, you deserved it. Who told you to call Dad unfilial? Besides, when I used to get beaten, I never saw you try to stop him. Oldest brother, third brother, when are we eating the fish? My little sister looked at us with puppy dog eyes. All right, I owe you one. I will go clean it right now. I picked up the fish and walked out. Hey, third brother, wait. I will help you. My brother chased after me. Not far from our house was a small, stagnant water pool formed by rain. The village women usually wash clothes there. It was dark, so I wasn't worried about being seen. I carried the fish to the edge of the pool to clean it. Let me do it. Just watch. My brother grabbed the fish from me. I suddenly remembered something. By the way, what was grandmother talking about earlier? What did she want mom to think about before she left? Oh, it's a good thing, my brother said. You know our grandmother is from Zhengjia village, right? And our oldest uncle's wife is also from there. In fact, she is grandmother's niece from her maiden family. You know that, right? Grandmother Zheng Xiaomei and my aunt Zheng Xiaoyan both came from the same village. Of course I knew that. I know. What does that have to do with her visit today? Our aunt has a brother, and that brother has a daughter. She is 20 this year. I heard she is quite pretty and around your age. Grandmother came today to propose a marriage for you. Grandmother said that dad and oldest uncle are blood brothers, but we younger kids are always arguing and don't get along. If this marriage happens, your wife will be our aunt's biological niece, which makes her a cousin to Su Bin and the others. Wouldn't that fix the relationship between our two families? Plus, since we know each other's backgrounds, And our aunt is her real aunt. They definitely won't look down on us for being poor. We'd only need to pay a small bride price, maybe $7 or $8. Third brother, what do you think? What do I think? I think they can go to hell. I stood up abruptly, my face full of anger. My brother sensed something was wrong. Even if I wasn't happy about it, there was no reason to be this furious. What is wrong with you? Do you just not want to make peace with Uncle's family? I don't think there is any need to hold a grudge forever. It is just grandmother being biased and dad being a pushover. Wouldn't it be nice to finally have some peace? That niece of our aunt. Her name is Zheng Hongmei, right? She works as the storage keeper in her village, correct? My brother was completely stunned. He had only heard about this girl for the first time today. How did his younger brother not only know her name, but exactly what she did for a living? Wait, third brother, how did you know that? Have you met her before? Met her? I thought to myself, I knew way more than that. In my past life, this scandal blew up the entire region. Zheng Hongmei ended up marrying an old bachelor 10 years older than her from a neighboring village. Everyone said it was a fresh flower planted in cow dung. But 16 years later, her husband accidentally discovered their child wasn't his. After forcing the truth out of her, everyone learned that she had been ruined by a male, educated youth from the city. The moment that guy got a chance to return to the city, he hid the truth and vanished. Later, Zheng Hongmei realized she was pregnant. Back in those days, getting an abortion required a marriage certificate and a husband's signature. Many women died getting illegal abortions in sketchy underground clinics, and those were almost impossible to find in the countryside. The pregnancy became a ticking time bomb. That was why she was forced to marry that old bachelor and fake being drunk on her wedding night to cover it up. Tell me what is really going on. If grandmother is helping them scam us, then we absolutely cannot agree to this. I will back you up, my brother said seriously. Let's talk about it when we get back. This is not simple. It was definitely not simple. First, I get beaten up by Lysan. Immediately after, grandmother comes to propose a marriage, and she does it personally. 9 times out of 10, this was tied to Su Bin. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could dump his cousin's accidental pregnancy on me and eliminate me as a rival for Miss Su, the city girl. I never actually had any real feelings for Miss Su anyway. It was just innocent teenage imagination. I didn't make a move in my past life, and I was even more clear-headed in this life. I was never going to pursue her. But just for that tiny misunderstanding, Su Bin wanted me to take the fall for this massive scandal? Son of a bitch, does he think I am an easy target? I went home first. My brother went into the kitchen to cook for my little sister. My 4th brother, Su Jin, was sitting quietly at the table doing his homework. I pushed the door open and went straight to the point. Mom, did grandmother come here to propose a marriage? Seeing how anxious I was, my mom thought I was just eager to get a wife. But seeing my dark expression, she nodded. Yes, your grandmother came to propose a match for you. Then Mom, did you know that Zheng Hongmei, the girl grandmother recommended, is already pregnant? She was ruined by a male educated youth from the city, and now she is desperately looking for a backup guy to take the fall. Do you really think my aunt doesn't know? You think she is just being kind? Do you really think grandmother has absolutely no idea? What kind of family is this? Grandmother doesn't act like a grandmother, and aunt doesn't act like an aunt. Dad, I'm telling you right now, from now on, other than paying grandfather and grandmother their living expenses, we need to cut ties with uncle's family. We want to fix the relationship, but they want your son to raise another man's bastard. My parents jumped up from their chairs. In the kitchen, my oldest brother was listening with absolute disbelief. Third son, do you have any idea what you just said? You cannot make up rumors like that. Ruining a girl's reputation is a matter of life and death. That city guy's last name is Liu. His name is Liu Yuanqing. If you don't believe me, go ask around yourself. If she is not pregnant, I will change my last name to Zhang. I found this out by accident. Don't ask me how, but I am absolutely right. Dad, how much does uncle's family hate you? And grandmother is helping them set the trap. Are you sure she doesn't know? That girl is from her maiden family. Enough. My dad slammed the table. If you don't want it, then you don't want it. Your grandmother is old and rarely visits her maiden village. How could she know? If what you said is true, we can only blame your aunt for being so vicious. Leave it alone. I will reject the offer for you. I gave my dad a deep look and didn't say another word. But I was 80% sure. Grandmother definitely knew. This was a setup. I just didn't know what trick my aunt used to make the old lady ignore her own flesh and blood and side with her directly. As long as the truth was out in the open, it was fine. I just couldn't let my parents foolishly agree to it, which would cause endless trouble later. Third brother, where are you going? I turned around and started walking out. Going to get Huzi. You wait here and get ready to eat fish. I said that for my little sister to hear, and also for my parents, so they wouldn't think I was going to Uncle's house to start a fight. Walking outside, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. In my past life, to escape my uncle's family, I ran away to another city by myself, just because I couldn't stand seeing my dad's foolish blind obedience. Between my dad and an obvious trap, if I didn't fight back, my family would be the first to suffer. Son of a bitch. I really didn't care about Miss Sue. But Sue Bin, you bastard, you played me on purpose. Then don't blame me for ruining your plans. Lost in thought, I unknowingly arrived at Huzi's house. I knocked on the door. A 14 or 15-year-old boy answered. Oh, brother Suyu, what brings you here? Hey, Xiaobin. I am looking for your brother. You and him are coming over to my house to eat fish. Su Xiaobin was Huzi's younger brother. His name was actually a funny story. Huzi's dad wanted to have a bunch of sons and name them after a famous ancient general title, Hu Bin. Unfortunately, heaven didn't grant his wish. After Xiaobin, all the kids born were girls. Huzi was 18, Xiaobin was 15. They were 3 years apart because when Huzi's mom gave birth to him, she suffered severe bleeding due to a breached position. It was a miracle Huzi survived. The doctor told her to rest for a few years before having a second child. The villagers loved to use his name to tease him because Xiaobin sounded exactly like little fool in Chinese. I followed Xiaobin inside. Huzi's dad, Su Rahai, walked out. Suyu, why are you running over to my house instead of eating at your own? Since our families were close, he spoke bluntly. Since we were kids, I was always the ringleader whenever his son got into trouble. The old man never gave me a good attitude. Whenever he couldn't win an argument with me, he would just kick my leg. We were within the same extended family branch, so he was considered my elder. Haha, Uncle Dahai, I came to get Huzi and his younger siblings to eat fish at my house. Su Rahai came from a big, poor family. He married late, and his wife's heavy bleeding during childbirth made things difficult. They had 3 kids, 1 boy and 2 girls. If they kept having kids, people would call them shameless. His wife was fine, but he was nearly 50. If they had more, who would raise them? So he gave up on having more sons. 2 boys and 2 girls, he was content. Hey, brother, why are you here? Huzi poked his head out. We agreed that if he wanted fish, he could come over. He didn't contribute much today, so he wasn't planning on going. He didn't expect me to come get him personally. I came to get you to eat fish. You caught it with me. If you don't go, wouldn't I look like a bad friend? Hurry up and bring your brother and sisters. Huzi peeked at his dad, silently asking if he was allowed to leave this late. What are you looking at? He came all the way here to invite you, and you get free food. Get out of here. Su Rahai had a fiery temper, and he was tough on outsiders too. Got it. Xiaobin, grab some flatbread. We're going to Brother Yu's house to eat fish. Su Ro was 14, and Su Qianqian was 13. The 2 little girls were shy, but led by Huzi, they reluctantly followed us. When we got to my house, the fish was just being served. Knowing Huzi was coming, my brother purposely added extra water to the stew. 3 pounds of fish wasn't enough for everyone, but in this era, fish broth was a luxury item. Soaking steamed buns in it was incredibly delicious. Sister Ro, Sister Qianqian, you are here. My little sister Su Jing hopped over the moment she saw them. Sit down and eat. Don't be shy, my dad greeted them politely. Huzi led his siblings in greeting my parents one by one. Their family definitely had good manners. You kids eat. The table is too small. Your aunt and I will just eat in the kitchen. Don't worry about us. Sit down and eat. My parents said that and walked into the kitchen. Not joining the table wasn't just about space. It was to prevent the kids from feeling awkward and too shy to eat. Brother Shang, brother Yu, is it really okay if Uncle He and Annie don't eat at the table? Aren't we being rude guests? Stop using big words and sit down to eat. I spread my hands. Even if Huzi's siblings didn't come, my parents wouldn't eat much anyway. Unless we caught 7 or 8 pounds of fish like last time, they would always save the food for the kids. Are you guys going into the mountains again tomorrow? My oldest brother suddenly asked. Everyone looked over. Yeah, that is the plan. Why? Do you want to come? I won't go. If I go, no one from our family will be working in the fields. Your head is injured. If you don't want to go, just rest at home for a few days. After dinner, Xiaobin and my 4th brother Su Jin went outside to play. They were the same age and usually hung out together. My little sister was pulled into another room by Huzi's sisters to whisper secrets. An 8-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 14-year-old. Just a bunch of little kids. They could talk about whatever they wanted. There were no outsiders here anyway. Huzi, my oldest brother, and I went into my brother's room to chat. Not long after, Huzi took his siblings and went home. Are you going to make a move on Subin? After walking Huzi and his siblings out, my oldest brother suddenly stared at their retreating backs and asked this out of nowhere. Why do you think I am going to make a move? My brother turned his gaze back to me. We are blood brothers. You think I don't know you? Everyone says the oldest son of the Su family is a brute who only knows how to fight. But I know you are just as ruthless, third brother. You just like to use your brain, unlike me. It is in our bones. You are exactly like me. You can't swallow an insult. I won't stop you. Just one thing. If you are actually going to use a blade on someone, make sure you call me. With that, he turned and went into his room. I watched his back, then looked up at the moon in the distance, muttering to myself. Since when did my oldest brother learn to be so deep? Being this emotional all of a sudden, I can barely handle it. Heh. The next morning, I was still sleeping in when loud noises outside woke me up. I walked out groggily and saw my fourth brother, Sujin. He had a scratch on his forehead and his clothes were torn to pieces. Fourth brother, what happened? Did you get into a fight? I saw him marching straight toward my oldest brother's room, cursing as he walked. That son of a bitch Su Yuqing. I gave him face, and he still brought people to jump me. Watch me chop him to pieces. Saying that, the kid dove right under my oldest brother's bed to grab his machete. No matter how well my brother hit it, all of us brothers knew exactly where the blade was. I instantly snapped fully awake, rushed into the room, and snatched the machete right out of his hand. Third brother, what are you doing? Give it to me. Give it to you? My ass. Since when did you learn how to chop people? Have you lost your mind? My fourth brother Sujin was only 14, but he was already 5'5". Our family had great genetics. If I actually let him take a machete to a fight, someone was going to die. Talk. What happened? My oldest brother Su Sheng was 23, much older than Sujin. That was why my fourth brother always came to me when he had trouble, and I was the one who usually backed him up in fights. We were all kids. If my oldest brother actually got involved, the situation would blow up into a massive incident. My little sister Su Jing was peeking through the door timidly. I ignored her and stared at Su Jing. I went out to play today and got cornered by Su Yuqing from Uncle's family. He brought 3 of his classmates from the neighboring village and they jumped me. I couldn't fight 4 of them, so I argued back a bit and ran home. Su Yuqing was my oldest uncle's second son. He was 1 year older than Su Jin. Why would he pick a fight with you out of nowhere? There has to be a reason. Su Jin stiffened his neck. That son of a bitch was bad-mouthing you, third brother. He said you were ungrateful, that introducing his cousin to you was an honor for our family, and that you didn't know your place and were purposely causing trouble. I was so mad I talked back, and then he attacked me. No wonder my usually gentle fourth brother wanted to use a machete. That was infuriating. However, my uncle's youngest son was only 15. Just a teenager, not an adult. But I was 19. If I personally stepped in to beat him up, people would gossip. But I couldn't swallow this anger by letting my little brother take the beating in silence. All right, here is what we do. Go get the kids you usually play with in the village. Get as many as you can, especially the kids from the village chief's family and the influential families in the production brigade. Get all their kids here. I will figure out a way to get revenge for you. I leaned into his ear, whispered a long list of instructions, and immediately left the house. I went to the village chief's house, borrowed a bicycle, and rode straight to the county town. Not long after, I returned with a bag in my hand and shoved it into Su Jin's arms. Remember, you stole this from me. Understood. Su Jin grinned mischievously and nodded repeatedly. I left the house to hide. Shortly after, about 7 or 8 boys arrived at my house. They were all 14 or 15 years old. Su Jin opened the bag. It was full of candies, canned fruit, and various pastries. Uncle Jin, you really letting us eat all this? Because our family was high up in the village clan hierarchy, our seniority was high. Su Jin was only 14, yet he called the 50-year-old village chief uncle. Naturally, the kids who played with Su Jin were technically a generation below him in the family tree. Calling him Uncle Jin was perfectly normal. Stop talking nonsense. If I say eat, eat. But let me make this clear. We share the good times, and we share the hard times. When we go get revenge on Su Yuqing later, nobody chickens out. If anyone gets hurt, I will take the blame. If any of you try to fake it or are too scared to throw a punch, I am never playing with you again. Hearing there was good food, they didn't care. It was just a fight, right? The worst that could happen was a beating when they got home. Totally worth it. Country kids got beaten every day. They were used to it. It wasn't like they were killing anyone, just a regular fist fight. Don't worry, Brother Jin. We are all from the same clan. Su Yuqing bringing outsiders to beat you up is crossing the line. We will help you teach him a lesson. Some called him uncle, Some called him brother. Not a single one of them was over 15. They were all just kids. Including Su Jin, there were exactly 9 of them. They agreed instantly, stuffed their faces with the treats, grabbed wooden sticks, hid them in their clothes, and marched out the door. Since Su Yoqing's 3 classmates were visiting from another village, they wouldn't leave early. They were definitely still at my uncle's house. Xiaoping, go call them out. You know what to say, right? They had already planned it. Xiaoping nodded and walked toward my uncle's house. Not long after, smash. A window at my uncle's house shattered into pieces. Su Yuqing saw it perfectly from inside and recognized Xiaoping instantly. He rushed out to chase him, and his 3 classmates followed right behind. Turning into the alley, Xiaoping suddenly stopped in his tracks. Su Xiaoping, you son of a bitch. You dare smash my window? Are you tired of living? Why aren't you running anymore? Heh. Why should I run? I didn't smash your window. Don't spit fake accusations at me. Su Yoqing's face twisted with anger. Damn it, you still dare talk back? Get him. As soon as those words left his mouth, 4 kids stepped out from ahead. The leader was Su Jin, taking slow, confident steps with a wide grin on his face. What's the matter, Su Yuqing? Are you addicted to bringing outsiders to bully kids in your own village? You always want to throw hands. Who gave you the guts? Try touching him and see what happens. As Su Jin spoke, another group of kids blocked the other end of the alley. Su Jin's group of 5 simultaneously pulled wooden sticks out from their clothes. Their aggressive stance instantly terrified Su Yuqing and his classmates. So it was you, Su Jin. What do you want? What do I want? I am going to teach you how to act like a decent human being. Stop bringing people from other villages to bully your own people. What you are doing is not good. Before he even finished his sentence, Su Jin lunged forward and swung his stick directly at Su Yoqing's head. The wooden stick, as thick as a child's arm, cracked against Su Yoqing's skull, and blood immediately dripped down. The rest of the kids swarmed in. None of them dared to aim for the head, so they just wildly swung at their bodies. Smash. Crack. Thud. It was a total beatdown. What are you doing? Stop right now. Someone happened to walk past the alley entrance and yelled. Scram. Su Jin ordered, and the group scattered in all directions like birds. Su Yuqing was in a miserable state, covered in black and blue bruises, aching all over. The passerby quickly notified Su Fugue, my oldest uncle. They took him to Dr. Li Yotsai's house. It was all external injuries, nothing too serious, but he was heavily bruised. Once my uncle found out what happened, he couldn't really say much. After all, Su Jin was his own nephew, and his own son was the one who started the feud. But my aunt couldn't swallow her anger. After cursing my uncle for being useless, she marched straight to my house to demand an explanation. Unfortunately for her, no one was home. The kids had already scattered, and Huzi and I were deep in the mountains. What was I doing? Huzi and I were in the mountain forest, holding the same weapons as yesterday. I had the 120-pound draw-weight bow, and Huzi held his crossbow. Suddenly, I raised my hand, signaling Huzi to freeze. He followed my gaze. 20 yards away, a wild rabbit was lying on the ground. Only its tail was visible, the rest of its body hidden in the brush. It is too far, brother you. Can you make that shot? Huzi whispered. I waved my hand, telling him to be quiet. I hunched over and took tiny, slow steps forward. The rabbit occasionally lifted its head to check its surroundings, but I was directly behind it, so it hadn't noticed me yet. When I was less than 15 yards away, I stopped. Wild rabbits are incredibly sensitive to danger. If I got any closer, or even just stood still and stared at it for too long, it would bolt. I raised my arm and drew the bow. A 120-pound draw-weight bow was indeed hard to pull, but I was a fully grown adult, so it wasn't impossible. Whoosh. The arrow left the string. The rabbit jumped 3 feet into the air and ran for its life. You missed, but on my end, a system panel popped up. Experience value +8. I definitely hit it, it just didn't die instantly. Impossible, you definitely hit it. Let's chase it. Thinking I was embarrassed, Huzi didn't tease me and immediately ran after it. Sure enough, there were drops of blood on the grass. Now Huzi believed it, though he was wondering. If it was really hit with an arrow, how far could it possibly run? Look around the area, I said casually, not rushing to find the rabbit. Instead, I quietly opened my system panel. Host. Suyu. Age 19. Strength 8. Speed 8. Skills. Fishing level 3+. Basic archery level 1+. Skill points. 46. A smile spread across my face. Huzi thought I was happy about hitting the rabbit, completely unaware that I was thrilled about unlocking a new skill. System. Add points to basic archery. I ordered in my mind. mentally clicking the plus sign next to the skill. The panel instantly shifted. Host, Suyu, age 19, strength 13, speed 10, skills, fishing level 3 plus, basic archery level 7 plus, skill points, 6. It cost me a total of 40 points to level up. Upgrading to level 2 cost 1 point, level 3 cost 2 points, and then it doubled for the higher levels. The rule wasn't fixed. Different skills cost different amounts. Useless skills cost less, and hard-to-learn skills cost more. Even if the difficulty was the same, the cost might still vary. For example, my fishing was level 3. If I spent half a day practicing by myself before adding points, maybe it would only cost 1 point to reach level 4 instead of more. That meant skills could be leveled up through real-world practice, and hard work could save me skill points. This system was very fair. It proved that effort actually mattered. I could totally grind fishing to level 4 just by practicing, without spending a single point. Of course, it would be slow and difficult, otherwise everyone would be a master fisherman. But using skill points completely bypassed that problem, forcing my abilities to skyrocket instantly. Basic archery level 7. A rush of memories that didn't belong to me flowed into my brain. The corresponding physical strength and muscle memory changed with it. My arms visibly grew thicker. It wasn't just my arms, my entire body felt like it was injected with raw power. I lifted my shirt and realized I actually had abs now. My biceps were extremely defined, not bloated and bulky, but lean and beautifully sculpted. My arms were packed with power, like I was on steroids. The change from level 1 to level 7 was incredibly obvious. Huzi this way. The rabbit ran in this direction. I walked ahead, and Huzi nodded blankly, following behind. Upgrading archery didn't just increase my strength. It also improved my eyesight, hunting intuition, and even my ability to track prey. That was the beauty of leveling up. Now, drawing the 120-pound bow felt completely effortless. Even if you gave me a 240-pound bow, I could probably draw it. My strength jumped from 8 to 13, and my speed went from 8 to 10, bringing me back to a normal adult level, while my strength exceeded the average person by 3 points. That meant I was stronger than a normal adult, but within limits. I wasn't superhuman, just a very muscular, athletic guy. Look, over there. The rabbit is right there. Not long after, using the tracking instincts that came with my archery skill, I found the rabbit. At the same time, the words tracking level 1 popped up on the panel. I had unlocked a new skill. Without hesitation, I dumped my remaining 6 points into it, pushing tracking straight to level 3. Host, Suyu, age 19, strength 13, speed 10, skills, fishing level 3, basic archery level 7, tracking level 3, skill points, 0. Huzi took big steps over, picked up the rabbit, and laughed out loud. We are eating rabbit meat tonight. All right, stop wasting time. Let's keep moving. For the rest of the day, we shot plenty of small game. Wild pheasants, wild rabbits, tree squirrels, and even a large hedgehog. Hedgehogs cry exactly like human babies, and if you didn't know better, you would think a child was wailing in the woods. Its red meat wasn't considered a delicacy, but it tasted a lot like dog meat. For people in this starving era, passing it up was out of the question. By late afternoon, I had leveled basic archery to level 9. My strength surged to 15 points, while the rest stayed mostly the same. Brother you, why do I feel like you grew taller? And you look a lot thicker too. I jumped internally, surprised that he actually noticed. But I played it cool. I am wearing a thick winter coat. What could you possibly see? Come on, keep moving. If we can shoot a musk deer or a roe deer, we will be rich. Haha. Even if we can't find a musk deer, a dumb roe deer would be great. Even if we catch nothing else, today is already a massive win. 2 rabbits, 3 pheasants, 1 hedgehog, and 8 tree squirrels. That's more than enough. If I tell my grandpa about this, he is going to have a heart attack. He was right. Even veteran hunters didn't catch this much in a single trip. This was entirely because I leveled my tracking to level 3. Otherwise, the forest was massive. How could we stumble upon so much prey? Most of the time, the animals were there. You just couldn't find them. Are you tired? Want to take a break? Huzi was only using a crossbow, so he wasn't the main shooter. He was carrying the bamboo basket on his back, carrying all of today's catch. I am fine. It is only a few dozen pounds of meat. I can handle it. Host, Suyu, age 19, constitution 10, strength 15, speed 10, skills, fishing level 3, basic archery level 9, tracking level 3, skill points, 0. This was my result for the day. You could say it was an incredible success. Not because of how much meat we caught, but because I unlocked new stats. Along with tracking, a new stat called Constitution appeared. Constitution represented endurance and overall health, affecting disease resistance, cold tolerance, and heat tolerance. It wasn't there before because I was severely malnourished, so the system didn't even record it. Now that it was there, it meant my health had recovered to a normal level, and then some. All 8 tree squirrels were killed with a single arrow to the head. Their pelts were not cheap. The commune had a designated station that bought them. In this era, people only made a few dimes a day, but one squirrel pelt was equal to half a month's salary. The lowest quality pelt was worth $1.50. A pristine pelt could sell for over $2. Let's go home. This is enough. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. If you wanted to sell the squirrel pelts, you had to process them first. You had to rub the inside of the skin with wood ash and stretch it out on a wooden frame to dry. Otherwise, the skin would harden or decay. Then it wouldn't be a matter of how much it was worth, but whether anyone would buy it at all. 8 pelts would sell for at least $12. If sold well, maybe $15 or $16. We had enough food, so it was best not to waste time. There would be plenty of chances in the future. Haha. Brother you, what kind of meat are we eating tonight? Pheasant or rabbit? Huzi was ecstatic. He felt that coming hunting with me was the smartest decision he ever made. Let's eat the rabbit. The rabbit skin isn't worth much, but we can still sell it for a few cents, so we will clean it. As for the pheasants, Huzi, let's make a deal. We will sell the pheasants, the squirrel pelts, and the rabbit pelts. I will split the money with you 50-50. How about that? Eating rabbit, tree squirrels, and a hedgehog tonight was more than enough. There was no need to keep all of it for food. That would be a waste. What are you talking about? Do you think I am that kind of person? You shot all the prey. Why would I take your money? Just feeding me tonight is enough. Haha. No can do. It is a tradition passed down from the ancient hunters. Whoever goes into the mountains gets a share. You took the exact same risks I did. It has nothing to do with who did the most work. To put it bluntly, if you thought someone was holding you back, you didn't have to bring them. But once you went into the mountains together, they faced the same dangers you did. How could you not give them a cut? The ancient rules never said anything about 50-50. You are the main shooter. I should only take 1/3. If you give me more, people will say I don't respect the rules. Stop it. We are brothers. Who cares about rules? We split it half and half. But no matter what I said, Huzi stubbornly refused to take more than 1/3. This was also an old rule passed down by the elders. If you split things equally when one person did most of the work, resentment would eventually build. That was why the ancestors set this strict standard. Fine. Have it your way. Bring your siblings to my house tonight for meat. Haha, you got it. Don't worry, we will be there on time. We laughed and joked our way down the mountain. On the way, we bumped into a badger. Because of my archery level 9, my eyesight was enhanced. I could see further, clearer, and notice subtle tracks that ordinary people would miss. That was how I spotted it hiding in the brush. The badger weighed a solid 25 pounds, a fully grown adult. Remember this spot. If there is one badger, there is definitely more. These things live in groups, usually whole families. Haha. Brother you, do you want to wipe out their whole family? These things are aggressive. If you run into a group, even hunting dogs don't dare mess with them. Especially if they run into their burrows, a hunting dog could get bitten to death trying to follow them inside. Relax, we are not going to slaughter their whole bloodline. We will catch whatever we can. Badger oil is delicious. Don't you want to eat some? That was true. Badgers produced a lot of fat. Rendered badger fat tasted amazing, and it was a rare delicacy for country folks. Are you sure you're okay? Let me carry the basket, Huzi said. 2 rabbits, 3 pheasants, a hedgehog, 8 tree squirrels, and a 25-pound badger. Added together, that was over 40 pounds of meat. I am fine. You underestimate me. I may not look like much, but 40 pounds of meat is nothing. Even if we catch 50 pounds every day, I can carry it. Don't show off. Give me the badger. I will carry it for you. No need. What if you bump into more prey on the way down? If you were carrying the badger and scare the prey away because you are too slow, wouldn't that be a shame? It is only a short walk. Don't worry about me. This was the best thing about Huzi. He knew he couldn't contribute much to the hunting, so he wanted to do the heavy lifting. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel right eating the meat. Plus, I was giving him a cut of the money, which made him feel even more indebted. I understood his mentality. If I forced him to take the money and do no work, he would feel guilty. So I didn't insist. We grew up together. Neither of us cared about taking advantage of the other. The important thing was that he knew his place and didn't cross boundaries just because we were close friends. We walked quickly down the mountain and didn't run into any more animals. I didn't feel like putting in the effort to search either. We sped up our pace and quickly arrived back at the village. Since my house was at the edge of the village, I wasn't worried about anyone seeing us. Huzi followed me inside. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw my fourth brother standing in the middle of the yard as punishment. He had a ceramic wash basin filled to the brim with water balanced on his head. My little sister was standing to the side, watching the show. Sujin, what are you doing? Practicing for the circus? Huzi teased with a chuckle. Because our families were close, he instantly knew Sujin had done something wrong and was being punished. Sujin rolled his eyes and ignored him, turning to me instead. Third brother, you almost got me killed. But don't worry, I didn't rat you out. Oh, did you and brother Huzi catch something? Saying that, he put the basin down and trotted over. Third brother, are we having meat tonight? Hearing we caught something, my little sister Su Jing ran out of the house, no longer hiding. Haha, yes. Meat for dinner tonight. Don't worry, all you can eat. A cold snort echoed through the yard. The door opened, and my dad walked out. Su Jing shivered, quickly ran back, picked up the basin, and balanced it on his head to continue his punishment. Dad, what did the fourth brother do wrong? Why are you punishing him again? I asked, pretending not to know. But my dad was not a child. He wasn't that easy to fool. You still have the nerve to ask? Do you dare tell me that Su Jing bribing kids with snacks to help him fight wasn't your idea? Since I was 19, my dad usually tried not to hit me. Otherwise, he would have grabbed a stick already. What? Fourth brother, you little brat, you dared to steal the snacks I bought. My dad watched my terrible acting and sneered. All right, stop acting. I am your father. You think I don't know you? What are you pretending for? This little brat cracked Su Yoqing's head open. Your aunt came over throwing a massive tantrum, crying and screaming at our door for half the day. I had to ask the village chief to step in and pay her $5 to settle it. Are you happy now? Oh, by the way, I heard Lai Sang gave you $10 yesterday. How much is left? Hand it over. He reached out his big hand, demanding the cash. Well, I couldn't keep it anymore. If I just kept the money to buy things for myself, my parents wouldn't care. I was an adult now. But since I used the money to hire kids to beat someone up, my dad wanted to teach me a lesson. I obediently handed over $5. Seeing I only had 5 left, my dad got even angrier. You wasteful brat. How did I raise such a wasteful son? You spent $10 on a single fight? You are unbelievable. I curled my lip. $10 was absolutely nothing. In the 21st century, you couldn't even buy a good pack of cigarettes with that. It was my money, and I was happy to spend it. I was helping my brother get revenge. What's wrong with spending a little cash? This is the first and last time. Do not ever come up with a stupid idea like this again. We are lucky the village chief's grandson and kids from important families were involved. Their families helped smooth things over. Otherwise, $5 wouldn't have satisfied your aunt. My dad looked furious, but he actually wasn't angry at all. He had asked around and knew exactly what happened. Su Yuqing was the one who ambushed my fourth brother first. And he did it because I refused to marry his cousin. Was that not crossing the line? You try to trap me in a scam, I see through it. And you still have the nerve to attack my family? My dad was a military veteran. He fought in a real war at the border. He had killed people. Do you really think he had no temper? He just didn't show it to his family. Su Yoqing's actions infuriated him too, but as an elder, he couldn't personally beat up a teenager. Just like I couldn't personally step in. Even though my plan cost him money, it felt incredibly satisfying. In the end, I didn't admit to anything, nor did I deny it. Since my dad was just venting and didn't actually punish me, the matter was closed. I am going to head back first. I will bring my brother and sisters over to help. Sensing the tension, Huzi smartly slipped away, not wanting to say too much. Holy crap, brother you is ruthless. Paying kids to beat someone up. Badass. He walked home quickly to get his siblings for the feast. My dad went back into the house. My oldest brother Su Sheng walked out. Seeing me pull out animal after animal from the basket, he gasped in amazement. Beside him, my little sister Su Jing was practically drooling. Su Jing was still standing with the basin on his head, but his eyes were locked on the meat, burning with excitement. Holy crap, don't tell me you shot all these with a bow and arrow. My oldest brother looked at me in disbelief. Bows and arrows were mostly obsolete in this era. Everyone preferred guns, or at least an old muzzleloader. I knew guns were better, but they were incredibly expensive. Even a rusty muzzleloader cost $20 or $30, and that was if you hired a blacksmith to make it for you. Buying one pre-made was even more expensive. Obsolete military junk like the old bolt-action Hanyang rifles, with barrels so worn they were smooth, still cost around $80. A Type 56 semi-automatic rifle cost $1,000. A bolt-action rifle required you to manually pull the bolt back after every shot. The Type 56 was semi-automatic, meaning you didn't have to pull the bolt between shots. That one detail massively increased your safety. In hunting, if you missed a shot, the time it took to reload was a matter of life and death. That was why faster guns cost astronomically more. Haha, I am a natural genius. I asked Huzi's grandpa for a few tips, and suddenly the spirit of the ancient archer god possessed me. My brother obviously didn't believe me, but he didn't ask any more questions. Brother you, we are here. Not long after, Huzi, Xiaoben, Su Ro, and Su Qianqian arrived. Seeing so many people, my dad knew they were here to eat meat, so he stopped punishing Su Jin. He had to save the kid some face in front of his friends. After all, a 14-year-old was right in his rebellious phase. Su Jin happily ran off to play with Xiaoben, while my silly sister Su Jing took Huzi's sisters into the house, laughing and talking. My dad didn't sit around either. He walked out and helped us process the game. 2 rabbits, 3 pheasants, a hedgehog, 8 squirrels, and a badger. Just the meat alone weighed dozens of pounds. It was a massive haul. All the rabbits are cleaned. The tree squirrels are skinned and ready for the stew. The hedgehog is for the stew too. We will keep the 3 wild pheasants. The badger is cleaned and skinned. We will sell its meat. Sell all the badger meat. Shouldn't we keep some to render the fat for oil? I thought about it and realized he was right. Okay, we won't sell the badger. It is hard to sell just the lean meat anyway. We will keep it for ourselves. At this moment, my dad spoke up. Since we are not selling the badger, cut some meat off and deliver it to your third uncle and your grandfather. My oldest brother and I exchanged a look, but didn't argue. Dad, I have no problem bringing meat to third uncle. But bringing it to grandfather's house, are you sure the meat will actually end up in grandfather's stomach? My dad obviously knew what I meant. The younger generation of the 2 families were at each other's throats. He knew exactly where the problem was, but he couldn't fix it. As long as the offering is made and the incense is burned, whatever happens to it after that is none of our business. His meaning was simple. You couldn't hide the smell of a meat stew. Even if the whole village didn't smell it, the neighbors definitely would. In the countryside, if a family ate something good, everyone knew about it by the next day. There was no way around it. People were poor, so any sign of meat was a huge deal. All right, I will go deliver it to third uncle. But you guys have to deliver the rest to grandfather, because I am definitely not going. Although I had the memories of 2 lifetimes, and my mental age was far older than a teenager, this body was still 19. Acting stubborn was perfectly reasonable. Don't look at me. I am definitely not going either. Su Jin refused immediately. Are you kidding? Su Yuqing ambushed him, and he just had the kid beaten to a pulp this afternoon. Going to his house to deliver meat now would be like walking straight into a trap. Left with no choice, my dad had to go himself. If he didn't deliver the meat, people would call him unfilial. His parents were still alive. If he had good food and didn't share some with the elders, even if the villagers gossiped behind his back, he wouldn't have the face to defend himself. I didn't stop him. Even though my dad wasn't the one who caught the game, we lived under the same roof. If people started cursing someone for being unfilial, they wouldn't curse me, they would curse him. I couldn't let my dad get buried in a public relations nightmare just because I was throwing a tantrum. Never underestimate the power of village gossip. Words were terrifying. A flood of spit could drown a man. After skinning and gutting the 25-pound badger, removing the intestines and bones left about 20 pounds of meat, my dad grabbed a wooden board, chopped it in half, and then halved it again, making pieces of about 5 pounds each. Take this 5 pounds to your third uncle. I will take this 5 pounds to your grandfather. My dad was surprisingly generous, but he didn't feel bad about giving meat to third uncle. My third uncle, Su Yuanzhong, had always been very good to our family. I clearly remembered that in my past life, when my little sister got into college and didn't have tuition money, third uncle went around borrowing money from everyone to pay for it. The reason our own family couldn't borrow money was simple. We were dragged down by oldest uncle's family, so no one dared to lend to us. That hadn't happened yet in this timeline, but I knew it would. I couldn't forget the kindness he showed in my past life just because it hadn't happened yet. All right, I will go deliver it. I picked up the fattiest piece of meat and headed out. My oldest brother started a fire to make wood ash, preparing to treat the pelts of the squirrels, badger, and rabbits. Third uncle, third aunt, are you home? A little girl opened the door. It was Su Xiaotong, my uncle's daughter. Third uncle only had one son and one daughter. In the future, both of them would become college students. His oldest son, Su Daong, was only a few months older than me. Think about it. 7 years from now, when Daong was 26, Third uncle would still be paying for his college, and he would do the same for his daughter. That showed incredible foresight. He was a man with independent thoughts and a long-term vision, even willing to go into debt to pay for my sister's tuition. "Oh, brother, what brings you here?" "Xiaodong, I brought some meat. Let me in." Third uncle and aunt walked out to greet me. "Suyu, what brings you here?" "Haha, I went hunting with Huzi in the mountains today and got a good haul. This is some badger meat my dad told me to bring you. I specifically picked a fatty piece for third uncle. You can render the fat for cooking oil. It makes everything taste amazing. Why are you being so polite? Hurry, come inside." Third uncle didn't say much, but third aunt was clearly much more enthusiastic. She pulled me inside and happily took the badger meat. "Daong, your brother Yu is here. Stop playing dead in your room." Su Daong was third uncle's only son. Only children were extremely rare in this era. Of course, with Xiaodong around, he wasn't technically an only child, just the only son. "Oh, Suyu, I heard you went into the mountains and saved old man Huang from the neighboring village. Is it true?" It seemed the news had finally spread. Old man Huang's wife and daughter had been rushing in and out of Dr. Li Yotsai's house, so it was impossible for people not to notice. "It is true, brother Daong. Huzi and I carried him back. He got gored by a giant rogue boar, but he should survive." Hearing about the giant rogue boar, third uncle looked worried. "Why did you decide to go hunting? The mountains are not safe. Don't go so deep in the future. If you are really craving meat, tell me. Come over, and I will buy some meat for you." Third uncle didn't have any grand achievements in his life, but he had great vision. His kids would eventually graduate college and find great jobs, but that was a decade away. Right now, he was just a simple village man. He said those words because he thought my dad had too many kids and couldn't afford meat, which forced me to go hunting. Since his family was smaller, he wanted to help lighten my dad's burden. No need, third uncle. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't go deep into the mountains. Plus, there are two of us, so we are fine. I am going to head back now. My family is waiting for me to eat." Su Daong stood up and walked me all the way to the front gate. "When are you going into the mountains again? I want to come hang out with you." Seeing that I could actually catch game, he was itching to try. Su Daong was a bit like my oldest brother. My oldest brother was ruthless, while Daong was a bit naturally dense. He thought simply, but he wasn't stupid. He was just very straightforward. "Sure, but can you even leave the house? If third uncle finds out you went into the mountains, won't he break your legs?" Su Daong was his only son. My family had 3 boys, so while my dad worried, he wasn't overly strict. Daong's situation was completely different. "Haha, don't worry. If you don't tell him, and I don't tell him, who will know? I just want to tag along and experience it." There wasn't a single boy growing up who didn't love hunting, especially touching a gun. Even without a gun, just shooting small animals with a bow or crossbow was thrilling enough. "All right, come find me tomorrow. I am going into the mountains in the afternoon." The afternoon? Why not the morning? I thought to myself, I am going to town tomorrow to sell the pelts. Do you think I am going to tell you that? I don't have time. I have things to do tomorrow morning. Left with no choice, Su Daong agreed. I turned around and headed home. As soon as Su Daong walked back inside, he saw his father staring at him. The stare made him so nervous he avoided eye contact. "Are you planning to go into the mountains with Suyu tomorrow?" Su Yuanzheng had been young once. He knew exactly how young men thought. Don't bother denying it. It is unrealistic for a boy growing up near the mountains to never go inside. If you want to go, I won't stop you. But be careful. Watch and learn. Don't act impulsively. Stick close to Suyu and do not go deep into the mountains, understand? Su Daong never expected his dad to agree. His face instantly lit up with a huge smile, and he nodded repeatedly. "As for your mother, you figure out a way to handle her. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know anything about this, understand?" With one sharp look, Su Daong understood perfectly. Keep it a secret, but don't tell mom that dad knew. It was a secret between men. I have to say, Su Yuanjing knew exactly how to handle his kids. If he strictly forbade him from going, it would inevitably cause a rebellious backlash. But by letting him go once, and then restricting him later, the resistance would be much smaller. He could even use the excuse, "Your mother found out." Playing good cop and bad cop. Su Daong was simple-minded and completely played right into his dad's hands. Sometimes, kids don't actively want to rebel against their parents. They just feel misunderstood. Su Yuanjing's move reached a perfect consensus with his son. He understood him, kept his secret, and later, even if he forbade him from going, having dad on his side meant Daong wouldn't cause any real trouble. Meanwhile, back on my end, I returned home. The moment I walked in, I felt a weird atmosphere. I pulled Su Jin's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "What is going on? What happened?" Nothing much. Dad went to grandfather's house to deliver the meat, and oldest aunt cursed him out of the house. She even yelled about the marriage proposal so loud that all the neighbors heard. She said you didn't know your place and were ungrateful. She refused the meat and threw it on the ground. Dad picked it up and carried it back without saying a single word. My face filled with rage. Did Zheng Xiaolian think we were too scared to speak up? If you didn't know the truth, completely rejecting an aunt introducing her own niece was indeed bad manners. You should at least meet the girl, right? Otherwise, it made you look arrogant or like you held a deep grudge against your uncle's family. Since my aunt assumed my family didn't know the dirty truth, there was only one narrative she could spin, that our whole family hated hers. So she used the opportunity to make a scene, calling my dad a hypocrite who was two-faced. Dad, if they don't want the meat, then we won't give it to them. We offered, and oldest aunt refused to accept it, so there is nothing more we can do. You are so focused on repaying your parents for raising you, but don't forget you have kids to raise too. Fourth brother and little sister are still growing. Eating more meat is good for them. Saying that, I picked up the meat my dad had brought back, washed it, chopped it into chunks, and threw it into a large basin. I started a fire, heated the oil, sautéed some green onions, mixed it all up, and threw in the squirrel, badger, and rabbit meat to stew together. 5 pounds of badger, 5 pounds of rabbit, and 3 pounds of squirrel. Almost 13 pounds of meat in total. We were out of grain. We didn't have any staple foods. If we really wanted a side dish, we would have to eat wild vegetable cakes mixed with wheat bran, which tasted awful. I didn't even bother making them. The last time we ate fish, we didn't have any carbs either. So this time Huzi specifically brought some flatbreads. His dad was in the militia, so while they weren't rich, they definitely had cornmeal and vegetable flatbreads. In our village, vegetable flatbreads were considered good food. My family used to eat a watery wild vegetable paste that left you starving. At least flatbreads kept you full. I ignored my dad and stayed busy in the kitchen. My mom, Lu Yuji, nudged my dad and whispered a few comforting words. Seeing everyone looking at him, my dad didn't want to ruin the mood, especially with Huzi there. All right, I am fine. Everyone go back to what you were doing. My dad waved his hand, put some bitter vegetable roots in a cup, poured hot water over them, and started drinking his tea. Seeing he was fine, everyone relaxed and started chatting. Not long after, the rich smell of meat filled the air. Third brother, is it done yet? Third brother, is the meat cooked? Third brother, can we eat now? My little sister was like a buzzing bee. Every time she did a lap around the yard, she came back to ask the same question. I couldn't help but laugh. I pulled her into my arms. Her hair was dry and yellowish, and her face lacked color. A classic look of malnutrition. Yet, this little girl would eventually become the first college student in the Su family. I only graduated high school. It wasn't that I didn't want to go to college. It was because the college entrance exams had been suspended nationwide and wouldn't resume for another 7 years. My oldest brother Su Sheng had always wanted to go to college, but he failed the exam the first year, and the next year, the exams were canceled. You little glutton, are you misbehaving again? Didn't I tell you that you would be the first one to eat when it's done? Why do you keep asking? I rubbed her head, grabbed a small bowl, scooped out 2 pieces of rabbit meat, and handed it to her. Here, go share it with Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian was 13, and Su Jing was 8. Only a 5-year difference. If I gave meat to my sister, I couldn't forget Qianqian. Kids were the most sensitive to favoritism. Su Ro was 14, practically a young woman, so she didn't mind. I didn't give any early pieces to Su Jin or Xiaobin, and naturally, neither of them complained. Hee. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, brother you. Su Qianqian didn't act like a grown-up either. She thanked me happily alongside Su Jing. The 2 girls grabbed 1 chopstick each, poked the rabbit meat, and hid in a corner to taste it. Su Jin was drooling too, but he didn't dare come over and act cute. I didn't tolerate that. If he tried, I'd probably kick him across the room. By the time the 2 little girls finished eating and looked over with puppy dog eyes again, the meat was finally ready. All right, stop staring. The meat is done. Go set the table. Dinner is ready. Woohoo! Time to eat. Hearing that the meat was ready, the 2 little ones enthusiastically ran to set up the table. Huzi, I cut 5 pounds of raw badger meat for you. Remember to take it when you leave. Don't try to be polite and refuse it. We are brothers. We don't do that fake polite nonsense. Huzi chuckled, didn't argue, nodded, grabbed a stool, and sat down. This time, my parents still didn't sit at the table, but I saved 2 large bowls of meat for them. There was absolutely enough to go around. With 13 pounds of meat, no one was going hungry. Huzi pulled the flatbreads out of his cloth bag broke them in half, and passed them around. There were several in the bag. Half a flatbread plus 13 pounds of meat was more than enough to stuff everyone. Even my parents got half a flatbread each. My mom politely told Huzi not to bring food next time, but you could tell she was smiling happily. Huzi's dad was a militiaman, meaning he earned a fixed, maximum amount of work points, 10 points a day. The militia was busy every day, and although it was slightly dangerous, they absolutely ate better than anyone else. The production brigade also gave them rewards. So even though Huzi's family wasn't wealthy, they never lacked cornmeal and vegetable flatbreads. Sometimes they mixed wild vegetables into the bread not because they lacked grain, but because they didn't want to show off. If everyone else was eating vegetable cakes and your family was eating pure cornmeal bread, it caused problems. In the era of collective farming, people would suspect you of cooking the books or stealing collective grain. So even if you had enough food, you had to blend in to avoid attracting attention. Huzi, I am going to the county town tomorrow to sell the pelts and the pheasants. Do you want to come? The local commune had a station that bought pelts. If you were willing to walk further to the county town restaurants, you could sell the pheasants for a better price. Wild pheasants, boars, musk deer, and roe deer were considered non-ration goods. You could sell them openly. Buying chickens, vegetables, and fish at the market didn't require ration coupons. You just needed cash. Things like tea, alcohol, sugar, and cigarettes were divided into different tiers. Premium alcohol like Moutai definitely required coupons, but regular alcohol didn't. Cigarettes were the same. Cheap ones didn't need coupons, but the expensive ones, like 30 cents a pack, absolutely did. So it wasn't that nothing could be sold. Big factories even sent out purchasing agents to acquire non-ration goods, which was essentially just legalized black market trading. Even with a purchasing permit, they operated quietly. A purchasing agent wasn't a god. Even with a permit, they still had to pull strings. Generally speaking, as long as it was a common item that didn't require a coupon and was normally found in the market, selling it was fine. You are going to the county town? I will go. I definitely want to go. I haven't been to town in a long time. I curled my lip. Our remote county town was basically just an oversized village. It wasn't much different from our local town. I looked back at the kids. Su Jing, Su Ro, and Su Qianqian were holding their bowls, eating pieces of all the different meats, wolfing down the food. Su Sheng, Su Jin, and Xiaobin were doing the same, making a total mess. Huzi was talking while stuffing his face. Squirrel and hedgehog meat were rare delicacies. Over 10 pounds of meat was completely wiped out in just half an hour. Listen up, girls. You guys rarely eat meat. Be careful not to crap your pants tonight. Stay alert when you go to sleep. I smiled wickedly. I was talking to Su Jing, but I purposefully glanced at Su Ro and Su Qianqian. TSK. My family was fine. At least we had fish twice recently. Huzi and his sisters only ate fish with us once, and it was just a 3-pound fish, so they barely got any. With almost no fat in their stomachs, suddenly eating this much heavy meat was guaranteed to give them the runs. Su Ro was practically a young woman. Seeing my look, she instantly understood. She rolled her eyes. Asterisk if you wanted to warn us. You should have said it earlier. What is the point of telling us after we ate everything? Asterisk her brother Huzi completely missed the subtext. He thought I was really just talking to Su Jing. He thoughtfully rubbed Su Jing's head. It is fine. Su Jing is still little. Even if she craps her pants, no one will laugh. Su Ro pouted. The warning was so obvious, yet her dense brother was the only one who didn't get it. Brother, let's go home. We shouldn't keep Uncle He and Auntie from resting. Country folks slept early. Just like ancient times, going to bed at 6 or 7 in the evening was completely normal. Sleeping at 9 meant you were a night owl. Oh, all right. Uncle He, Auntie, we are heading back. After saying goodbye to my parents, Huzi grabbed the badger meat and walked home with his siblings. Now, out of the entire hunting haul, we had 3 wild pheasants, 8 squirrel pelts, 2 rabbit pelts, and 1 badger pelt. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the squirrel pelts. Those alone were worth a trip to town. After greeting my parents, I went back to my room. I didn't want to talk about my oldest aunt's family anymore. It was infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. The most frustrating part was my dad's attitude, but I also understood him. Honestly, no matter how bad our relationship was, I never planned on ruining her niece's reputation. Whether Zheng Hongmei was a promiscuous woman or not was none of my business. Ruining someone's reputation was like murder. But my aunt's actions sent a chill down my spine, making me suddenly want to go around the village and help spread the news. Think about it. Because of my aunt's public tantrum, outsiders would just think I was arrogant and look down on village girls. From now on, Anyone who wanted to propose a marriage to my family would hesitate and wouldn't dare step through our door. My oldest brother already had a bad reputation. If mine was ruined too, then screw it. This family might as well pack it up and disappear. So you couldn't blame me for having dark thoughts. You could only say my aunt didn't know when to back off. This wasn't proposing a marriage. This was declaring war. The next morning, I woke up and washed my face. My parents had already gone to work. My dad went to the brick factory, and my mom and oldest brother went to the fields. My fourth brother went with them since school hadn't started yet. Only my little sister was left at home. After washing up, I got the little girl dressed and ready, locked the door, and carried her to Huzi's house. I dropped her off there. Su Qianqian was 13, so she didn't have to work in the fields, making her the perfect person to play with Su Jing. Are we running there? Or are you going to borrow a bike from the village chief? Huzi asked. I thought about it. Borrow the bike. If we don't run into anyone offering a ride on the road, we will have to walk all the way to town. It is too far. That was one good thing about the countryside. If you ran into a horse or ox cart on the road, you could hitch a ride, and they rarely refused. Usually, as long as you greeted them politely and called them uncle, they would give you a lift, regardless of whether you knew each other or not. All right, I will go borrow it. Wait for me. Huzi sprinted toward the village chief's house. The village chief was the only person in the village who had a bicycle. It wasn't because the whole village couldn't afford one. It was because bicycle ration coupons were incredibly hard to get. Otherwise, Dr. Li Yukai would have bought one a long time ago. He was just a village doctor, but he definitely had the cash. The problem was the coupon. A bicycle was a luxury item. Owning one was like owning a Rolls-Royce in this era. If you went to the black market to buy a coupon, as long as no one reported you, you were fine. But if someone did, you were in huge trouble. Of course, the black market scalpers were smart. They would give you a fake proof of origin. For example, they would say the coupon came from a director at the meatpacking plant. If the police went to investigate, the director would just invent a relative or claim it was a free gift. But if the scalper gave you fake information, you were finished. If you couldn't explain where the coupon came from, you would be charged with illegal trading and thrown in jail. The village chief's bike was different. It was provided by the commune and paid for by the collective. Anyone who had an emergency could borrow it. However, if you were using it for personal business, you technically weren't allowed to take it. The old dog seller swallowed his mockery right back down his throat. Because I didn't hesitate at all, I decisively threw down 15 bucks. Done. I will take this one. Several burly men in the crowd immediately surrounded us, pointing and laughing. This kid doesn't know shit about dogs. What a sucker. People are just like that. They can't stand seeing others do well, and they love watching people make fools of themselves. On the outside, I remained completely calm, but on the inside, I was thrilled. They had no idea that I carried the lifelong experience of a veteran hunter from my past life right in my head. Hunting dogs are divided into air-scent hounds and ground-scent hounds. A hound that tracks scents straight from the wind is the absolute best of the best. With just one glance at the moisture of its nose, its bone structure, and the look in its eyes, I instantly locked onto the absolute best Azure Wolf dog in the entire litter. Even though the old man didn't know the trade well, seeing me pick the exact right pup made his face look like he had just swallowed a dead fly. Seeing that he was so heartbroken, he looked ready to pull a knife on me. I didn't say another word. I scooped up the puppy, called my buddy Huzi, and got the hell out of there. When we hit the local supply store in town, I had $3 left in my pocket, and I spent it all without blinking. I bought candies and pastries for my malnourished little sister, and spent the rest clearing out their canned meat and fruit. Brother, are you crazy? You blew all your money. Huzi gulped as he watched me. When we got home, my 8-year-old sister hugged the grayish puppy, absolutely refusing to let go. I casually named it Blackie. Just as I finished setting up a doghouse for Blackie, my mom and oldest brother came back from the fields. My brother had been around the block, and he instantly recognized what he was looking at. Whoa, a top-tier Azure Wolf dog? Where did you get this? Before I could even act cool, my mom's eyebrows twisted into a tight knot. You wasteful brat. Our family is practically starving, and you bought a dog? What are we going to feed it? I looked at the whining puppy and casually replied, It is fine. We will just let it learn to eat poop for now and upgrade its diet later. My little sister instantly panicked. She shielded the puppy and yelled at me. Third brother, you are so mean. You cannot let Blackie eat poop. Looking at my sister's innocent eyes, I really didn't have the heart to tell her that rural dogs actually do eat poop, and it is a habit they can't ever quit. My mom ignored me, but when she turned around, she saw the table completely covered in canned goods and pastries. You spent all your money. Are you out of your mind? My mom was about to explode. I quickly shoved a pastry into my sister's hands. She is 8 years old and looks totally malnourished. She needs the nutrients. Just as my mom sighed helplessly and was about to confiscate the extra candy, a massive commotion erupted outside the yard. Is Suyu home? The next second, clang, bang, firecrackers popped. My fourth brother sprinted in from outside like a monkey, his voice cracking with pure excitement. Third brother, the village chief is leading a huge crowd to our house. Come out and look. The whole family froze. My mom was so startled, she dropped her bowl on the table. We walked into the yard, and there they were. The village chief from the neighboring Huang village, the two Huang brothers, and their beautiful, long-legged sister, Huang Sui. They had all come. Amidst the loud beating of gongs and drums, the Huang brothers carried forward the most lavish gratitude gifts imaginable. A completely de-haired, whole wild boar head, and two massive, thrashing live carp. Brother, thank you for saving our father's life. It is just a small token of our appreciation. Please, you must accept it. Our own village chief walked over, heavily patting my shoulder, his face glowing with pride. Risking your life to save another. Well done. You really brought honor to our village today. The entire yard was in shock. My oldest brother gasped, and my mom was absolutely dumbfounded. In her wildest dreams, she never imagined that her usually unnoticeable son had done something this earth-shattering. This was the ultimate male flex. After sending off the endlessly grateful Huang family, the way my mom looked at Huang Sui completely changed. Her eyes were burning with matchmaking interest. But I just laughed it off, because my true calling lay deep in the ancient mountain forests. Grabbing my bow and crossbow, I called Huzi and Daong, and we headed straight for Swan Lake. The mountain path was incredibly steep and covered in dense thorns. Huzi and Daong were so exhausted they collapsed on the ground, panting like dogs. Meanwhile, I leaned against a tree, not even breaking a sweat. Are you kidding me? This body had long been upgraded by the system. This level of physical exertion wasn't even a warm-up. Shoo! I suddenly crouched low and made a gesture for them to stay quiet. 50 yards away, halfway up the mountain, the faint outline of a prey animal was visible in the brush. Brother you, it is so far, I can't see a thing. Huzi rubbed his eyes. I didn't waste a single word. I pulled out an arrow, knocked it, and drew the heavy bow to a full draw. Even though the distance was extreme, the highly sensitive wild mountain goat had already sensed danger. The very second it lifted its head, I released the bowstring. Whoosh! Thwack! The arrow tore through the air. From 50 yards away, a guaranteed kill shot. It pinned the mountain goat straight through the neck. Holy crap! Little you are a god. Daong and Huzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They ran down the mountain like crazy to grab the prey. An 80-pound wild mountain goat, instantly killed by a single arrow. Watching them gut and clean the prey, I found a quiet corner, a fanatical smile curving on my lips. With a single thought, a virtual panel that only I could see popped up instantly. Host. Suyu. Strength. 15. Skills. Basic archery level 9. Tracking level 3. Skill points. 1. System. Max out my tracking. A flash of white light. Tracking level 4 was instantly mastered. Right now, I was the living grim reaper of the reed marshes. If gods stood in my way, I would slaughter gods. If Buddhas blocked my path, I would slaughter Buddhas. I ventured into the thick reeds alone. It was like I had turned on a video game wall hack. Whoosh! A wild duck was impaled. Whoosh! An entire nest with 6 wild duck eggs was wiped out. Just as I was getting into the killing rhythm, a massive white shadow swept across the sky. That was a lone, 5-pound swan that had no business being here in this season. My eyes sharpened. My max-level basic archery flared to life. The bow was drawn to a full moon, and my killing intent locked onto the target. Even with the rustling reeds masking my movements, a mortal hunter could rarely hide from a wild rabbit's ears. But unfortunately for them, they were facing a guy with system cheats. Under the blessing of my max-level basic archery, this untouched Swan Lake was completely reduced to my personal tutorial zone. Whoosh! 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 2 wild rabbits, 1 pheasant, and 6 massive wild ducks weighing over 2 pounds each. All of them were effortlessly headshot. This was honestly easier and more brutal than shooting fish in a barrel. By the time I met up with Huzi and Daong carrying my massive haul, their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Holy crap! Brother you, it has only been 2 hours. Did you go rob a wholesale market? After finding out they only managed to pick up a dozen pounds of duck eggs, and almost got bitten by a venomous snake. I generously praised them for their hard work. Then, I tossed the 5-pound swan into the bamboo basket. Let's go. We are heading home. The three of us carried mountains of prey and happily made our way down the mountain in the dark. But the moment I pushed open the gate to my yard, my good mood instantly dropped below freezing. My 8-year-old little sister was sitting on the ground, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. After asking what happened, a fire of absolute rage shot straight through the roof of my skull. Unbelievable. Taking advantage of my parents working in the fields, my incredibly biased biological grandmother had personally come to our house. Not only did she shove my little sister to the ground and curse her as a worthless burden, but she also forcefully snatched away the wild boar head that old man Huang had gifted to me. Bullying my sister? Stealing my meat? I let out a cold sneer and comforted my sister. Stop crying. Tonight, your third brother is taking you out to feast like kings. I immediately called my oldest brother, then ran to third uncle's house to grab Daong and my cousin. A grand total of 6 grandchildren marched aggressively straight toward my grandmother and oldest uncle's house. Bang! I kicked their front door wide open. Facing my oldest uncle's completely bewildered family, I raised my voice and flashed the brightest, most innocent smile imaginable. Grandpa, Grandma, your grandson is here to spend some quality family time with you. Without giving them a single second to react, I turned and barked an order at my oldest brother. Brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go to the kitchen. Stew that wild boar head so Grandpa and Grandma can nourish their bodies. My older cousin, Su Bin, panicked. He blocked the hallway with red eyes and roared. That boar head belongs to my family. Why should we let you eat it? That was exactly the sentence I was waiting for. I immediately plopped my butt on the ground, raised my voice to the max, and activated full street screaming housewife mode. Uncle, listen to what your son is saying. Is he even speaking human language? I brought the boar head that I earned by saving a man's life to honor my own grandfather and grandmother. How did it magically become your family's property? In Su Bin's mouth. Are you saying Grandpa and Grandma don't belong to my family? My voice was loud enough to blow the roof off. Within seconds, all the neighbors gathered at the doorway to watch the drama. Under the pointing fingers and whispers of the entire village, my uncle's face turned from pale green to white, eventually settling on the color of a bruised eggplant. Seeing the situation turning against them, my grandmother quickly came out, clutching her head and fake crying. Oh, my head, I am old. All this yelling is giving me a migraine. I instantly followed up, my face filled with exaggerated concern. Grandma, when you marched to my house today and snatched, took the boar head, you looked so energetic. How did you suddenly get a migraine the second you returned to Uncle's house? Is Uncle mistreating you and giving you stress? My grandmother choked, almost passing out from anger. My grandfather, who had remained silent the whole time, finally felt too humiliated. With a dark face, he commanded, Enough. Old woman, go stew the boar head and let the kids have some meat. Realizing she couldn't keep the meat to herself, my oldest aunt stomped her feet in anger, ready to throw a tantrum. Right at that moment, the village chief pushed his way through the crowd. He knew exactly how much dirty water I was holding in my stomach. He walked up and kicked me right in the ass. What are you causing a scene for in the middle of the night? Hurry up and scram home. No way. I hugged the doorframe for dear life and yelled with absolute righteous indignation. I am here to fulfill my filial duty. If I go home with an empty stomach, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to my grandparents? You can beat me to death, but I am not leaving. I turned my head and yelled toward the kitchen. Grandma, add more meat. Go easy on the salt. Seeing me act like a shameless rogue who wasn't afraid of anything, the entire village burst out laughing. The village chief ground his teeth in annoyance, but there was absolutely nothing he could do to me. My eyes darted around, and I grabbed the village chief's arm in a death grip. Chief, you helped out big time today. You absolutely cannot leave. You must stay for dinner. The village chief was a cunning old fox. He pretended to struggle at first, but the moment my grandfather politely asked him to stay, he smoothly sat down. Not only that, but I intentionally yelled at the top of my lungs, Uncle, it is so rare for the village chief to visit. You have to go buy some good liquor. How can we have meat without liquor? You can't let the village chief lose face, right? My uncle trembled with absolute rage. But in the end, he had to swallow his shattered teeth. With his heart bleeding, he pulled out $1 and told Su Bin to go buy liquor. The food hit the table. I held my little sister and sat firmly in my seat. I served my grandfather a bowl full of meat. Then, when it was my grandmother's turn, I specifically pushed all the meat aside and filled her bowl to the brim with plain, clear broth. I smiled, looking completely harmless. Grandma, your head was hurting earlier. That is a sign of high blood pressure. Eat less meat. Drinking clear broth is much better for your health. Staring at the watery broth in her bowl, my grandmother's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. Next, I completely bypassed my uncle's family and served my sister and cousin a massive bowl of meat each. My uncle's youngest son, Su Yuqing, eagerly reached his chopsticks out to grab a piece of meat. My eyes turned ice cold. Smack! I viciously slapped the back of his hand with my chopsticks. Where are your manners? I raised my volume, glaring coldly at my uncle's family. The village chief hasn't even picked up his chopsticks yet. Why are you rushing? If people didn't know better, they would think uncle's family has zero upbringing. Looking at my uncle's face, which was about to explode like a purple balloon, I sneered inwardly. Even though my uncle wanted to tear me to shreds, in front of the village chief, he could only grit his teeth and scold his own son for lacking manners. Haha, it is fine. He is just a kid. Let him eat. The village chief let out an awkward laugh and put a piece of meat in his mouth. But the way he looked at me was full of deep wariness. He knew perfectly well that I wasn't here to fulfill any filial duties. I was a living demon who came to launch a tactical nuclear strike on my uncle's house. I picked up the liquor my uncle paid for and smiled warmly as I toasted the village chief. Chief, thank you for upholding justice today. Also, let me be transparent with you. I did catch some good game in the mountains today, but that is all going to the county town tomorrow to be sold for cash. I am saving up to marry a virtuous wife for my oldest brother. I absolutely will not let anyone take advantage of us. The moment those words left my mouth, the entire table fell dead silent. My oldest aunt had been plotting to come to my house tomorrow to demand meat. But with that single sentence, I forcefully shoved her plan right back down her throat. Unless she was willing to bear the vicious reputation of sabotaging her oldest nephew's marriage, she wouldn't be able to extort a single strand of hair from me. After wiping the table clean, I even used the excuse of making sure the chief doesn't walk home drunk to proudly escort him out of the house. I left my uncle's family staring at a table full of cold scraps, trembling with fury. When I got home, my oldest brother had already finished cleaning the 80-pound wild mountain goat. I chopped up the goat's intestines, threw them into a pot, and extravagantly tossed in a handful of refined salt. In an era where most people couldn't even afford white flour, the dog I was raising ate better than my oldest uncle's entire family. Early the next morning, as the sky was just starting to lighten, Hoosie and I stuffed the goat meat, goat skin, wild ducks, and rabbits into fertilizer bags, strapped them to a bicycle, and rushed straight to the county town. Pedaling like madmen, we headed directly to the largest state-run restaurant in the county. I walked in like I owned the place, pulled out a pack of premium De Chien Min cigarettes, and slipped one to the waiter. Brotherly, do me a favor. Go get Manager Fan. Tell him I brought him some incredibly rare, top-tier goods. A few moments later, Manager Fan walked out with slow, steady steps. Little brother Sue, what kind of wild game did you bring me this time? I didn't waste time talking. I just told Hoosie to dump the 2 bulging sacks onto the floor. Thud. A fully skinned, fresh wild mountain goat, a rare 5-pound swan, 2 wild rabbits, and 5 massive wild ducks piled up like a small mountain on the polished floor. Manager Fan gasped, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. My God, you just went back yesterday afternoon, and you caught all this by this morning? I stepped forward, casually rubbed a smear of half-dried blood from the goat's head, and held it up to Manager Fan's eyes. Brother Fan, you are a professional. I don't think I need to explain how fresh this meat is, right? The state-run head chef standing behind Manager Fan rubbed his hands together in pure excitement. Top tier. Absolute top tier. Slaughtered just last night. The meat is still twitching. Get the scale. Hurry up and get the scale. Manager Fan's voice cracked with excitement. 65 pounds of pure wild goat meat, plus a pile of premium birds in game. Manager Fan's abacus clicked loudly. In the end, he didn't even bother haggling over the change and slapped down a thick stack of 10 yuan bills. Little brother Sue, a total of 133 bucks. Count it, 133 bucks. In this era, a city factory worker worked themselves to the bone for a month just to earn 20 bucks. I went into the mountains once, for one night, and earned half a year's salary of a normal person. Looking at the thick stack of cash in my hand, I suppressed the wild joy at the corner of my mouth and casually stuffed it into my pocket. Just as I turned around to leave, Manager Fan suddenly grabbed my arm. He lowered his voice, a deeply hidden fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Little brother Sue, I need to ask you for a favor. Can you get me a wild, soft-shelled turtle? As long as you can catch one, you name the price, and I will pay it. I raised an eyebrow. In this era, for a state-run restaurant manager to offer an astronomical price out of his own pocket for a turtle, it meant he was desperately trying to kiss up to a very powerful VIP. I looked at Manager Fan's suppressed, fanatical eyes, and a knowing smile curved on my lips. Brother Fan, that thing is hard to catch. It requires deep diving and risking your life. I purposely dragged out my words, my tone so blunt it was almost sharp. Give it to me straight. What is your price? If it is worth the risk, I will personally catch it for you. But if you are short on cash, then we will just leave it up to fate. Saying that was an incredibly risky move. If an ordinary person dared to play hard to get with a state-run manager like that, they would have been kicked out immediately. But Manager Fan was a shrewd old fox. The moment he heard me, he knew I had completely seen through his plan to bribe a powerful official. We were both smart people. And when smart people negotiate, being blunt shows you have leverage. Sure enough, not only was Manager Fan not angry, but the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. Don't worry, little brother. I will never let you risk your life for nothing. As long as you can get it, the price will definitely leave you satisfied. Walking out of the restaurant, I had a massive fortune of $133 in my pocket. I gave my buddy Hoosie $44, keeping nearly 90 for myself. In the 1970s, this was a windfall that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. We then went to the commune to sell the pelts, pushing my total cash on hand close to the $100 mark. Let's go? Brother you is treating you to a good meal, and we can stroll around town. I waved my hand grandly. As Hoosie and I were wandering near the lake in the park, my brow suddenly furrowed. Not far away under a willow tree, 3 sleazy street punks had cornered 2 pretty girls against a wall. One of the girls was Su Xiaoya, an educated city girl who had recently been sent down to work in our village. Su Xiaoya was stunningly beautiful, with a cool, elegant aura that carried the unique, intellectual vibe of a big city. But with my past life memories, I knew this first love type of girl would eventually pass the college entrance exam and return to the city. She wasn't worth my emotional investment. Still, if I pretended not to see hooligans harassing a girl from our village, I would be heavily criticized once word got back home. Hey man, what are you doing? I walked up and casually clamped my hand onto the shoulder of a punk with dyed blonde hair. Seeing it was me, Su Xiaoya and the other city girl looked like they had grabbed a lifeline and quickly hid behind Hoosie and me. The blonde punk I was holding struggled, and his face instantly changed. My physical strength had been enhanced by the system. My grip felt like iron tongs, and he couldn't move an inch. Mind your own business. Who the hell are you? The punk yelled, acting tough but clearly terrified. I chuckled softly and suddenly tightened my grip, making the punk gasp in pain. What do you mean, my own business? You are harassing my girl. You know they execute people for hooliganism these days, right? You want me to take you straight to the police station? The word hooliganism was a death sentence in this era. The 3 punks looked at my tall, muscular frame, then looked at Hoosie, who was tossing a heavy brick in his hand. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, they dropped a weak threat and scurried away like rats. Thank you. Su Xiaoya blushed, looking at me with complicated eyes. Don't mention it. You girls should head back to the village soon. It is not safe out here. I waved my hand, casually asking her to pass a message to my family that we were safe. Watching Su Xiaoya leave on an ox cart, Hoosie started wiggling his eyebrows at me. I smacked him on the back of the head. What are you looking at? Let's go buy grain. By evening, Hoosie and I returned to the state-run restaurant, ordering a bowl of wontons and a plate of dumplings. Manager Fan heard the news and hurried out, sitting across from me with a warm smile. Brother Fan, I need to ask you for directions. I lowered my voice, speaking casually while eating a dumpling. I want to check out the black market to get some scarce supplies for my family. Do you know where the black market is in this town? Manager Fan's face slightly shifted. In this era, the black market was a taboo subject that made ordinary people turn pale. If you got caught, at best you would face a public struggle session. At worst, you would be thrown in prison. But he took a deep look at me, stood up, and went to ask around. Not long after, Manager Fan handed me a small slip of paper with an address written on it. Little brother Sue, what kind of trouble are you in? Why do you need to go to such a dangerous place? I sighed, my acting skills instantly kicking in as I put on a bitter, distressed expression. My family is starving. We want to buy some refined grain, but we don't have any grain ration coupons. Manager Fan's mouth twitched. He obviously didn't believe a word of my story. With my physique and healthy complexion, if I told people I ate meat for every meal, they would believe it. But Manager Fan was a master of social politics. He didn't expose my lie. Instead, he played along perfectly. If you are not in a rush, I can probably scrape together some grain coupons to help you out. He was using the grain coupons to buy my absolute loyalty in catching that turtle. I looked at Manager Fan, and we both shared a knowing smile. Everything was understood without saying a word. Then I thank you, Brother Fan. Don't worry about the turtle. I've got it covered. I tightened my grip on the black market address, a sharp gleam flashing in my eyes. 10 minutes later, Manager Fan returned with a colorful stack of paper slips. Little brother, I managed to get you 8 pounds of refined grain coupons and 20 pounds of coarse grain coupons. Is that enough for your emergency? I was overjoyed, but in front of this shrewd fox, I kept my face perfectly calm. I directly pulled $5 from my pocket and shoved it into his hand. Brother Fan, you are a lifesaver. But you must take this money. I cannot let you pay out of your own pocket for me. Manager Fan repeatedly declined. Honestly, according to market prices, these coupons weren't worth $5. But I knew exactly how the game was played. I had to give him the money, and I had to overpay. If I didn't pay him, our favor would be settled. Once I brought him that 100-year-old turtle, how could I open my mouth and demand a sky-high price? Walking out of the state-run restaurant, Huzi swallowed hard. Brother you, we have the grain coupons now. Are we still going to the black market? Yes. Why wouldn't we? I patted his shoulder. This is enough grain for my family, but what about yours? It is rare that we have this much cash. Today we are going on a massive shopping spree. We waited until night fell before the black market finally opened for business. Huzi and I wrapped scarves tightly around our faces, hiding our identities, and both of us tucked a thick, child arm-sized wooden club into the back of our belts. After paying a 20-cent entry fee, we pushed our bicycle and slipped into the pitch-black alley. The black market had strict rules. Sellers never displayed their goods openly. I found a middle-aged man with half a corn cob placed on the ground in front of him. I lowered my voice and asked, "What is the price?" 10 cents a pound. No ration coupons needed. Do you have 80 pounds? The man's eyes lit up immediately. In this era, anyone who could swallow 80 pounds of coarse grain in one breath was absolutely a major client. Without a single word of hesitation, he went into his courtyard and hauled out 2 massive sacks of cornmeal. I inspected the goods, decisively slapped down $8, and had Huzi tie the grain to the crossbar of the bicycle. Let's go. I didn't waste any time. I turned and walked away. But just as we were nearing the exit of the black market, 5 figures slowly emerged from the darkness ahead. All of them were dressed in black, their faces covered, holding solid steel pipes that glinted coldly in the moonlight. Brother you, those are the 3 punks from the park today. Huzi gasped, his hand already reaching for the wooden club tucked into his belt. Hee. You were acting pretty arrogant today, weren't you, kid? There is a road to heaven, but you refused to take it. There is no door to hell, yet you barged right in. The leading punk swung the steel pipe in his hand and sneered viciously. Cripple them. Hold off one. I will take the rest. I ordered Huzi. Before my voice even faded, I violently kicked the ground. A massive spray of dirt and sand instantly flew up, completely blinding the 5 men ahead. Taking advantage of the moment they covered their eyes, I shot forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. You have to understand, my body had been enhanced by the system. A normal person's strength was 10, while mine was a staggering 15. Bang! The hardwood club in my hand swung with a terrifying whistle, viciously smashing into the head of the guy charging at the front. The wooden club snapped on impact. The man didn't even let out a groan. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he instantly collapsed to the ground like a wet noodle. Fuck! He is insanely strong. Rush him together. The remaining men panicked. I smoothly scooped up the fallen steel pipe from the ground and sidestepped to dodge a strike aimed at my face. At the same time, I twisted my waist, generating explosive power, and delivered a devastating front kick right into the second guy's chest. Crack! A muffled sound of bone fracturing echoed out. The man was sent flying backward like a broken kite, rolling 3 or 4 times on the ground before completely stopping. He wasn't getting up. In the blink of an eye, 5 men had been reduced to 3. But just as I swung the pipe and shattered the shin of the third man, a fierce gust of wind suddenly came from behind me. Thud! A solid steel pipe viciously smashed right into my lower back. If it were an ordinary person, this strike would have instantly snapped their spine. But my system-enhanced muscles violently tightened at that exact moment, forcefully absorbing the lethal impact. Excruciating pain instantly swept through my entire body. You have a death wish. I gritted my teeth against the intense pain, spun around violently, and hurled the steel pipe in my hand like a javelin. Bang! The steel pipe accurately smashed right into the sneak attacker's face. Blood sprayed wildly, and the man collapsed to the ground, twitching in agony. Right at that moment, the chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the alley. The enforcers of the black market had been alerted. The leader was a middle-aged man nicknamed Fox, and he was openly holding a double-barreled hunting shotgun. Who the fuck dares to cause trouble on my turf? Fox pointed the barrel forward, radiating murderous intent. But when he saw one of the punks lying on the ground, his expression instantly changed. Little Four, what the hell are you doing here? You were supposed to be patrolling the front entrance. I immediately understood. This guy named Little Four was an insider of the black market. He had used his position to settle a personal grudge and ambush me. After figuring out the situation, Fox took a deep breath and suppressed the vicious glint in his eyes. The surrounding area was filled with buyers and sellers. If word got out that his own men were robbing clients inside the black market, his business would be completely ruined. Brother, this was my man breaking the rules. Fox lowered his shotgun and said coldly, I admit fault today. You and your brother can leave. Leave? I leaned on a steel pipe. Even though the pain in my lower back was agonizing, I stood completely straight. I stared at the hunting shotgun in Fox's hands, let out a cold sneer, and spoke loud enough for every single onlooker to hear. I came to your black market to buy things. I paid the protection fee like a good customer. And the result? Your own men blocked the exit with steel pipes to beat me. My brother and I took a vicious beating for absolutely no reason, and Brother Fox plans to brush it off with a casual "you can leave." Is this the rule of your black market? The moment I said that, the surrounding crowd went dead silent. Everyone gasped. Was this kid insane? Facing the boss of the black market holding a loaded shotgun, not only did he not run, but he actually dared to challenge him publicly. Fox's face instantly turned pitch black. Kid, don't refuse a given favor. What do you want? Without an ounce of fear, I met his gaze and spat out two heavy words. Compensation. Your men broke the rules. Medical bills. $50. One had the guts to demand his life, and the other had the guts to demand his money. Fox laughed out of pure anger. 50? You didn't even break a bone, and you want 50? I will make the call today. I will pay you 30. This ends here. Deal or no deal? Deal. I agreed cleanly and decisively. This was nothing more than a psychological gamble. I knew the black market boss absolutely wouldn't risk losing the trust of every single client over $30. With a dark face, Fox ordered his men to empty the pockets of the half-dead punks on the ground, scraping together $12. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out another 18 from his own pocket. Slapping the $30 into my hand, Fox looked at me coldly. Brother, our debt is settled. Watch your back when you walk from now on. Don't worry about me. Without any hesitation, I shoved the cash into my pocket, grabbed the bicycle from Hoosie, and, under the shocked gazes of the entire crowd, swaggered right out of the black market. We arrived at the county hospital emergency room. The old doctor pressed around my lower back, checked Hoosie's arm, and clicked his tongue in amazement. This is bizarre. You took a direct, heavy hit from a solid steel pipe, and it is only a muscle strain? Young man, your bones must be made of iron. Go home, rub some safflower oil on it, and you will be fine. You don't even need an x-ray. Hearing the doctor's words, the corner of my mouth slightly curled up. Not only did I buy the grain and cripple my enemies, but my system-enhanced body tanked all the damage, and on top of that, I reverse extorted $30 from the black market boss. This operation was an absolute, massive profit. It was late into the night when we finally got home. Hearing the noise, my oldest brother, Su Sheng, threw a coat over his shoulders and came out to open the gate. Why are you back so late? And what is with all the bags? What happened? I didn't have the energy to explain. I shoved the fertilizer sacks full of supplies into his arms. Look for yourself. After saying that, I dragged my exhausted body, enduring the stinging pain in my back, and collapsed straight onto my bed. Soon after, uncontrollable gasps of shock from my oldest and fourth brothers echoed from the main room. My God, this is cornmeal. There has to be at least 40 pounds here. Brother, look, these are new shoes. Dad's, Mom's, yours, and mine. There is a pair for everyone. And pastries and fried dough twists. Heavens, did third brother rob the supply cooperative today? Hearing the commotion outside, a smile formed on my lips. In an era where even having a full meal was considered a luxury, Being able to instantly grant my entire family material freedom brought a sense of satisfaction that no amount of money could buy. Early the next morning, I was woken up by the dull ache in my lower back. Lifting my shirt, I saw a thick, dark purple bruise stretching across my lower back. Thinking that steel pipe last night didn't break my bones, but it was still a heavy hit. Taking advantage of the empty room, I summoned the system panel in my mind. Host: Suyu, 19 years old. Constitution: 10. Strength: 15. Speed: 10. Skills: Fishing level 3, Basic Archery level 9, Tracking level 4. Hand-to-hand combat level 1 new. Looking at the newly unlocked hand-to-hand combat skill, a wave of realization hit me. No wonder when I fought those 5 punks last night, I not only overpowered them with sheer strength, but I could also instantly see through their attack patterns and flaws. The intense real-world combat had triggered a new skill. By the time I finished breakfast, the news that Huzi and I had fought a bloody battle against hooligans in town to protect the female city youths had already spread through Sanchuan village like wildfire. The rumors grew wilder and wilder. By the end, the story turned into me, Suyu, single-handedly chopping down over a dozen armed bandits in the county town. Around noon, the most eye-catching first love of our village, Su Xiaoya, and another female city youth arrived at our door, holding a small bag of dried wild vegetables. Auntie, we heard Suyu was heavily injured trying to save us. We felt so terrible about it. We specifically came to see him. Su Xiaoya's face flushed red, her eyes filled with self-blame and gratitude. My mom usually had a fiery temper, but facing these two delicate, polite city girls, she couldn't stop smiling. Listening from inside my room, I just shook my head and chuckled. In this era, no one had anything good. Half a bag of dried vegetables was already a very sincere gesture. But I truly had no special interest in this educated city girl. She came to visit. I received her politely, and that was that. I stayed home and rested for a day. The system even randomly dropped a new skill, dog training level 1. Now, with just a single look, Blackie could perfectly execute complex commands like track, ambush, and death bite. He had practically become my most reliable personal bodyguard. By the third day, I couldn't stay in bed any longer. After rubbing safflower oil on it for a few days, my back was mostly healed. I grabbed an iron bucket and a few thick bamboo poles and knocked straight on Huzi's door. Huzi, with his arm in a sling, looked at me in confusion. Brother, your back is healed? What are we doing? Stop talking nonsense. I am taking you to catch a 100-year-old turtle. Are you coming or not? I'm coming. We made our way to the deep water pool on the outskirts of the deep mountains. Wild beasts often came here to drink, so the villagers never dared to come close. The pool was over 40 feet deep, the water dark, deep, and eerie enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Brother, this pool is bottomless. Don't turtles usually hide in shallow water? Where are you going to catch one here? Huzi gulped as he stared at the dark water. You don't get it. The older and smarter a turtle gets, the more it loves hiding in the underwater caves deep at the bottom of these pools. As I spoke, I used a shovel to dig up a few fat loaches from the mud by the shore. I chopped the loaches into pieces with my knife, and the smell of fresh blood instantly filled the air. I hooked the loach meat onto a specially made thick iron hook, tied the heavy hemp rope tightly to the bamboo pole, and whipped it forward. Splash! The bait landed perfectly in the deepest part of the pool. Huzi and I sat on a large rock by the shore while I leisurely smoked a De Chien Min cigarette. Brother, even if there is a giant turtle down there, fishing like this could take forever. What if we don't catch anything today? Huzi asked, completely worried. If we don't catch it today, then tomorrow, when my back is completely healed, I will dive down and grab it myself. I blew out a smoke ring, my eyes full of confidence. As long as I had the system and enough skill points to upgrade a diving skill, the bottom of this pool would be no different than my own backyard. Stop joking around. The water in this deep pool is freezing. Diving down there is just a death wish. Before Huzi could finish his sentence, buzz! The thick bamboo pole in my hands, which was as thick as a grown man's arm, suddenly let out a terrifying, ear-piercing groan. Immediately after, an unbelievable pulling force, comparable to a wild bull, violently yanked from the bottom of the pool. Holy shit! My arms jolted as the terrifying 15 points of strength instantly exploded, forcefully pinning down the base of the bamboo pole. But the pulling force was simply too massive. The thick bamboo pole instantly bent into an insanely exaggerated curve. It looked like it could snap at any second. Splash! 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 The calm, deep water violently churned. as if some massive monster was tearing up the bottom of the pool. Huzi scrambled backward in terror, his eyes wide as he screamed, "Brother, you! This pulling force, is there a water monster down there?" I gritted my teeth tightly, the veins on my arms bulging out. If this were an ordinary fishing rod, it would have shattered instantly. I suddenly pulled out the three-pronged steel pitchfork from behind my back. A water monster? Even if it is the Dragon King's son today, I am going to spear it out of the water. Watching me use the bamboo pole to haul out an 8-pound giant turtle, Huzi's eyes went completely blank. "Brother, you actually fished it out with loach meat. This is unbelievable." I calmly unhooked the giant turtle and tossed it into the iron bucket. This was called raw capability. Even with the system backing me up, I didn't need to dive to drag the Turtle King out of this deep pool. Huzi and I returned fully loaded, sneaking back into the village. In this era, you never showed off your wealth. I gave Huzi half of the extra fish we caught to take home for a fish tofu stew. I also enjoyed a massive, rich meal of stewed fish with tofu. It smelled so good that even my dense brother Su-jin greedily downed 3 massive bowls of corn porridge. Early the next morning, I stuffed the 8-pound turtle into a sack, getting ready to head to the county town. But the moment I opened my yard gate, I saw a face I never expected to see. Su Xiaoya stood beautifully in front of my door. Her expression was conflicted, her white teeth lightly biting her lower lip, looking delicate and hesitant, as if she had something hard to say. Honestly, this pitiful, delicate look might have made the original owner of this body's heart ache. But to me, a soul with memories of the future, it just meant trouble was knocking on my door. "Miss Su, it is early in the morning. What do you need?" I held the sack, my tone somewhat cold. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath, seemingly making a huge decision. "So do you have money?" I raised an eyebrow, not taking the bait. "Is someone in your family sick?" "No." Su Xiaoya's eyes turned red. She then explained exactly what happened. On her way to the commune, she ran into Lai San, a local thug. She was forced to help him carry a bag, and she accidentally broke a brand new radio worth 70 to 80 bucks inside it. Lai San has the receipt and is demanding I pay for it. Where would I get that kind of money? The village chief said you recently made some money and told me to come ask you for help. Hearing her story, I instantly let out a series of cold sneers in my heart. Sure enough, it was a setup, and it was a deadly trap aimed directly at Su Xiaoya. "Come inside first." I led her into the yard and watched coldly as she looked around like a startled quail. I didn't bother wasting time with her. I directly tore the situation apart and analyzed it piece by piece for her. Lai San is a starving thug who can't even afford a decent meal. Where would he get 70 or 80 bucks to buy a radio? He couldn't even get the ration coupon for it. I hit the nail right on the head. It is painfully obvious someone set this up behind the scenes. They use Lai San to push you into a corner. Then, in a few days, the true savior will make his grand entrance and pay off the debt for you. Of course, that money isn't free. They will directly or indirectly hint that the money was saved up for a bride price. Since you can't pay it back, you will have to use yourself to settle the debt. Su Xiaoya's face instantly turned deathly pale. She might be naive to the ways of the world, but she wasn't stupid. With my reminder, she immediately understood the vicious trap behind this. "Let's make a bet," I said calmly, looking at her terrified eyes. "I bet the person who will suddenly appear to play the hero saving the beauty is my cousin, Su Bin." Knowing Su Bin, this exact kind of despicable, low-budget trick, since the radio was probably broken to begin with, was absolutely his style to force a beautiful woman into his bed. "Su Bin." Su Xiaoya froze. Suddenly, the way she looked at me changed. Her original shock shifted into wariness, and even a hint of disdain. "Su Yu, everyone in the village knows you and Su Bin hate each other. Are you making all of this up just to trick me and get revenge on him?" Her words actually made me laugh out of sheer absurdity. You can't save someone who insists on digging their own grave. Trick you? What is in it for me? I looked at her coldly. You came to me to borrow money, didn't you? 70 or 80 bucks is enough to marry 7 or 8 virgin brides in the countryside. Why should I lend it to you? How will you pay it back? Do you have any collateral? You. Su Xiaoya felt incredibly insulted. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she pointed at me, accusing me angrily. "I thought you were a good person when you saved me in town. I didn't expect you to be just as shameless as Lai San. You purposely made the situation sound terrifying and framed Su Bin, just so you could take advantage of my desperation and force me to marry you, didn't you?" In her self-righteous logic, she actually believed this entire thing was a massive conspiracy I had set up just to possess her. She actually thought I was more sinister than Su Bin and Lai San. Su Xiaoya, do you really think you are that important? I withdrew the last trace of my patience. My eyes turned bone-chillingly cold, completely devoid of any warmth. The gate is right there. Get out. From now on, don't bother me with your messy problems. You? Su Xiaoya, completely humiliated and furious, stomped her foot and ran out of the yard crying. Watching her back, I let out a cold laugh and dusted off my hands. The original owner's white moonlight? She was nothing more than a self-righteous, foolish woman who couldn't tell good from evil. Respect other people's fate, drop the savior complex. In this life, Su Yu is only here to make money, not to run a charity. Borrowing the village chief's bicycle, I strapped the sack holding the giant turtle to the crossbar and headed straight for the state-run restaurant in the county town. Oh my God, my mother. Little brother Su, you finally made it. The moment manager Fan saw me, his eyes practically glowed green as he rushed over. I waited for you all day yesterday. I thought you had gone back on your word. I forced a bitter smile, lowered my voice, and put on a weak, exhausted expression. Brother Fan, you have no idea how much I suffered to get this turtle for you. Saying that, I lifted the hem of my shirt, exposing my lower back. The dark purple, horrifying bruise left by the steel pipe was jarring to look at. Manager Fan gasped sharply. Hiss, little brother, who the hell did you get into a shootout with? Sigh, don't even mention it. I sighed heavily and started blending half-truths into my bullshit. The day before yesterday, I went to the black market address you gave me to buy grain. But because I stood up for someone earlier that day, I offended some people from the black market. 5 of them blocked me in an alley with solid steel pipes and beat the crap out of me. I barely made it out alive. I shifted my tone, letting out a strong aura of underworld loyalty. But since I made a promise to you, my word is iron. Yesterday, I forced myself through the agonizing pain of a broken back, dived into a 40-foot deep pool, survived by the skin of my teeth, and finally dragged this absolute monster up for you. As I spoke, I untied the sack. 100-year-old giant turtle, the size of a wash basin, with a pitch-black shell and razor-sharp claws, aggressively poked its head out. Manager Fan was a shrewd old fox. There was no way he believed every word of my bullshit story. But when he looked at the horrifying, undeniable bruise on my back, and then at this top-tier wild turtle that definitely came from extreme, deep waters, the scale in his mind completely tilted in my favor. Whether Su Yu is using the injured flesh tactic on me or not, Manager Fan thought to himself, this kid's ruthlessness, his reliability, and his godlike hunting skills make him absolutely worth befriending. Manager Fan took a deep breath. His eyes became incredibly solemn as he grabbed my hand. Little brother Su, great favors require no words of thanks. You took this beating on my behalf. For this 100-year-old turtle, I am going to give you an astronomical price today that you absolutely cannot refuse. I have to admit, the most terrifying thing in the world is a person's own imagination. When I lifted my ragged shirt and showed that shocking, faintly bleeding purple bruise, Manager Fan completely moved himself to tears with the heroic backstory he had just imagined for me. Oh man, little brother, sit down. Please sit down. The fat on Manager Fan's face trembled, his eyes filled with absolute regret and emotion. It is my fault. It is all my fault for rushing you. If I had known this turtle was in such an incredibly dangerous, bottomless pool, and if I had known you were beaten this badly by black market thugs, I would rather not have the turtle. I would never have let a brother take such a massive risk for me. Manager Fan gripped my hands tightly, his voice even choking up a bit. You risked your actual life to get this done for me. I yelled holy shit in my head. When it came to acting, even I, a time traveler, had to bow down to this fat state-run restaurant manager. Whether his words were entirely genuine or not, this veteran operator was definitely delivering max emotional value. Brother Fan, you are exaggerating. I purposely put on an honest, simple-minded rural look and waved my hand. My word is iron. Since I promised you, Su Yu will get it done even if it kills me. Besides, I also wanted to make some extra cash to save up for a real weapon. Oh, Manager Fan's eyes lit up. You want to buy a gun? How much are you short? I sighed. Originally, I wanted to buy a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, but it is way too expensive. So, I settled for the next best thing, an old Mauser rifle. Right now I am still short about $400. Short 400. Manager Fan's I twitched violently. A decent second-hand Mauser rifle would cost, at most $500. This kid was saying he was short 400, which meant he only had $100 on him. Good kid, you are clearly dropping a massive hint at me. Manager Fan was indeed a master of reading between the lines. He instantly understood my hidden meaning. Normally, he would have lowballed the price immediately. But an 8-pound, 100-year-old deep-water turtle was a legendary item you could only find by fate. If he gifted this to that major VIP, his promotion out of this small county town was absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, this kid sitting in front of him was brave, cunning, and fiercely loyal to his word. This was a man he absolutely had to keep on his side. "Old Lou, get out here and appraise Brother Sue's goods," Manager Fan yelled. Old Lou, the head chef, trotted out from the kitchen. The moment he saw the behemoth in the sack, he gasped. "My God, look at this quality. Look at this shell ridge, Manager. This is absolutely a top-tier deep-water turtle. Well over 10 years old. A massive health tonic." Manager Fan took a deep breath, turned to look at me, and his expression turned dead serious. "Little Brother Sue, let me be transparent with you. I am buying this turtle personally. It is not going on the restaurant's books." This meant he couldn't use public funds to reimburse himself for a high price. But then, he violently slapped his hand on the table. "On the open market, a 10-year-old wild turtle like this would get you $200 at the absolute maximum. But you took this injury from me, and I will absolutely not let you take a loss. I am paying out of my own pocket. $300. The extra money is my token of appreciation. Take it, heal your wounds properly, and save the rest for your gun." Manager Fan stared at me with burning eyes. This was the absolute sincerity and scale he was putting on the table. 300. I timed my reaction perfectly, showing a shocked and deeply moved expression, even scratching the back of my head like my goofy buddy Hoosie usually did. "Brother Fan, how can I accept this?" "Take it. If you don't take it, you are looking down on me." It wasn't until I walked out of the state-run restaurant, clutching a thick stack of 10-yuan bills, that my mind finally processed what just happened. $300. Added to what I already had, my total net worth just broke the $420 mark. In an era where an ordinary worker's monthly salary was only $30, this was an absolute, unimaginable fortune. My Mauser rifle is guaranteed. Feeling amazing, I hopped on my bicycle and pedaled like crazy all the way back to the village. But the moment I reached my front gate, I froze. Standing in front of my yard were two massive, towering men built like iron pagodas. They were the two brothers from Huang village whose father I had saved deep in the mountains a few days ago, Huang Shan and Huang Hai. "Brother Shan, Brother Hai, what brings you here?" I quickly stepped forward to unlock the gate and invite them inside. "Brother Su, don't bother setting up. We came today because there is an emergency." Huang Shan's rough face showed a mix of gravity and sheer excitement. "That lone, massive road boar that injured my dad last time is causing trouble again. The day before yesterday, it gored an old hunter from our village to death. It killed a man." I was startled. Huang Hai nodded and chimed in. "Yes. The commune has issued an extermination order. They organized militias and hunters from every village to go into the mountains and surround that beast. Whoever kills it, the commune will buy the whole pig at max market price. Plus, the person who kills it gets to keep a massive boar head and all the organs. But the most important part is the commune is issuing real guns to anyone participating in the hunt. So, you guys came to team up with me?" I instantly understood their goal. "Exactly." Huang Shan slapped his thigh. "Although this hunt is led by Huang village, relatives from outside villages are allowed to join. My dad said you have incredible courage. Not only are you our family's savior, but you are a true man. As long as you tell people you are dating our younger sister, you are basically half a Huang family member. Who would dare to complain?" I almost choked on my own spit. Holy shit. To get me to join their team, they were actually throwing their own sister's reputation on the line? But thinking about that beautiful, delicate girl from the Huang family ahem, that wasn't the point. The point was, I had been stressing over how to get my hands on a real gun to grind skill points, and this opportunity practically dropped right into my lap. "Little Brother Sue, don't worry. My uncle is a famous veteran hunter in these parts. With him leading the squad, and the two of us protecting you. If that beast dares to touch a single hair on your head, I will tear it apart with my bare hands." Huang Shan slapped his chest muscles, which were thicker than my thighs, making a loud thumping sound. Looking at these two purebred human dinosaurs, whose strength attributes were definitely above 20, my sense of security instantly maxed out. "All right, since you two brothers think highly of me, I am in. See you in Huang village early tomorrow morning." I immediately agreed. After sending off the Huang brothers, I returned to the yard full of anticipation. I scooped out the wild mountain goat neck I had been saving in the water vat, grabbed a cleaver, and chopped it into large chunks. I heated oil in a wok, threw in some peppercorns and star anise to release the aroma, then tossed in the goat meat and stir-fried it. I added water to simmer a massive pot of goat soup, sticking a ring of yellow cornmeal flatbreads directly onto the sides of the iron wok. The rich, fatty aroma of the goat meat drifted straight up the chimney. Less than 10 minutes later, third brother. A little girl with pigtails charged right into my arms like a precision-guided mini-missile, drool literally leaking from the corner of her mouth. Third brother. Third brother. What delicious food are you making? I can smell the meat. My 5-year-old goofy sister hugged my thigh, her big eyes staring fixedly at the iron wok. You little glutton. I am stewing goat meat. Once it is done, I will give you the biggest piece. I laughed and tapped her nose. All right. Stop causing trouble here. Go to the village entrance and wait for Mom, Dad, and your brothers. Once Dad gets off work, we will eat. I waved my hand and peeled off my little sister, who was sticking to me like glue. The little girl slurped her drool, pouted, hugged Blackie the pup, and ran out to play. In this era, being able to feed my family a meal full of rich, oily meat gave me, a time traveler, the greatest sense of achievement. Tomorrow, we were going into the mountains to hunt the rogue boar. My basic archery was completely stuck at the level 9 bottleneck. Who knows, maybe during this life or death, live fire hunt, I would finally trigger a terrifying evolution. Not long after, Comrade Lu Yuji, my mother, finished her shift and led the whole family into the yard. Before she even stepped into the house, her nose twitched twice. Good heavens, third son, what delicious thing are you cooking up again? I could smell it 3 streets away. I chuckled and lifted the lid of the iron wok. I stewed some wild goat neck and made a thick broth. Later, I will sprinkle some pepper powder on it. Eat it with the flatbread, and I guarantee it will blow your mind. My mom stepped closer to look. Her smiling face instantly changed, and she slapped me hard on the back. You wasteful brat. Look at these flatbreads. They are made of pure cornmeal. Didn't you know to mix in some wild vegetables or bran? Do you know how much refined grain you just wasted? I awkwardly pulled my head in. In an era where people valued grain more than their own lives, I had to take this scolding like a man. Third brother, is it time to eat? My fourth brother, Sujin, poked his head in. I instantly found a target to redirect the fire and glared at him. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you know how to do. Go set up the table and chairs. What? Do you expect me to serve you? My fourth brother instantly shrunk his neck back and mumbled as he went to work. He wasn't afraid of our oldest brother, but he was terrified down to his bones of me, his third brother who was only 4 years older and had regularly beaten him up since childhood. When my father, Su Daqiang, got home from work, the whole family sat neatly in the main room. I used a massive iron basin to serve the rich, milky white goat soup, sprinkling a handful of pepper powder on top. The spicy, overpowering aroma of the meat instantly made everyone swallow hard. There wasn't a ton of meat on the goat neck, so I gave everyone a piece to taste and pushed the rest entirely to my little sister. The others mostly drank the rich broth and ate the flatbread. But even so, in a time where people rarely saw a drop of oil all year, this meal was practically a New Year's feast. Third son, you didn't go to the fields today. What did you do? My father casually asked as he sipped the delicious hot soup. I put down my bowl and briefly explained how I went to the county town to sell the giant turtle. How much did you sell it for? My oldest brother, Su Sheng, couldn't help but ask. My father usually didn't handle the family finances because he had to give most of his salary to my grandparents. So, in this house, he rarely questioned the money I made. I took a bite of flatbread and said calmly, adding what I saved up before, I have around $400. Once I save up 500, I plan to buy a Mauser rifle. It will be safer when I go hunting in the mountains from now on. Cough, cough, cough. My oldest brother immediately choked violently on the goat soup. My father also jolted in his seat. He snapped his head up, his eyes full of absolute disbelief. Over $400. Third son, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? In an era where city workers broke their backs for $30 a month, 400 was an astronomical fortune that would make anyone risk their life. I patiently explained the market value of a 10-year-old wild deep-water turtle and embellished the story of how Manager Fan bought it at a premium out of sheer gratitude. Hearing this, my father finally sighed in relief. The way he looked at me contained a mix of complexity and pride. He knew he didn't have the ability to keep his kids well-fed and warmly dressed, so seeing me achieve this made him feel both guilty and incredibly proud. By the way, Dad, Mom, I might be back late tomorrow. Where are you going? My mom instantly went on high alert. Are you going to Huang Village to see that girl? I was momentarily speechless. No, the mountain behind Huang village has a rogue boar. It injured people, and a few days ago, it even gored a veteran hunter to death. The commune organized militias and hunters to exterminate it. The Huang brothers invited me to join the hunt. Hunting a wild boar. My mom's face completely changed. That beast kills people. No, you cannot go. I quickly explained, Mom, don't worry. The commune sent over 200 people, and they have real guns. I am teaming up with the Huang brothers and their uncle, who is the top hunter in their village. We are just going to hang around the perimeter and absolutely won't get close to the danger. I am just going to gain some experience. Hearing my explanation, my father pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, it is good to learn some experience from veteran hunters. Just remember to keep your wits about you. Absolutely do not try to act tough. Early the next morning, before the sky was even bright, I went to Huzi's house first and borrowed the 2-stone-heavy bow left behind by his grandfather. This bow was made of Cudrania wood and water buffalo horn. To draw it completely, you needed at least 240 pounds of pure arm strength. In the entire village, aside from me and Huzi, not even my oldest brother, Su Sheng, could draw this thing. But with my current 15 points of strength, even if I didn't draw it to a full moon, a half draw provided range and lethality far beyond an ordinary wooden bow. Within 50 yards, its power was no less than an old-fashioned musket. Having it on me gave me peace of mind. By the time I arrived at Huang village, the threshing floor in the center of the village was already packed with nearly 200 able-bodied men. The two Huang brothers were waiting for me at the village entrance early. Little brother Su, why did you just bring a broken bow? Huang Hai frowned when he saw the 2-stone bow in my hand. Come on, let me take you to the militia captain to register and get a rifle. I smiled and shook my head. Brother Hai, no need. I am used to this bow. I have never touched a gun before. If I take a real gun, I will probably miss my target and embarrass myself. Seeing I was insistent, Huang Hai didn't force it. He ran over and grabbed an aging Hanyang Type 88 rifle for himself. At the front of the crowd, several militiamen in green uniforms were distributing ammo and loudly announcing the rules. Ammo is extremely limited. Everyone only gets 10 rounds per rifle. Pay attention to safety and don't accidentally shoot your own people. Whoever kills the rogue boar gets to keep the head and organs. Move into the mountains. Huang Shan introduced me to his uncle, Huang Jiamin. He was a 50-something, dark-skinned veteran hunter with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Huang Jiamin thanked me profusely for saving his brother's life. Then, with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the 8 ferocious hunting dogs he was holding. Debeo, Hutu, search. The 8 hunting dogs shot into the deep ancient forest like wild mustangs slipping their reins. Their noses pressed tightly to the ground, frantically sniffing out the prey's scent. Little brother Su, you walk in the middle. Huang Shan and Huang Hai positioned themselves perfectly, one in front and one behind, firmly protecting me in the center. They were completely fulfilling their promise to protect me. Our group of 4 broke off from the main force and headed toward the northern side of the forest. Brother Shan, the main force went west. Why are we heading north? I lowered my voice and asked. Huang Jiamin turned his head, his eyes incredibly serious. I found tracks of that rogue boar around here a few days ago. Logically, the beast was startled and wouldn't run too far. But I suspect a much more terrifying apex predator might have entered its territory and driven it out. Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. An apex predator capable of driving out a several hundred-pound adult wild boar, what kind of terrifying beast could that be? Caw. Right at that moment, a magpie startled from the branches right above us and took flight. It was about 30 yards away. My eyes sharpened. Almost reflexively, my left hand gripped the 2-stone bow, and my right hand knocked an arrow and drew the string. Creak. The terrifying 2-stone bow was instantly drawn to a massive half-moon. Whoosh. The screech of the bowstring sounded like tearing fabric in the air. The feathered arrow became a blur of black lightning, instantly piercing straight through the magpie thrashing midair, 30 yards away. Thud. The magpie didn't even have time to let out a cry before it plummeted straight into the brush. Hiss. Huang Shan and Huang Hai gasped sharply, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Even the highly experienced veteran hunter, Huang Jiamin, stopped dead in his tracks. He stared at the magpie that had been impaled by a single arrow, his face filled with absolute shock. What an overpowered bow. What terrifying archery. Huang Jiamin swallowed hard. 30 yards away, a flying bird midair, and you didn't even need to aim. Little brother Su, with your skills, even during the war against the Japanese, you would have been a top-tier sniper. Uncle Huang, you flatter me. Just luck, just luck. I smiled modestly and casually tossed the dead magpie into my bag, planning to bring it back as a snack for Blackie. With this godlike shot setting the tone, the way the three Huang family members looked at me completely changed. It was pure, unadulterated awe for the strong. Following the hunting dogs, we continued deeper into the mountains for about a mile. Suddenly, a series of fierce barking and violent struggling noises erupted from the bushes ahead. We got a situation. DeBeo and the dogs bit onto something. Huang Hai excitedly raised his Hanyang rifle, racking the bolt and getting ready to charge forward. My eyes were incredibly sharp. Through the gaps in the bushes, I instantly spotted a musk deer trapped by the 8 hunting dogs 50 yards away. Time to steal the kill. Without any hesitation, I pulled out a feathered arrow and took a deep breath. The terrifying 15 points of strength erupted instantly. The 2-stone heavy bow was drawn into a full moon. Whoosh! The 50-yard distance was crossed in a flash. Uft! Carrying terrifying kinetic energy, the feathered arrow accurately pierced through the musk deer's left eye and exited straight out of its right eye. A one-shot kill, without even having the chance to let out a scream. The musk deer stiffened and collapsed dead to the ground. Ding! Killed musk deer, gained 15 experience points. The system notification rang in my mind. Beside me, Huang Hai, who had just raised his Hanyang rifle and hadn't even looked through his iron sights, was completely dumbfounded. Huang Shan directly gave me a massive thumbs up, his eyes burning with fanaticism. Little brother Su. 50 yards, one shot to the soul. You are fucking incredible. With your archery, what is the point of me even firing this broken gun? Looking at the musk deer that was instantly headshot, Huang Shan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. I obviously knew what he was worried about, so I smiled and patted the 2-stone bow in my hand. Brother Shan, I am sorry. I have hit a bottleneck in my archery training recently, and my hands got itchy. I couldn't resist taking the first blood. I hope I didn't scare the dogs. Huang Jianmin was a very reasonable veteran hunter. He immediately smiled and waved his hand. Little you, what kind of talk is that? In hunting, whoever gets the kill first has the skill. Besides, your arrow went straight through the eyes without damaging the pelt or rupturing the gallbladder. If we take this pelt to the commune, it will sell for a top-tier price. As he spoke, he handed a sharp boning knife to Huang Hai. Bringing hunting dogs into the mountains came with strict rules. When prey was caught, you had to gut it on the spot and feed the heart, liver, and lungs to the dogs. If the dogs didn't taste fresh blood, they would become lazy and useless slackers in the future. Huang Hai efficiently gutted the musk deer. He tossed the best cuts of the heart and lungs to the 2 lead dogs, DeBeo and Hutu, and chopped up the remaining liver to distribute to the others. Good heavens, this musk deer isn't light. It has to be at least 50 pounds. Huang Shan excitedly stuffed the cleaned prey into the bamboo basket on his back. A great start. Let's keep going. Right at that moment, a muffled bang of a gunshot echoed in the distance, accompanied by the faint barking of dogs. From the north? Huang Hai paused. Didn't the main force go west? Why is someone shooting in the north? Let's go check it out. Someone might have run into a tough bastard. Huang Jianmin frowned. Our group followed the sound of the gunshot. Not long after, 2 highly realistic, cuckoo bird calls came from the woods ahead. Huang Shan immediately stopped, tilted his head back, and replied with 2 cuckoos of his own. I was completely confused. Huang Jianmin lowered his voice and explained, "This is a rule in the mountains. When you hear a gunshot, you can't just blindly rush over. You have to exchange secret signals first. Otherwise, you might spook their prey. Or worse, they might mistake you for a wild beast and shoot you dead. That would be a completely senseless death." After exchanging the signals, a few men emerged from the bushes ahead. It was Huang Duokai from the same village, along with his 2 sons. "Uncle Duokai, what did you shoot?" Huang Shan stepped forward to greet them. Huang Duokai shook his head, looking a bit grim. "Just bad luck. We ran into a lone, old timber wolf. That beast wasn't afraid of humans at all, and it even tried to bite my dogs. I was afraid the dogs would get hurt, so I fired a shot into the air to scare it off." A lone wolf. Huang Jianmin's face instantly turned grave. In the mountains, a lone wolf, often a former alpha who lost his throne and was exiled, was far more terrifying than a pack of wolves. Not only were they as cunning as foxes, but because they had no way back, they were often more vicious than tigers, and they loved launching sneak attacks on humans from behind. Everyone, stay alert. That beast is probably still roaming nearby, Huang Jianmin warned, leading us in a different direction to continue the search. As we walked, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. At this moment, I had 19 unused skill points sitting in my panel. My basic archery was stuck at level 9 and refused to upgrade no matter what. So, I made a decisive move and dumped all my skill points straight into tracking. Ding. Consumed 15 skill points. Tracking level 4 upgraded to tracking level 7. In an instant, my brain felt like it had been electrocuted. My senses underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The chaotic, messy forest in front of me suddenly became incredibly clear and layered. My ears could clearly catch the sound of a leaf falling 100 yards away. But what was even more terrifying was my nose. At first, a mixture of animal feces, rotting leaves, and the scent of flowers rushed into my nasal cavity like a bomb, almost making me vomit. But a few seconds later, I actually learned how to filter it. From hundreds of different smells, I could accurately isolate the specific body odor of an animal, forming a crystal-clear scent trail line in my mind. Even when I looked at a broken weed, my brain automatically simulated the exact image of what animal had crushed it and in what posture. This ability is absolutely broken. I rejoiced in my heart. Little you, what are you spacing out for? DeBeo went that way. Hurry up and follow. Huang Hai called out from ahead. I sniffed the air, glanced at the scent trail in my mind, and grabbed Huang Hai's arm. Brother Hai, don't follow the dogs. They are taking a detour. Follow me this way. It is a shortcut. Huh? Is your nose sharper than a dog's? Huang Hai looked completely bewildered. I didn't explain. I just pulled him into another small path. The next half hour was an absolute scavenger hunt nightmare for Huang Hai. Whoosh. An arrow flew, and a fat rabbit rolled out of a bush. Whoosh. An arrow flew, and a pheasant dropped from a branch. Whoosh. Another arrow flew, and a dumb roe deer grazing on grass was pinned dead to a tree trunk. Stop, stop, stop. I can't do this anymore. Suyu, are you a fucking monster? Huang Hai collapsed onto the ground, staring at the mountain of prey piled around his feet. 3 wild rabbits, 3 pheasants, a dumb roe deer, and a bunch of random birds. I seriously can't carry any more. Let's just wait for my brother and uncle right here. Not long after, DeBeo and Hutu ran out from ahead, their tongues hanging out. Huang Shan and Huang Jianmin followed closely behind, panting heavily. When they saw the massive pile of small game next to Huang Hai, their eyes almost dropped to the floor. Did you shoot all of this? Huang Shan asked in disbelief. Huang Hai rolled his eyes. To be exact, Suyu shot all of this with that broken bow. I didn't even get a chance to fire my gun. I was too busy acting as his personal porter. The way Huang Jianmin looked at me could no longer be described as shock. He looked at me as if I were the reincarnation of the mountain god. All right, enough chatting. Something is wrong with DeBeo and Hutu. Huang Shan was sharp-eyed and suddenly lowered his voice. Not far ahead, the 8 normally ferocious hunting dogs all had their tails tucked firmly between their legs. They were whimpering anxiously, spinning in circles, completely refusing to take another step forward. We got a big one. Huang Jianmin's expression changed drastically. He immediately signaled for us to stop. I quickly drew my 2-stone bow, nocked an arrow, and instantly activated the ultimate visual and olfactory senses of tracking. A thick, heavy scent drifted into my nose with the breeze. The 3 of us crouched down, parted the waist-high weeds, and looked down the slope. The road boar. Huang Shan got so excited he almost shouted. Just as he was about to raise his musket, Huang Jianmin forcefully pinned his arm down. About 80 yards away in a depression on the hillside, a massive wild boar nearly 6 feet long, covered in thick black bristles with terrifying, outward curving tusks, was anxiously pawing the ground, letting out low, guttural roars. This beast weighed at least 300 pounds. Uncle, it is the road boar. Let's take it down. Huang Shan urged urgently. Shut up. Huang Jianmin stared intently at the area around the boar, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Something is wrong. That road boar is ferocious, but it wouldn't scare Hutu this badly. There has to be something much more terrifying nearby. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. In the air, hidden beneath the boar's strong, foul stench, was a faint, incredibly concealed smell of blood and a musky animal odor. I suddenly snapped my eyes open. My pupils contracted like a falcon's, and my vision instantly zoomed in on a massive locust tree 50 yards away. Hidden perfectly within the dense canopy, a set of golden spots blended flawlessly with the leaves. Uncle Huang. I lowered my voice, my tone terrifyingly calm. Ignore the boar. 50 yards away, perched on the branch of that massive locust tree, is a leopard. What? Uncle Huang and Huang Shan froze completely. They stared intensely in the direction I pointed for a long time, before finally spotting those cold, bloodthirsty, beastly eyes through the gaps in the leaves. No wonder this rogue boar was driven to the north. It was targeted by this leopard. Uncle Huang gasped. This is bad. Leopards are too fast. Our muskets can't hit it from 50 yards. The moment we startle it, with its speed, it will pounce on us in seconds. This is too tricky. We might have to retreat. Uncle Huang gritted his teeth. Uncle Huang. I suddenly turned my head. My eyes flickered with an unprecedented mix of confidence and madness. What if I take care of the leopard? Are you insane? Uncle Huang's eyes widened. You want to shoot a leopard with a bow and arrow? A cold smile curved on my lips. Fortune favors the bold. I will be responsible for pinning that leopard dead with one arrow. Uncle Huang, ready your Hanyang rifle and prepare to take over that rogue boar below. An adult rogue boar has incredibly thick skin. They love rolling in mud pits, building up a thick mud-and-stone armor made of dried pine resin and mud. Even within 50 yards, your two-stone bow might not kill it in one shot. Huang Jianmin stared at the boar in the depression, his face extremely grave. As for that leopard, it is simply too fast. If your first shot misses, it will pounce down, and all of us will die right here. I gripped my two-stone bow tightly, a light of intertwined madness and calmness flashing in my eyes. Uncle Huang, fortune favors the bold. Leave the leopard to me. This is a two-stone bow. As long as I draw it full, within 50 yards, I guarantee my arrow will blow straight through its skull. Hold your Hanyang rifle. The second I fire my first arrow, immediately shoot and kill the rogue boar. Then, rack your bolt, turn your gun, and prepare to cover me. With your marksmanship, hitting a moving target shouldn't be a problem, right? Huang Jianmin stared deeply at me for 3 full seconds. In this 19-year-old young man, he saw a terrifying, absolute confidence and composure that made even a veteran hunter shudder. Good kid. You have got balls. Huang Jianmin gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. We will do it your way. Dashan, quietly fall back to Shanghai and grab his Hanyang rifle. Move silently. Huang Shan swallowed hard. Without a word, he crouched down and retreated soundlessly like a giant cat. Meanwhile, I took a deep breath. Utilizing the God's eye view and absolute sense of smell provided by my tracking skill, I judged the wind direction and began silently maneuvering toward the leopard's blind spot. 40 yards. This was my absolute safe limit. Any closer, and even against the wind, the leopard's terrifying sense of smell would detect me. I quietly climbed up a leafy ancient tree, using its massive trunk to hide my body. From this elevated position, I had a perfect, unobstructed view of both the leopard in the tree and the rogue boar on the ground. Not long after, Huang Shan and Huang Hai, carrying the pile of prey, panted softly as they crawled over. Put those bloody carcasses further away. Don't spook the leopard, Huang Jianmin whispered sharply. He snatched the Hanyang rifle from Huang Hai's hands. With a sharp click, a bullet was chambered. From a distance, he gave me a ready hand signal. I held my breath, activating the visual enhancement of my tracking skill. 50 yards away, every single spot on the leopard's body, even the slight rising and falling of its muscles as it breathed, was perfectly clear in my eyes. 3. My left hand gripped the bow as steady as a mountain. 2. 3 fingers of my right hand hooked the bowstring. The terrifying 15 points of strength surged violently through my muscles. 1. Creak. The deep, oppressive sound of the quadranea wood bending echoed out. The two-stone bow, requiring 240 pounds of draw weight, was forcefully pulled into an incredibly tense half-moon. Just as the leopard sensed the danger and violently snapped its cold, bloodthirsty head around. Whoosh! The bowstring shattered the air. The black feathered arrow became the whip of the Grim Reaper. Tearing through the 50 yards of empty space, it carried terrifying kinetic energy and accurately blew straight through the thick neck of the leopard. Roar! The leopard let out a shrill, furious scream. Blood sprayed wildly as it crashed heavily from the canopy to the ground. Bang! At the exact same moment, the Hanyang rifle in Huang Jianmin's hand spat fire. The rogue boar in the depression, which had just lifted its head, had half of its skull instantly blown off by the large-caliber bullet. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, twitching violently in the mud. Right as the leopard hit the ground, relying on its terrifying vitality, it struggled to spring up and counterattack toward my direction. Whoosh! The second feathered arrow arrived like a shadow, directly pinning one of its thick thighs firmly into the dirt. The terrifying firing speed of my level 9 basic archery was fully unleashed in this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, the muskets in Huang Hai and Huang Shan's hands also fired. They weren't aiming for the leopard. They were shooting at the 3 half-grown wild boars that had been hiding behind the road boar and were now scrambling to escape. Bark, bark, bark. The 8 hunting dogs, who had been holding back for ages, charged forward like ravenous wolves the moment the guns fired. They clamped down viciously on the injured young boars. And I, standing on the tree branch, looked down coldly at the leopard violently thrashing on the ground, unable to get up because its leg was pinned. Whoosh! The third feathered arrow, heavy and devastating, pierced straight through its forehead, pinning its skull completely into the soil. The leopard was completely dead. Ding! Killed leopard, gained 20 experience points. Ding! Killed female wild boar, gained 15 experience points. Looking at my system panel, where my skill points had skyrocketed to 83, a satisfied, cold smirk formed on my lips. Little you, are you alright? Huang Jianmin ran over with his Hanyang rifle, his face filled with shock. When he saw the adult leopard, nearly 6 feet long, pinned dead to the ground, he gasped. 3 shots fired consecutively, and every single shot was lethal. What was even more terrifying was that this young man didn't show a single trace of panic when facing an apex predator at the top of the food chain. A master marksman, a born, cold-blooded predator, the veteran hunter screamed internally. Uncle Huang, I am fine. It is a massive harvest. I leaped down lightly from the tree. Not long after, Huang Shan and Huang Hai also ran back excitedly, carrying the 3 half-grown boars. Counting the massive road boar, the female boar, 3 piglets, a leopard, and a mountain of small game. This haul was absolutely terrifying. We are rich. We are filthy rich. Ha ha ha. Huang Hai trembled with excitement. But with so much stuff, how are the 4 of us going to carry all this down the mountain? Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. Who goes there? Huang Shan immediately raised his musket in high alert. Dashin? Jianmin? It is me. A tall old man smoking a dry tobacco pipe emerged from the bushes, followed by 2 massive men built like iron pagodas. Uncle Old Shan? Huang Jianmin let out a sigh of relief when he recognized the man. The man's name was Huang Jianjun, a cousin of Huang Jianmin. Because he was incredibly blunt, had a big mouth, and spoke without thinking, the villagers nicknamed him Mountain Cannon. Over time, that turned into Uncle Old Shan. When Uncle Old Shan and his 2 sons, Huang He and Huang Hu, got closer and saw the pile, Uncle Old Shan's jaw dropped so hard he literally dropped his tobacco pipe. Mother of God and all things holy, Uncle Old Shan pointed at the mountain of wild boars and the incredibly rare leopard, his eyes practically bulging out of his skull. Jianmin, did you guys go shopping in the mountains? Is that a fucking leopard? Uncle Old Shan, almost all of the heavy hitters here were taken down by Brother Su Yu alone. Huang Shan laughed and immediately pushed me forward. Su Yu? Uncle Old Shan looked me up and down. Seeing my 6'1" height and heavily muscled physique, his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, I remember now. When you registered, Dashin told me you were my niece Sui's boyfriend. Uncle Old Shan slapped his thigh and burst into roaring laughter. Good kid. You have real skills. You are absolutely worthy of the most beautiful girl in our Huang village. The moment he said that, Huang Shan, Huang Hai, and I were collectively petrified. I quickly tried to explain. Uncle Old Shan, you can eat the wrong food, but you can't say the wrong words. Sui and I haven't even brought that up yet. Please don't go spreading rumors. I get it. Your old uncle understands. Young people are just shy. Uncle Old Shan gave me a look that screamed, I know exactly what is going on, then turned and waved at his 2 sons. Huang He, Huang Hu, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and help your future brother-in-law carry his prey down the mountain. Got it. The 2 massive, 6'6" brutes eagerly ran over to haul the wild boars. Our group marched majestically down the mountain. I was carrying the 100-pound leopard by myself, with the female wild boar slung over my shoulder, yet I walked as briskly as if I were flying. This terrifying, monstrous strength secretly shocked Uncle Old Shan's entire family even more. When we reached the threshing floor at the bottom of the mountain, the other villagers who had returned from the hunt were gathered together, tallying their hauls. Most teams had only managed to catch a few wild rabbits or pheasants. Occasionally, a small wild boar would draw gasps of admiration. That was until our freight transport squad walked down the mountain path. Holy shit, what is that? Wild boars. 5 wild boars. And a 300-pound rogue boar. Wait, Look at what that young man is carrying on his shoulder. It is a leopard. The entire village erupted. Countless villagers swarmed over in a frenzy. Dashin, who shot this leopard? That is absolutely insane, a young man asked, his face full of envy. Before Huang Shan could even open his mouth, Uncle Old Shan, the ultimate loudmouth, couldn't wait to start showing off. Who else could it be? You see that young man carrying the leopard? That is Suyu. That is our girl's Suyu's boyfriend. My future nephew-in-law. A dead silence fell over the entire crowd. Huang Sui was the ultimate, pure yet seductive, beauty, famous not just in Huang Village, but across dozens of neighboring towns. She had a captivating figure and an enchanting face. Countless young men in the village literally drooled over her in their dreams. Even though some people complained she was too delicate for farm work and looked like a seductress, who wouldn't want her deep down? In this exact moment, the eyes of hundreds of single young men in the village locked onto me simultaneously. The envy, jealousy, and sheer bitterness in their eyes, wishing they could replace me, felt like it could drown the entirety of Huang Village. We are dead. Huang Shan and Huang Hai looked at each other and painfully covered their faces. Once they got back, their sister Sui would probably chase them around the village with a meat cleaver. I have to say, Uncle Old Shan, with a mouth as big as yours, it is a tragedy my great-grandfather didn't make you a communications officer when he was fighting the Japanese. If you had become a traitor during the war, the moment you surrendered, the whole village would know what color underwear the enemy commander was wearing. On the way down the mountain, watching Uncle Old Shan brag to every single person he met about his future nephew-in-law, Huang Hai painfully covered his face and gave up all hope. Uncle Old Shan's loudmouth tendencies were absolutely terrifying. Before we even reached the threshing floor, my title as the future boyfriend of Huang Village's most beautiful girl had already spread to half the village. When we arrived, Huang Jianmin told Huang Shan to line up and register the prey. The commune's purchaser and the accountant from the main compound were already waiting. Little you, come home with me first. There are too many eyes here. Don't stand in the cold wind. Dashin, secretly keep that wild rabbit. I will have your sister-in-law stew it tonight to go with Suyu's drinks. Huang Hai dragged me toward his house. I picked out the magpie, squirrels, and sparrows I had shot, put them in a separate bag for Blackie, and completely entrusted Huang Shan to sell the rest of my prey to the commune. The Huang family was honest. They would absolutely never cheat me out of a single cent. We entered the Huang family courtyard. Second brother, you are back? A crisp, pleasant voice rang out. Huang Sui was wearing a floral padded jacket. Even though she was bundled up tightly, it couldn't hide her incredibly slender waist. When she saw me, she froze for a moment, her eyes dodging somewhat unnaturally. Suyu is here. Come in, sit down. Hearing the commotion, Huang Hongxing's wife quickly came out to greet me. Huang Hongxing was also leaning against the heated brick bed in the inner room, smiling and waving at me. Uncle Huang, Auntie Huang, I am imposing on you again. I smiled and handed over the wild rabbit I was holding. What imposing? You are the great savior of our old Huang family. Sui, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and pour your brother Su some water. Auntie Huang warmly greeted me, then turned to Huang Hai. Xiao Hai, go to the village entrance and buy 2 pounds of loose liquor. Then go to the supply cooperative and cut half a pound of braised pork head meat. We are having a good drink with little you tonight. While Auntie Huang was busy in the kitchen and Huang Hai went to buy liquor, I figured I might as well make myself useful. I pulled out the 5 squirrels from my cloth bag. Little brother Su, leave those alone. I will process them in a bit, Huang Shan said as he walked back in, followed by Huang Jianmin, who was holding a pheasant. Huang Jianmin crouched down and pulled out a skinning knife. Little you, since you observed so carefully in the mountains today, let me teach you the technique of skinning small animals. Watch closely. You start the cut from the inside of the hind leg, slice down the belly, and keep your hand light. As he spoke, he incredibly skillfully peeled off a complete squirrel pelt. Watching his movements, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in my mind. Uncle Huang, let me try. I took the skinning knife, grabbed a squirrel, and took a deep breath. The blade glided flawlessly along the membrane between the muscle fibers and the skin, moving smoothly like a swimming dragon. Ding! Through observation and practice, skill learned. Master Butcher Level 1. In just 10 seconds, with a swift slicing sound, a flawless pelt, without a single trace of excess fat, was peeled off entirely. It was so fast and precise, it looked like a work of art. Huang Jianmin literally forgot to smoke his pipe, his eyes wide as saucers. Holy shit, little you. Have you really never done this before? Your technique is cleaner than mine, and I have been a hunter for 30 years. You kid, you are an absolute monster. I smiled modestly. Uncle Huang taught me well, and I guess I am a fast learner. Huang Shan swallowed hard beside me, cursing internally. Freak. Not only is his archery freakish, but even his skinning is freakish. Right at that moment, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. Xiaohai, what exactly is going on? What the hell did you and oldest brother say on the mountain? With red eyes and pure fury, Huang Sui chased Huang Hai out of the kitchen, holding a burning piece of firewood in her hand. Huang Hai scurried like a rat, holding his head and trying to pass the blame to his older brother while running. Sister, don't do anything rash. It is not my fault. It was oldest brother's idea. He said the only way Brother Su you could legitimately join the hunt was if we used the title of brother-in-law. It was a necessary tactic. Necessary tactic? Now the whole village thinks I. Huang Xi's eyes were red, filled with both shame and anger. She suddenly turned her head and glared at me fiercely. Her eyes contained a mix of grievance, embarrassment, and a hint of indescribable resentment. Humph. She stomped her foot, turned around, rushed into the inner room, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. I rubbed my nose and smiled awkwardly at Huang Jianmin. Huang Jianmin patted my shoulder and lowered his voice meaningfully. Little you, girls have thin skin. Just coax her a bit later. To be honest, if you really became the son-in-law of our Huang family, I would be the first to approve. Me. During dinner, after a few rounds of drinks, Huang Shan carefully pulled out a bulging cloth bundle from his chest and placed it on the table, suppressing sheer ecstasy in his eyes. The money has been distributed. He cleared his throat and started calculating. The leopard pelt was in pristine condition. The commune gave it a top-tier price. $150. The leopard meat was about 60 pounds, $24. 2 pheasants and 2 wild rabbits, $8. The most valuable was that female wild boar. After removing the bones, it was 170 pounds. At 60 cents a pound, that is $102. Huang Shan took a deep breath and pushed a thick stack of 10 yuan bills in front of me. Little brother Su, this is the money from the prey you hunted. A total of $284. Not a single cent is missing. The moment he said that, the room went dead silent. In an era where workers exhausted themselves for $30 a month, a trip into the mountains for half a day had brought in nearly $300. This was literally getting rich overnight. I nodded, pulled out 8 10 yuan bills, and pushed them back to Huang Shan. Brother Shan, I know the rules of the mountains. Everyone involved gets a share. Take this $80 as a hard work fee for you 2 brothers and Uncle Huang. To my surprise, Huang Shan's face immediately hardened, and he pushed the money right back. Little brother Su, you are slapping the Huang family's face. You saved our dad's life, and today you did all the heavy lifting on the hunt. If we took your hard-earned money, how could we ever show our faces in these neighboring villages again? Put it back. Huang Jianmin immediately agreed. Little you, put it away. If you acknowledge me as your uncle, don't bring up splitting this money. Seeing their firm attitude, I had no choice but to put the money away. Immediately after, Huang Shan pulled out another bundle of cash. Our 4 wild boars sold for $420 in total. But if Brother Su hadn't eliminated that leopard beforehand, we wouldn't have been able to take down that rogue boar. So, Huang Shan pulled out $120 and handed it to me. Brother Su, this is what you deserve. I pressed my hand over his and firmly shook my head. Brother Shan, I absolutely cannot take this money. If you guys really want to thank me, how about this? When the commune slaughters the pigs and distributes the meat, give me an extra pig head and another set of organs. I will take them back to make my mom happy. Keep the cash for yourselves. After going back and forth for a long time, seeing how firm my stance was, the Huang family finally accepted the money with red eyes. Auntie Huang was so moved she teared up, constantly placing more meat into my bowl. How much was a set of boar organs and a head worth? Not only was this young man incredibly capable, his character was absolutely flawless. Late in the night, lying in the guest room arranged by the Huang family, I silently calculated in my head. Selling the wild turtle plus what I saved up before, I had over 400. Today's trip into the mountains brought in another $284. $700. A full $700. Tomorrow, once I take the pig head and organs back to the village, the very first thing I am going to do is go to the black market and buy that Mauser rifle. Once I had a gun, I would finally dare to hunt the true rare beasts deep within the ancient mountains. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky started turning bright, little brother Su, wake up. The commune sent a butcher to the threshing floor to slaughter the pigs. Come watch the fun. Huang Hai yelled outside my window. I rubbed my eyes, put on my clothes, and walked out the door. I bumped right into Huang Sui coming out of the kitchen holding a wash basin. She glanced at me, rolled her pretty eyes, and muttered extremely quietly under her breath. The sun is already burning your ass, and you are just getting up. Lazy bug. Even though her voice was as quiet as a mosquito, how sharp were my tracking senses now? I heard it perfectly. The corner of my mouth curled up. I purposely stepped closer, lowered my voice, and laughed. Sister Sui, I am not being lazy. Yesterday, for the sake of our family, I even dared to kill a leopard. Sleeping in a bit isn't a crime, right? You who is our family with you? Huang Sui's face instantly turned bright red. Her watery eyes glared at me. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger and ran away holding her basin as if fleeing. Watching her back, I chuckled. I washed my face and walked with large strides toward the threshing floor. Today was the day to distribute the massive meat harvest. The Huang family was truly generous. Not only did they insist I stay for dinner, but they also forced me to sleep in the guest room, treating me exactly like their own son-in-law. Early the next morning, the village butchers were already busy at the threshing floor. Dashin Sui, take little you to claim his pig heads and organs. Dashin, push a cart and help little you transport it back to Sanchuan. Auntie Huang ordered decisively, assigning the tasks clearly. Huang Sui bit her lip, complaining unwillingly. Why do I have to go? What? Does doing a little work wrong you? Will carrying a basin for our family's share of organs kill you? Auntie Huang glared. Huang Sui didn't dare talk back. She could only hold a large wooden basin, following behind us while puffing her cheeks in anger. It wasn't that she was afraid of work. She was purely afraid of walking next to me. Sure enough, from the Huang family courtyard to the threshing floor, the short few hundred yards turned into Huang Sui's public execution site. Oh my, Sui, going to pick up meat with your boyfriend? What a handsome young man. He perfectly matches our village beauty. Girl, you have great eyes. Dashin said this young man killed a leopard and a wild boar all by himself. Once you marry him, you will be eating meat every day. A few older women sitting at the village entrance making shoes smiled until their faces were full of wrinkles. Their gossipy gazes looked as if they wanted to shove me and Huang Sui straight into a bridal chamber. I held back my laughter, pretending I didn't hear them. Huang Sui's face, however, turned as red as if it were bleeding. She kept her head down, walking incredibly fast. Occasionally, she turned her head and gave me a look that screamed, "You can't hide the desire to murder someone," warning me through gritted teeth. Suyu, if you dare to laugh out loud, I will smash you to death with this wooden basin. I shrugged innocently. The aunties are praising my capabilities. Am I not allowed to be happy? You? Scoundrel. At the threshing floor, the butchered wild boar meat was piled up like a small mountain. According to the rules, I received 2 pig heads, one large, one small, and 2 complete sets of organs. The large one belonged to the female wild boar I shot, and the small one was a gift from Huang Jianmen. Dozens of pounds of loot were stuffed into a sack. Huang Shan brought over a single-wheel pushcart and took over the pushing job entirely, completely refusing to let me lift a finger. When we left Huang village, Huang Sui stood at the village entrance looking at my back. Her expression of pure relief looked as if she was sending off a plague god. For the 10-mile journey, Huang Shan and I took turns pushing the cart, and we soon arrived at Sanchuan village. Before we even entered the gate with a full cart of meat, Blackie smelled the aroma and rushed out, wagging his tail. Immediately after, a little head with pigtails poked out from the door. Wow, third brother, you really brought back good food. My little sister Su Jing practically drooled when she saw the massive sacks on the cart. Brother Sean, this is my little sister, Su Jing. I smiled and introduced them. Looking at the tiny Su Jing, Huang Shan, a massive 6'6" iron tower of a man, absolutely adored her. He pulled a 10-cent bill from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Take this, brother is buying you candy. In an era where a bag of candy only cost a cent or two, 10 cents was an absolute fortune for a child. The little girl happily accepted it. After sending Huang Shan off, I immediately locked the yard gate and started processing these heavy hitters. Processing pig heads and large intestines was an absolute test of skill and physical labor. Relying on my newly learned master butcher skill, I efficiently burned off the pig hair, scraped the dead skin, and flipped the intestines to wash out the sand and dirt. To reward Blackie, I specifically cut an entire half of fresh pig lungs and tossed it to him. Eat up. Stuff your belly. Whatever you can eat before our mom gets off work and confiscates everything is yours." Blackie let out an excited whimper and buried his head in the feast. In all of Sanchuan village, you probably couldn't find a second dog with a diet better than his. I worked all the way until noon. As the rich, mouth-watering aroma of braised meat drifted from the large iron wok, my mother Lu Yuji, my father Su He, my oldest brother, and my fourth brother all returned from work. Looking at the glistening, braised pig head meat and large intestines sliced on the chopping board, the entire family's eyes went wide. At the dinner table, as everyone frantically devoured coarse grain flatbreads soaked in meat broth, they listened to my casual retelling of the hunting trip. "By the way, third brother, you weren't here yesterday, but something huge happened in the village." Su Jing grabbed a piece of pig tongue, her mouth dripping with oil, rushing to share the gossip. "Oh," Lai Sen made his move. I raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" Su Jing's eyes widened, gesturing wildly with her hands. "Yesterday, Lai San brought his gang to the village. He insisted Su the educated youth broke his $80 new radio, and he wanted to forcefully drag her to the registry office to marry him to settle the debt. Uncle Daqiang led the villagers and stopped them. My oldest brother, Su Sheng, took a bite of food and sneered as he added details. The most embarrassing part was Su Bin. He originally wanted to play the good guy, stepping up and saying he would help Su the educated youth pay off the debt. But Su pointed right at his nose in front of the entire village and cursed him out. She said this was a trap set up by Su Bin and Lai Sen specifically to force her into submitting. Su Bin's face turned as green as a turtle. Later, the police from the station came. Although they couldn't find solid proof that Su Bin set up the trap, they gave Lai Sen a severe warning and gave Su a 7-day grace period to gather the money. My mother, Lu Yuji, sighed. "This educated youth Su is quite pitiful. But third son, when the police visited yesterday, they specifically came to our house to ask if you were around, saying they needed to question you later. Did you cause some trouble?" The entire family instantly stared at me nervously. I calmly picked up a piece of braised intestine with my chopsticks. "It is fine. Educated youth Su probably told the police that I saw through Su Bin's trap. I didn't break any laws, so what is there to be afraid of?" After finishing my meal, I wiped my mouth and stood up. Perfect timing. I need to go to the county town this afternoon anyway. I will drop by the police station on the way to explain the situation, saving the police a trip to the village and stopping people from gossiping. "Why are you going to the county town? And what exactly is going on with you and that girl from the Huang family?" The moment my mom heard this, her gossip soul instantly ignited, and she grabbed my sleeve. "Mom, you should worry about oldest brother's marriage first. If the oldest doesn't get married, how can I?" I decisively redirected the fire to my oldest brother, ignored his murderous glare, and slipped out of the yard like my feet were oiled. I went to village chief Su Daqiang's house, borrowed his heavy-duty bicycle, and, ignoring the sour looks from a few village loafers, pedaled furiously all the way to the county town's state-run store, arriving right at 2 p.m. With a massive fortune of $700 in my pocket, my confidence was at an all-time high. As soon as I entered the hardware and equipment section of the store, my eyes immediately locked onto the real firearms gleaming with cold-blued steel in the glass display case. "Comrade, what is the price for that Type 56 semi-automatic?" I knocked on the glass counter. The saleswoman, who was cracking sunflower seeds, looked me up and down. Seeing my faded, rough cotton clothes, she rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "$1,200. Brand new. Do you have an industrial coupon?" $1,200. That was straight-up robbery. I swallowed my complaints and pointed at the bolt-action rifle next to it, which carried a sense of age. "What about that Mauser 98K? That one isn't cheap either. $800. The saleswoman spat out a seed shell. "Young man, looking at your age, you just want to shoot some birds in the mountains, right? Over there are Shanghai brand air rifles. Break barrel, shoot steel BBs, $30 a piece. Much more suitable for you." Suitable my ass. Am I supposed to take an air rifle into the mountains and snipe a 300-pound rogue boar or a leopard? This Mauser is obviously old stock from decades ago. $800 is way too greedy, isn't it? Make it cheaper. I tried to bargain. No discounts. Even though it has been out of production for years, it has always been in combat-ready storage and has never been fired. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. The saleswoman's face hardened. Without hesitation, I turned and walked away. In this era, spending $800 at a state-run store for an obsolete World War II rifle would make me a pure sucker. I had just walked out the back door of the department store and turned into a relatively quiet alley. Scratch. The sound of a match striking echoed. A skinny man in a tattered military overcoat, showing a mouth full of yellow teeth, emerged from the shadows along the wall. He cautiously looked left and right, rubbed his hands together, lowered his voice, and spoke in heavy underworld slang. "Brother, were you inside looking for tools just now? Judging by that look in your eyes, you were trying to find a real fire-breathing toy to hunt big meat in the mountains, right?" I stopped and narrowed my eyes at him. "You got the goods?" The yellow-toothed man grinned, revealing a hint of shrewdness. Hee hee, they call me Sixth Brother. I hang around this area all year. The threshold for the state-run store is too high. If you trust me, brother, I have got black stars and long pipes. No coupons required, and the price is absolutely fair. You got the guts to take a look? It seemed this was a black market arms dealer of this era. A cold smirk curled on my lips. I patted my bulging pocket. Lead the way. Scalpers like Sixth Brother completely mastered the art of intercepting customers. They squatted outside state-run stores or commune pelt collection points all year round. Whenever they spotted a customer like me who found the official channels too expensive or didn't have coupons, they would swarm over like sharks smelling blood. I followed Sixth Brother into an isolated dead-end alley. He looked around cautiously, lowered his voice, and held up 5 fingers. "Brother, that Mauser 98K you were looking at? I happen to have it in stock. I only want this much, 500 bucks. What do you say? Not a bad deal, right?" 500. I sneered, turning to leave. "The state-run store only sells it for 800, and you dare ask for 500 for a second-hand black market gun? Goodbye." Sixth Brother panicked and grabbed my arm. "Whoa, brother. Don't be in such a rush. That is combat-ready stock, 90% new. How about this? I want to make a friend. 500 bucks, and I will throw in 20 rounds of ammo for free." 20 rounds? Are you tossing arms to a beggar? I turned back, looking at him with pure disdain. An antique that hasn't been produced in 26 years. I didn't even haggle on your $500 price, and you won't even throw in a full box of ammo? Since you have no sincerity, there is no point in talking. Hearing that I knew the trade, Sixth Brother gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. "All right, brother, you are a straightforward guy. 500 bucks, the gun is yours, and I will throw in 5 boxes of ammo. 150 rounds. That is generous enough, right?" I stopped. "Deal. But I need to inspect the gun first, and I need to test fire it." "No problem. We brothers operate on trust." 10 minutes later, in a small grove on the eastern outskirts of the county town, Sixth Brother and a massive, dumb-looking brute handed me a long, tattered cloth bundle. I tore the bundle open. Under the sunlight, a Mauser 98K rifle, gleaming with cold-blued steel, lay quietly in my hands. The walnut stock had clear grain and no obvious scratches or dents. I skillfully racked the bolt. Clack! The crisp, pleasant sound of colliding metal rang out. Disassembly, checking the firing pin, inspecting the rifling. My movements were smooth and fluid, completely uninterrupted. This was entirely thanks to the physical attributes I had maxed out earlier and my basic knowledge of old firearms. "Good gun," I nodded in satisfaction. This gun must have been taken out of a military compound by some official's kid for quick cash. It was incredibly well maintained, and the rifling was so clean there wasn't a single trace of gunpowder residue. "Of course, brother. Want to load it and give it a try?" Sixth Brother handed over 5 gleaming brass bullets. I loaded the magazine, raised the 9-pound-old rifle, and scanned the area. Over 100 yards away stood a thick, old poplar tree. I took a deep breath, pressed the stock against my shoulder, aligned the front sight and rear notch with my right eye, and locked on. Bang! A deafening gunshot exploded in the woods. 100 yards away, a chunk of wood instantly exploded off the trunk of the old poplar tree. Sixth Brother and the big brute jumped in fright. Then, Sixth Brother gave a huge thumbs up. "Holy shit. Brother, you are insane. Pointing and shooting dead on from over 100 yards? You have definitely trained in marksmanship." I lowered the gun, expressionless, but internally I knew I got lucky. Although my body had immense strength, I hadn't exchanged points for the firearms mastery skill yet. That shot was completely reliant on the terrifying eyesight and spatial awareness provided by my level 9 basic archery. It was purely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The gun is fine. Money for goods. I counted out 500 bucks and handed it to Sixth Brother, stuffed the 5 boxes of ammo into my pockets, rewrapped the gun in the tattered cloth, and slung it over my back. A pleasure doing business. If you ever need anything else, come find Sixth Brother in the back alley of the department store. Sixth Brother counted his thick stack of 10-yuan bills, beaming with joy. I hopped onto my borrowed broken bicycle and casually asked, "Brother Six, Is there any place nearby that sells secondhand bicycles? The kind that can issue a transfer certificate so I can get a stamp from the police station. Sixth brother glanced at my bulging pockets, realizing I was still a massive cash cow. He eagerly pointed the way. Old Man Lee's repair shop at the corner of Huama Street. He operates under the neighborhood committee and can write official slips. Just drop my name. It will work for sure. Half an hour later, at the Huama Street repair shop. Old man, sixth brother sent me. I am looking for a second-hand bike. Old Man Lee lifted the curtain to the back room and pointed at 3 refurbished bicycles. 90% new for 180, 80% new for 150, 60% new for 120. Which one do you want? I immediately locked onto the 80% new men's heavy-duty bicycle. Although it was pieced together by Old Man Lee using old parts, the main frame was solid, and the chain and freewheel were heavily greased. It would ride just as well as a brand new one. The most important part was that this kind of assembled bike didn't require incredibly rare industrial coupons or bicycle tickets. Old man, I am from the countryside. It is not easy to make money. 130, and write me a transfer certificate. Deal. After some intense haggling, we finally settled at $135 plus a $5 certificate issuing fee. After going to the police station to get the official stamp and the bicycle license, I held my borrowed old bike with one hand and pushed my newly bought 80% new warhorse with the other, heading back to Sanchuan village completely satisfied. I went to village chief Su Daqiang's house first to return his bike. Uncle Daqiang stared wide-eyed at the shiny bicycle I was pushing. You kid, where did you get this bike? I grinned. Uncle Daqiang, I know some people in the village have been gossiping about me always borrowing the public bike. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, so since I made a little money recently, I went to a repair shop in town and found a second-hand one. Good kid, you handle things cleanly. Su Daqiang patted my shoulder and joked. Now that you have a bicycle, you should find a wife. I think that girl from Huang village is pretty good. I quickly found an excuse and slipped away. I pushed the new bike back into my yard. My little sister Su Jing was bent over feeding Blackie. Hearing the noise, she looked up, and her eyes instantly turned into stars. Wow, third brother, what a beautiful bicycle. It is way newer than Uncle Daqiang's. Hop on. Third brother is taking you for a spin. I locked the rifle and ammo in a cabinet in the inner room, then lifted the little girl onto the front crossbar of the bicycle. Let's go. We are going to pick up mom from work. I kicked down hard, and the heavy-duty bicycle shot out of the yard like an arrow, heading straight for the massive fields outside the village. It was evening, right when the commune members were finishing their shifts. With Su Jing on the crossbar, I rang the crisp bicycle bell, completely zooming past the edge of the fields. Mom, look. Third brother bought a new bicycle. Su Jing sat on the crossbar, her face flush with excitement as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Her crisp, childish voice instantly attracted the attention of every single commune member working in the fields. Holy shit, is that the Su family's third son? Where did he get a bicycle? Look at that frame, it is shining. That has to cost over $100, right? Did his family strike it rich? The few loafers who had been gossiping behind my back about borrowing the public bike were now looking at me riding my new bike so stylishly. Their envy was so intense their back teeth were practically grinding into dust. My oldest brother, Su Sheng, threw down his hoe in the field, marched up to the dirt path, and stopped me with a highly suspicious look. Third son, why did you ride Uncle Daqiang's bike into the fields? Open your ox eyes and look closely. I bought this myself. I leaned on one foot, smiled, and pulled out the bicycle license stamped with the bright red seal of the police station, slapping it against Su Sheng's chest. $135. Second hand, 80% new. No coupons needed. How about it? If you use this as your betrothal gift to marry a wife, does it give you enough prestige? Su Sheng looked at the license, his hands literally trembling. You actually bought it. Weren't you saving up to buy that gun thing? Bought the gun. Bought the bike. I lowered my voice and winked at him. Is your little brother awesome, or what? At this moment, our mother, Lu Yuji, also rushed over anxiously. Shengzi, what is going on? Did the third son cause trouble again? Su Sheng swallowed hard, handed the license to our mother, and whispered, Mommy didn't cause trouble. Third son has lost his mind. He spent $135 on a bicycle and rode it all the way to the fields just to show off and gain face for you. What? Lu Yuji let out a deafening scream that almost startled the yellow ox pulling a cart in the next field. In an instant, the eyes of the entire village focused squarely on our luxury vehicle. That night, after sending the drooling little girl off to do her homework, I went to Hoozy's house to pick some dried chili peppers to add a dish for the family. Spicy, stir-fried fatty intestines. I heated oil in the wok, threw in chilies, scallions, ginger, and garlic to release the aroma, then tossed in the blanched, chopped intestines and stir-fried them over a roaring fire. A splash of soy sauce hit the pan, and an intensely rich, overpowering aroma instantly filled the entire yard. Brother, your cooking skills are insane. Just as I finished cooking, Hoozy poked his head through the front gate, holding a massive bowl. He had clearly followed the smell to crash dinner and to check out the real toy. When I went to his house to pick chilies earlier, I couldn't resist mentioning I bought the gun, and the kid's soul almost left his body. What is the rush? Let's eat first. I covered the wok, adding a few pieces of firewood underneath to keep the coarse grain flatbreads warm. Then, I turned into the house and dragged the long cloth bundle out from under the bed. I untied the cloth. The cold, blued steel glow of the Mauser 98K looked incredibly mesmerizing under the light of the kerosene lamp. Hiss! Hoozy gasped sharply. He didn't even have time to wipe his hands on his pants before he took the gun with trembling hands. Brother, you are rich. You call this secondhand? Look at this condition. Look at the wood stock. It is newer than the militia captain's precious Type 38 rifle. Hoozy was so excited he was babbling incoherently. He skillfully racked the bolt and pulled the trigger toward the ceiling. With a crisp clack, he almost jumped up in excitement. This is fucking amazing. Brother, now that we have this, can we go into the mountains tomorrow and hunt rogue boars? Theoretically, yes, but there is no need. I rolled my eyes at him. This gun is for self-defense and staying alive. We only use it if we run into a blind bear or a leopard. Using this for pheasants and rabbits? One bullet costs enough to buy several chickens. Are you trying to bankrupt us? True. Hoozy grinned foolishly, reluctantly putting the gun down. Then where are we hunting tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, we need to go to the town police station to take care of something. After that, we will head straight into the mountains from behind Huang Village. Why are we going to the police station? I tossed a piece of fatty intestine into my mouth. To add a little spice for those two bastards, Su Bin and Lai San. Early the next morning, Hoozy and I each carried a 2-stone heavy bow on our backs, and I had the Mauser rifle slung across my chest, hidden under my overcoat. We marched with large strides to the town police station. Wait for me here. It is hard to explain why we are bringing bows and arrows inside, I instructed Hoozy, turning and walking into the police station courtyard. The person receiving me was Captain Wu, who was investigating the educated youth Su's case. After listening to my detailed additions and speculations about the incident, Captain Wu's brows furrowed deeply. He tapped his fountain pen rhythmically on the desk. Comrade Su Yu, are you saying this entire thing was a trap set up by Su Bin and Lai San from the very beginning, with the goal of forcing Comrade Su Xiaoya to marry? Captain Wu, it is obvious. Why would a delicate city girl like the educated youth Su provoke someone like Lai San for no reason? I sat on the bench, analyzing the situation calmly. However, since they dared to set this trap, they definitely aligned their stories perfectly. Even the IOU and the so-called broken radio were flawlessly prepared. If you interrogate them using normal methods, you definitely won't get anything. Captain Wu looked deeply at me, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Oh, from the sound of it, you have a method? I leaned forward slightly, a cold smirk on my lips. Captain Wu, Lai San is a degenerate gambler. The whole town knows this. He has been playing cards recently with that local thug boss named Hong Dakue, and apparently, he lost a lot of money. Think about it. Lai San can barely afford food. Where would he get the money to buy a brand new, $80 radio? Captain Wu's eyes lit up. You are saying, it is very simple. Use leverage to break them. I raised an eyebrow. Captain Wu, you can easily find Hong Dakue and demand he collect his gambling debt. If Lai San claims he has no money, Hong Dakue will definitely point at that radio to settle the score. At that moment, to protect his evidence, Lai San will undoubtedly change his story, claiming the radio isn't his, and he might even sell out Su Bin. The moment he changes his story, you step in. Fabricating evidence, deceiving the police, and obstructing official duties, drop those charges on him. For a spineless coward like Lai San, if you starve him in a cell for 2 meals, he will spill everything down to the exact color of Su Bin's underwear. Silence. A dead silence filled the interrogation room. Captain Wu and the young officer taking notes looked at each other. The way they both looked at me was exactly like looking at a cunning old fox wearing sheep's clothing. Good heavens, the young police officer couldn't hold back a gasp. You kid, you are practically teaching us how to set up an entrapment operation. Captain Wu took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, and shook my hand enthusiastically. Comrade Suyu, thank you for providing us with this crucial lead. With a brain like yours, it is an absolute waste that you didn't become a military scout. Rest assured, we will turn this case into an ironclad conviction. Walking out of the police station gates, Huzi immediately came up to me and asked curiously, Brother Yu, what took so long? What did the police say? Nothing much. I just gave Captain Wu a dirty trick. Now we just sit back and watch Su Bin and Lai Sin tear each other apart. I sneered. Huzi scratched his head, looking at me weirdly. Brother Yu, you went through all this effort to help educated youth Su. You don't actually have a crush on her, do you? Let me remind you, a delicate city girl like her, wearing little leather shoes to the countryside with that arrogant vibe, she is completely different from us country folks. Don't fall for it. Even a thick-headed guy like Huzi could see that Su Xiaoya wasn't simple. How was I so blind in my past life to think she was innocent and easy to trick? Of course, she was innocent. Innocent to the point of being a naive idiot. In fact, just before I left the house yesterday, Su Xiaoya secretly came to find me, crying and begging me to testify for her. But when I asked her if she had any concrete evidence, she actually said naively, as long as you tell the police this is Su Bin's conspiracy, the police will definitely believe us. Her touching intelligence almost made me vomit blood on the spot. This kind of naive, self-righteous, little white flower was a walking disaster magnet in this era. If it weren't for the fact that she truly had a miserable fate in my previous life, I wouldn't have bothered meddling in this mess. Moreover, I knew her background too well. In a few years, when the college entrance exams were restored, she would be the very first person in the entire commune to get a recommendation quota to return to the city and successfully get into a university. For a girl with that kind of family background, if her purity was genuinely ruined over this, the power behind her would erupt. Peasant thugs like Su Bin would be ground into dust, leaving nothing behind. Me giving a little push now was just sending Su Bin to his grave a little earlier. Don't worry. I patted Huzi's shoulder, hitched the Mauser 98K higher on my back, and gazed toward the vast, misty mountains in the distance. I have no interest in delicate city princesses. Women will only slow down the speed at which I draw my gun. Let's go into the mountains. Today, I will teach you what real marksmanship is. Leaving the police station, Huzi and I headed straight for Huang Village. Just as we entered the village, a few women sewing shoe soles immediately recognized me. Oh my, isn't this Sui's boyfriend? You just hauled away a whole cart of meat yesterday, and today you are back to see your wife. The aunties laughed uproariously, teasing me at the top of their lungs. Huzi stood to the side, completely stunned. He elbowed me, his face full of gossip. Brother Yu, so there is nothing going on with educated youth Su, because you set your sights on the golden flower of Huang Village? Not bad, you work fast. You are already going to be their live-in son-in-law. Shut up, don't listen to old women gossiping. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. In rural areas during this era, the combat power of gossiping aunties rivaled modern tabloids. Explaining would only sound like a cover-up, so it was better to pretend I didn't hear them. When we reached the Huang family courtyard and knocked, the person who opened the door was Huang Sui. Seeing me, she clearly froze for a second, a flash of awkwardness in her eyes. But when she saw Huzi behind me, and the bows and long guns slung over our shoulders, she immediately understood our purpose and stepped aside to let us in. You are here to find my brothers to go into the mountains, right? Come in first, I will go get them. Shortly after, Huang Dashin and Huang Hai came out to greet us. Little Yu, Huzi, rare guests. Come in and have some water. Huang Dashin greeted warmly. Huzi was a naturally friendly guy. In just a few words, he had the two Huang brothers laughing happily. Hearing that we wanted to go into the mountains, Huang Dashin immediately said he happened to have a day off and could take us. However, he didn't beat around the bush and laid the rules out first. Little Yu, Huzi, since we are partnering up for a hunt, we have to set the rules straight. You are the saviors of my family, so I absolutely cannot take advantage of you. How about this? Whatever prey you spot and kill yourselves is all yours. Whatever we spot together and hunt cooperatively, we split evenly. If we don't catch anything, I will cover lunch. How does that sound? Huzi nodded repeatedly. Brother Dashin, that is very generous. I am just tagging along with Brother Yu to expand my horizons. As long as I get a sip of meat broth, I am happy. I also had no objections. This was the professional ethics of an experienced hunter. Clear accounts make for long friendships. Setting the rules first ensures a long-term partnership. Half an hour later, carrying his old musket and leading 4 hunting dogs, including Debeo, Huang Dashan led Huzi and me into the ancient forest behind Huang village. Huzi, that is quite a rare item you are carrying on your back. Walking along the trail, Huang Dashan's eyes kept drifting to Huzi's back. Huzi grinned, generously unslung the Mauser 98K, and handed it over. Brother, you just picked this up yesterday. 90% new. Brother Dashan, want to take a look? Huang Dashan took the old rifle with both hands. He skillfully unloaded it, racked the bolt, and inspected the rifling. Listening to the crisp sound of metal sliding, he practically drooled. Good lord, this rifling is as bright as a mirror. This is a weapon for killing massive beasts. Little you, want to head deeper into the mountains this trip? Sure, let's head north. I heard Uncle Duokai ran into a lone wolf over there last time. Let's go try our luck, I casually agreed. With this real firearm, combined with my pinpoint archery and 4 good dogs, forget a lone wolf. Even if we ran into 2 blind bears, we could retreat safely. Not long after entering the woods, my system panel started jumping frantically. Killed squirrel, gained 1 skill point. Killed pheasant, gained 1 skill point. Killed adult leopard cat, gained 5 skill points. Along the way, the 2-stone bow in my hand practically became the Grim Reaper's scythe. Whether it was a squirrel scurrying on a branch or a leopard cat, a large, ferocious wild feline, lurking in the bushes, as long as it entered my line of sight, it was instantly pierced through the throat with a single arrow. My god, brother, your archery is more accurate than if the arrows had eyes. Huzi, who was tasked with picking up the prey, had grown numb to it all. Huang Dashan was also secretly shocked. Although he had seen me shoot the wild boar last time, this level of precision on flying birds and running beasts still sent chills down the spine of this veteran hunter. Brother, look up. Huzi suddenly pointed at the sky and yelled. I looked up and saw a large eagle circling more than 100 yards in the air. The distance was too far, completely exceeding the effective range of the 2-stone bow. Even if I forced a shot, the arrow would lose its lethal power by the time it reached that height. My heart skipped a beat. This was the perfect opportunity to practice shooting and trigger the firearm skill from the system. Huzi, give me the gun. I casually handed my bow and arrows to Huzi, took the Mauser rifle, and racked the bolt. Little you, why shoot that thing? It barely has any meat, and you are wasting a bullet. Huang Dashan looked at me, his heart aching. In this era, a bullet costs several dimes. Shooting an eagle with sour meat was purely a waste of money. Brother Dashan, my hands are just itchy. I want to test the sights on the new gun. I raised the gun, lined up the sights, and aimed at the eagle in the sky. To my surprise, that eagle seemed to have gained sentience, or perhaps it had suffered from hunting rifles in the past. Seeing me raise a long metal pipe, it suddenly flapped its wings, instantly climbing dozens of feet higher, and then glided eastward. As it flew, it circled in the air, seemingly provoking me. This beast is getting cocky. My competitive spirit was ignited. If I wanted to trigger the system's firearms skill, I had to intentionally fire and hit a target. If this eagle escaped, where else would I find such a perfect live target? Chase it. I grabbed the gun and ran forward. Huang Dashan and Huzi looked at each other and helplessly followed. This eagle was truly arrogant. It didn't fly fast, purposely hovering ahead of us. When we stopped, it circled. When we chased, it flew further. In this cat-and-mouse game, we were drawn out for over a mile. Stop, stop, stop. Little you, stop chasing. Huang Dashan grabbed me and pointed ahead. Dead end. There is a cliff up ahead. I stopped and looked up. Sure enough, a nearly vertical stone cliff appeared in front of us, about 60 feet high. The rocks were jagged, and there was absolutely no path up. Brother, look at the top of the cliff. Is that the feathered bastard's nest? Huzi, with his sharp eyes, pointed at a massive bird nest made of dead branches at the very top of the cliff. The eagle that had provoked us all along was now perched steadily on the edge of the nest, looking down at us from above. All right, since you messed with me, you just kicked a steel plate. I slung the rifle over my back, rolled up my sleeves, and walked toward the base of the cliff. Little you, what are you doing? Are you crazy? If you fall, you will break your arms and legs. Huang Dashan was terrified and desperately pulled me back. Brother Dashan, don't worry. I have practiced rock climbing. I know what I am doing. If I can't make it up, I will naturally climb down. I shook off Dashan's hand, walked to the cliff edge, grabbed a handful of dry dirt, and rubbed the sweat off my palms. My legs exploded with force. With a boom, I leaped up like an ape, my hands precisely gripping a protruding rock. My fingers clamped down, pulling my body up, as my toes firmly locked into a crevice. Just as I climbed about 10 feet and my muscles started to feel a strong pulling sensation, The long-awaited system notification finally rang in my mind. Ding. Detected host engaging in rock climbing. Skill triggered. Rock climbing level 1. Finally, overjoyed, I immediately called up the panel in my mind. Skill points, 95. System. Max out rock climbing. Consumed 37 skill points. Rock climbing level 1 upgraded to level 7. Due to the improvement of the rock climbing skill, the host's physical attributes have undergone a chain evolution. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 5. Unlocked hidden attribute. Endurance 20. Boom. Along with the system notification, I felt a violent, raging current of warmth flooding through every bone and muscle in my body. My arms, which had been trembling slightly from hanging, instantly filled with explosive power. The bones in my fingers felt as if they had been reforged. When they clamped into the rock crevices, they bit into the stone like iron pincers. I looked down. Huang Dashin and Huzi were looking up, watching me nervously, terrified that I might slip and fall. A wild, arrogant smile curled on my lips. Brother Dashin, Huzi, watch closely. Today, I am taking this eagle, no matter what. Before my words even faded, my body turned into a blur, scrambling up the vertical rock face like a gecko at an unbelievable speed. With the blessing of the system skill, the jagged protrusions on the cliff felt like flat stairs to me. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. My fingers acted like suction cups. Every pull was precise and violent, my body dodging and leaping nimbly against the rock wall. In less than 2 minutes, I hooked the edge of the cliff with one hand, vaulted over, and crouched steadily next to the massive eagle nest. Looking into the nest, it was exactly as I expected. 3 eyeses, covered in gray fuzz with their eyes barely open, were chirping with their yellow beaks wide open. No wonder the eagle had kept circling and provoking us earlier, refusing to leave. It was afraid we would wipe out its nest. Since you dared to provoke me, pay me back with your offspring. Without hesitation, I scooped out the 3 baby eagles, stuffed them into the large pockets of my overcoat, and descended the same way I came up. Holy shit, brother, you. Were you a monkey in your past life? When I landed effortlessly, Huzi and Huang Dashin were utterly dumbfounded. They had been terrified at the bottom, even standing with their arms out ready to catch me. Yet I went up and down the cliff as easily as walking on flat ground, without even panting. Stop talking nonsense. Bring your satchel over here. I pulled the 3 baby eagles out and stuffed them into Huzi's bag. Good lord, 3 eagle chicks. Brother, are you really planning to raise these things? Their wild nature is hard to tame. They will just piss you off, Huang Dashin said in surprise as he looked at the chicks. Just raising them for fun, as a hobby. I brushed it off casually, picking up my rifle. Let's go. Let's keep looking for big game. Half an hour later, the hunting dog DeBeo scored the first find. Huang Dashin fired his old musket, blasting a massive 5-pound wild rabbit, grinning from ear to ear. All right, at least we won't go home empty-handed today. Huang Dashin hung the rabbit on his waist. When hunting in the mountains, not coming back empty-handed was considered good luck. Someone like me, who slaughtered everything in sight, was an absolute anomaly. Right then, my nose twitched slightly, and my eyes instantly turned sharp. In the air, there was a faint, foul stench. It was the smell of a lone wolf. Shoo! I raised my hand, signaling the 2 to stay quiet. I found that lone wolf. Follow me. I didn't let the hunting dogs advance, because dogs have a natural fear of wolves and could easily alert our prey. Following the faint scent in the air, I led the 2 silently through the bushes for nearly a mile. Finally, behind a slightly elevated dirt mound ahead, we spotted our target. 60 yards away, a scrawny lone wolf with dull fur was creeping through the grass. And about 15 yards in front of it, an oblivious wild pheasant was pecking at the ground, completely unaware. Brother, let me take this wolf. Let me get my first kill. Huzi's palms were sweating with excitement. No, I have to take this one. I refused decisively. Are you kidding me? I came here today specifically to trigger the system's firearm skill. This lone wolf was the only large prey around. If Huzi missed and scared it off, who would I cry to? Ignoring Huzi's resentful look, I raised the Mauser rifle and quietly leaned against a large tree. Wolves are highly alert, but the exact moment they strike, their attention is completely focused on their prey. That is when they are most vulnerable. I waited. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the lone wolf violently lunged forward, locking its jaws firmly around the pheasant's neck. Now, I took a deep breath, aligned the sights with the lone wolf's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A heavy gunshot tore through the silence of the forest. 60 yards away, the lone wolf that had just caught its prey didn't even have time to let out a yelp. Its head instantly exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. The massive kinetic energy of the bullet flipped its body backward. It twitched twice and died completely. Beautiful. Huang Dashan slapped his thigh in excitement. But I didn't have time to pay attention to them, because the beautiful system notification had already sounded. Ding. Detected host using a firearm for a precise kill. Skill triggered. Marksmanship level 1. System. Dump all my skill points into it. I commanded without hesitation. Consumed 58 skill points. Marksmanship level 1 upgraded to level 8. Skill points have been depleted to 0. Gripping the gun, I felt an indescribably profound sensation flowing through my entire body. Wind speed, humidity, bullet drop, leading the target countless muscle memories and knowledge regarding firearms shooting rushed madly into my brain. In this exact moment, I could guarantee that within 800 yards, I could hit anything I aimed at with pinpoint accuracy. Brother you, this marksmanship, are you sure you have never touched a real gun before? Huzi stared at the wolf that was headshot, his eyes practically falling out of their sockets. Cough. My dad is a retired veteran after all. He taught me the essentials of shooting when I was a kid. I shamelessly threw the credit to my dad, who had never once taught me how to shoot. I tossed the rifle to Huzi. All right, stop complaining like a neglected housewife. The next prey is yours to shoot. More than an hour later, halfway up a grassy mountain, we found a fine wool sheep that had wandered away from a flock. Although this thing wasn't purely wild, after roaming the mountains for a few years, it had grown to over 100 pounds, looking like a small calf. Distance, 100 yards. Huzi, you are up. I pointed at the sheep, casually pulling the 2-stone bow off my back and knocking an arrow. For a pure beginner like Huzi, I had to be ready to finish the job. Huzi took a deep breath, imitating how I stood earlier, aiming the gun. Bang! The exact moment the gunshot rang out. Whoosh whoosh. Relying on my level 9 archery and terrifying hand speed, I fired 2 arrows consecutively within a single second. Got it. Got it. Huang Dashan ran ahead with his machete. When he got close, he immediately burst into laughter. The 100-pound fine wool sheep lay in a pool of blood. On its back thigh, it had taken a bullet, the flesh torn and bloody. That was obviously Huzi's masterpiece. And in its neck and right through its heart were 2 deeply embedded arrows. These were the true fatal wounds. Not bad, Huzi. Hitting the thigh from 100 yards on your first time shooting a live target. You are a natural talent. Huang Dashan praised generously. Huzi scratched his head. Looking at the 2 arrows that had precisely hit the vital spots, he smiled bitterly. Brother Dashan, stop comforting me. If brother you hadn't followed up with his arrows, this sheep would have vanished without a trace. All right, as long as you had fun. Let's pack up and get ready to head down the mountain. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the 3 of us returned fully loaded and walked into Huang village. Huang Dashan was carrying the 100-plus pound fine wool sheep. In my left hand, I held the 40-pound lone wolf, and in my right, I carried a roe deer I had casually shot on the way back. Huzi was practically covered head to toe in hanging pheasants, wild rabbits, squirrels, and leopard cats. As soon as we entered the village, a group of women who were chatting immediately surrounded us. Oh my, Dashan, did you guys raid the mountain god's treasure vault? Goodness, such a huge wild sheep, and a wolf. A sharp-eyed Andy looked at me, her face wrinkling with a massive smile. Oh, isn't this Sui's boyfriend? Dashan, your future brother-in-law is so capable. Your Huang family is in for a lifetime of blessings. Beside me, Huzi's shoulders were shaking violently as he tried to hold back his laughter. Metaphorical black lines dropped down my forehead. Did all the aunties in Huang village have a matchmaking quota to meet? Great. Now, even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to wash this rumor clean. We walked to the gate of the Huang family courtyard. Huang Sui was just coming out with a basin of water to toss. Seeing our procession, her beautiful eyes instantly went wide as saucers. Brother Suyu, did you hunt an entire zoo? Huang Dashan walked over, flicked his finger against his sister's smooth forehead, and scolded her with a straight face. Show some respect, call him brother you. Huang Sui covered her forehead and gave her brother a delicate glare. Then she secretly peeked at me, her pale cheeks flushing slightly, stuck her little tongue out playfully, turned around, and ran back into the house. That cute, lively girl next door look made my heart skip a sudden beat. Cough. This young body's hormones are running a bit too hot, I muttered to myself, quickly taking a deep breath to suppress that trace of romantic tension, and followed Huang Dashan into the yard. Seeing the massive haul of prey we brought back, Huang Sui walked a circle around the yard and immediately understood the situation. With her brother's skills, he could shoot a rabbit at best. The rest of these heavy hitters were absolutely the work of Su Yu and Huzi. Her eyes shifted playfully. Suddenly, she skipped over to me, put her hands behind her back, stood slightly on her tiptoes, and spoke in an incredibly soft, overly sugary, baby-like voice that could literally melt bones. Wow, brother you are so amazing. Do you want me to stew some pheasants for you tonight? My family picked some fresh wild mushrooms. Mushroom stewed pheasant is a perfect match. Her sudden act not only completely stunned Huzi and Huang Dashin, but even I was caught off guard for a second. Good lord, when did this little girl learn to use such a seductive voice? But after a moment of thought, I realized exactly what was going on. She was using a honey trap on me, trying to pull a fast one and get a free meal out of my pheasants. I smirked and instantly doubled down with interest. Under the highly amused gazes of Huzi and Huang Dashin, I leaned in slightly, bringing my face close to her ear and deliberately whispered in a teasing, magnetic voice. Sure, but if you call me good brother in that sweet little voice of yours again, I won't just.